Hi everyone. So this video I'm gonna go through the Addmaths state paper for Addmaths. Okay, Matematik Tambahan lah. So this is the trial 2023 and this is the Kertas Dua. Okay, this Pahang Addmaths state paper is I think it's my most how to say most requested paper. Yeah, a lot of you in the comments asked me to do this paper. Okay, I don't know why I received so many requests to do this paper. Okay, maybe because students think it's difficult. I'm not sure, but let's find out. Okay. All right. So we start. Okay. Number one, I think this is coordinate geometry. Let's read the question. Diagram one shows the straight line PQ intersects the straight line RT at S. Let's observe the diagram first. PQ and RT, they are straight line. Okay, I can see it. Then they intersect at point S. So S is actually the intersection point. But I want you to know something. If point S is the intersection point of these two lines, it means we can find point S by taking the two equation of these two lines and doing simultaneous. Okay, I repeat one more time. If point S is the point of intersection of two lines, and if we have these two lines near equation, we can do simultaneous and then get the point S. Simultaneous means you do the elimination or the substitution method, right? So, but now it's like I don't have the equation lah, because if you look at the diagram, they never give us also. They just give us some points, right? So we don't have the equation, okay? And one more thing is, look at this box here, right? What does this means? This means 90-degree, right? So whenever you see 90-degree in Addmaths, confirm you have to think about this formula, m1 times m2 equals -1. It means when you have two lines that are perpendicular, their gradient times together would be -1. Of course, for this case, it will be the gradient of RT line and the gradient of PQ line times together will be -1. All right. So far, this is what I can observe. Okay. This is what I can see from the diagram. Now let's actually jawab the soalan. So question 1 says find the equation of RT. So if I want to find the equation of RT, I need to have two information, right? I need to have a gradient, okay, and any point that got passes through, okay. And after I have these two information, I can either use this formula, the y minus y1 equals to gradient x minus x1 formula, which is the formula that I will use later, or you can also use the y equals mx plus c formula. All right. So any of these two formula will get you the same answer. All right. This is how you find equation, by the way, by using this formula or this formula. Okay. And I want you to mention this y and this x, you don't have to substitute with anything. This y and this x, you just leave it there. You only substitute, if you're using this formula, you will substitute the gradient and the point that passes through here. But if you're using this formula, you will substitute the gradient here, and C stands for y-intercept, and most of the time they won't give you for free. So if they don't give you for free, you substitute the x and y inside here. It means you will write passes through, and then you substitute the xy point inside the x here and the y here, and afterwards you find your c, then only you rewrite the equation. Okay, it doesn't matter which formula you use, you will get the same answer. All right, so let's find out the gradient and any point that passes through RT. So let's highlight the line so you can see it more clear. So RT is referring to this line. So now I have to find the gradient of this line, but in order to find gradient, I need to have two coordinates, right? Because the formula for gradient is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. I need to have two coordinates to find gradient, but I only have one coordinate, and it means I can't find the gradient, right? I can't find the gradient. So that is the problem now. So what I can do is, instead of finding gradient RT, I find gradient PQ. All right. Then maybe you ask me, sir, if you find gradient PQ is wrong, because they never ask for equation of PQ. Yeah, I know. If you find gradient of PQ, you can get gradient of RT by using this formula because they are perpendicular. And when they are perpendicular, they are both their gradient times together equals to -1. It means when two lines are perpendicular, their gradient will have a special connection, which is their gradient times together is -1. So what I do now is, instead of finding RT, okay, I can't find RT punya gradient directly, okay? The only way is to find PQ, right? And I have 2 points along PQ, right? So I will take y minus y, so 9 minus 1, divide by 2 minus 6, right? And now I will get 8 over -4, which is -2. But don't forget, this is not the gradient of RT. This is the gradient of PQ. Now, to get the gradient of RT, you need to use this formula, m1 times m2 equals -1. So since they are perpendicular, we can conclude that gradient of RT times with gradient of PQ equals to -1, right? And the gradient of PQ is -2. And now I can find my gradient of RT. using this, right? 1 over 2. Oh, by the way, you can only do like this when they're perpendicular. Of course, if they are not perpendicular, you cannot use this formula, right? Okay, now I get my gradient of RT. Now finally I can find my equation, but I still need one more information. When we find equation, we always need two information: gradient and any point that got passes through, right? Doesn't matter which method you are doing, whether you are using this formula or this formula to find equation, you will always need these two information. Okay, that's very important. So whenever I ask you what information I need to find equation, you have to answer me gradient and any point that the line got passes through, right? Okay, for this case, RT got passes through sepal negative 4 1. So that is the point that, so I actually have the passes through punya point, right? You don't tell me 29, 29 where got passes through. They want I'm talking about RT line now, right? So now we will use this information, the gradient RT information and the RT passes through punya point to find equation. But which formula I will use? I will use this one, right? But for those students that want to use this, yeah, sure, go ahead. You will get the same answer, all right? Okay, let's write down the formula. Y minus what? Okay, I forget to label here. This is 1 over 2. So let's write the formula. Y minus y1 equals to gradient x minus x1. Okay, how do we substitute this? This y and this x, you just leave it. Right, this y and this x, you just leave it. For the m gradient, you will muscle 1 over 2 because you are finding equation of RT, and the RT gradient is 1 over 2. And what about the x1, y1? This one you just masukkan with the coordinate yang ada passes through, which is negative 4, 1. That is why I said when you find equation, you need to have gradient and point. And the point have to got passes through. So y mestilah tolak balik y coordinate. So y minus 1. X kena tolak x coordinate. So x minus negative 4 is x plus 4. Right? After you reach here, just expand normally. Y minus 1 equals to 1 over 2x plus 4 times 1 over 2 means 4 divided 2. And then you will get y equals to 1 over 2x plus 2 plus 1 is plus 3. So this is the equation of RT. Okay. You can use your calculator to help you calculate. All right, now let's continue with question number 2. Okay, question number 2 wants us to find the coordinate of S. I already mentioned in the beginning, when I read the question, I already tell you how can we find coordinate of S. So if you pay attention, you would know just now, I already mentioned how to find coordinate of S. I already said since S is the intersection point of the RT line and the PQ line, what you can do is you take the equation of these two lines and do simultaneous, right? But do we have the equation of these two lines? Actually, I don't have. I only have the RT line equation. So I have my first equation, which is this one, right? But I still need, okay, let's label first y equals 1 over 2x plus 3. This is the RT line equation. I still need the PQ equation, right? Okay, so now my plan is to find the PQ line equation and then only take the PQ line equation, do simultaneous with this, get the intersection point, which is point S, right? Hopefully you understand what I'm explaining now. So now I'll try to find my PQ equation. And one more time, if you are finding equation, which formula you will use? You either use this formula or this formula, up to you. But I'm doing Addmaths, so when I'm doing Addmaths, I usually go with this formula. The y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. But I told you just now already, it doesn't matter which method you are doing, you need two information to find equation. And what are the two information required to find equation? First is the gradient, and second thing is the point, is the coordinate, but the coordinate has to make sure got passes through. So now I'm finding PQ line. So let's highlight it for you. Okay, so let's use another color this time, maybe blue color. Yeah, blue color is fine. So this is the line I want to find the equation of this line now. So do we have the gradient? The answer is yes, negative 2, right? And how I know it's negative 2 is because I do it just now in my A1, right? Negative 2, okay? But I still need another information, which is a coordinate that the line got passes through. So please tell me which point got passes through this line. Well, you can use 29, you can use 61. Let's use 29, right? But actually you use 61 also can, you will end up with the same answer, all right? Why you can choose between these 2 points is because they both got passes through. Yeah, that's why when the point got passes through, that means you can use already. Okay, doesn't matter which point, all right? But of course, negative 4 1 cannot lah, because that one didn't passes through also, all right? Because the point R didn't passes through PQ, right? You can only use when the line got passes through that point. Now I will proceed. I will continue with this formula. The y minus y1 equals to gradient x minus x1 formula. This time my m is negative 2, and then it will be y minus y coordinate, which is 9. My y coordinate is 9, and then my x minus x, which is 2. Now I just expand this whole thing. I will get my equation, right? But of course, it's not the answer yet lah. So I will get y equals negative 2x. Negative 2 times negative 2 is positive 4 plus 9 is plus 13, right? And this is not the answer. I repeat, this is not the answer. This one is just the equation. So I'll write here y equals negative 2x plus 13 for the PQ line equation. Now to find the coordinate of S, I will take this equation and this equation, we will do simultaneous, right? So what I will do now is I will call this equation 1, right, which is the PQ line, and another equation would be the y equals 1 over 2x plus 3. This is the RT line, okay, and then I'll call this equation 2, and I will straight away do simultaneous. Okay, you can, when you do simultaneous, you can either use substitution or elimination, okay, but for me, I will, if for me, I will use, okay, like actually you want to use elimination also can, right? Just take this one minus this one and then hapus and then do like that also can, right? But for those students that want to do substitution can also, right? If you do substitution, what you will write? You will write y equals y, right? It means since the y already single here, you will write the first y in front, okay, and then second y at the back. And then this y you can write 1 over 2x plus 3, and the other y you can write negative 2x plus 13 like this, right? Or you want to write the balik also can, negative 2x plus 13 here, 1 over 2x plus 3 at the back can also, right? Okay, now x dengan x boleh buat. So what I do is I pindah the minus 2 jadi plus 2. So let's press calculator. 1 over 2 plus 2 is 5 over 2. So you end up with 5 over 2x. And then plus 3 move that become minus 3. But this one is 13, right? 13 minus 3 is 10. So you end up with x equals to 10. Divide 2 jadi times 2. Times 5 jadi divide 5. So x equals to 4. But this is not the answer yet. This is just the x. So we are finding coordinate of s. It means if I want to find coordinate, means I need the x coordinate and the y coordinate. Now I already know my x coordinate is 4. Right? Is 4. I found it just now. Now how to get the y coordinate? Just take the x coordinate 4, substitute inside either equation, any one of this equation, right? Why you can substitute into any of this equation? Because this point S got passes through both lines. And when it got passes through both lines, it means can substitute inside, right? If the point got passes through means can substitute straight away inside the equation already. So which equation you want to substitute? Up to you. You will get the same answer. Let's substitute into equation 1. It will become y equals negative 2x plus 13. Now, instead of writing x, you write 4 here. And then you end up with negative 8 plus 13, which is 5, right? So now your point S comes out already. It's 4, 5. And I will label here also, right? So yeah, this is how you do the A2. Okay, so the full mark for the part A is 6 marks, right? 6 marks. Okay, now we continue with question B. All right, let's read the question. Point N moves. Okay, the moment you see the word moves, it means this is a locus question. Locus means moving point, right? But you have to see whether it moves from one point or one line or like it means you have to read the question. If it's moved from one point, it will be a circle, right? It will be a circle. Okay, let's see. Point N moves such that distance is always 6 units from point S. Can you see this is locus, but it only moves from one point. It means that point S would be the center of circle, and the point N will move along a circle, right? And then they want us to find the equation of locus N. All right, to understand locus, you need to know one thing. When you move from one point, the movement will be a circle, okay, a circle. Let me draw it out. So N moved. Can you see N is not in the diagram because N is the moving point, right? And now they say move such that distance is always 6 units from point S. So this is point S, right? The 4, 5. So if point N moves such that it always 6 units, it means let's lebih kurang cari 6 units here, and then this will be my point N lah. Do you agree? Because N and N from S punya distance is always 6 units. So I tarik a 6 unit line like that, right? But I already tell you the N will move in a circle because it only moved from one point. So it will look something like this, right? It means when you tarik to here also, when N is here, the distance is still 6 units from S. When you tarik here, it's still 6. Okay. When you tarik to here, NS is still 6. Tarik to here, NS is still 6. Right? And now what I want to find is the equation of locus N. It means I'm finding the equation of circle. You understand? I'm trying to find the equation of circle. And how do we find the equation of circle? We will use the distance formula. Okay, the distance formula will help us find the equation of circle. But before we do that, we have to let our moving point N, all right, equals to xy first, because my N is keep moving along the circle. So the coordinate of N is xy, right? When we do locus, we will always let the moving point become xy first. And now we will use the distance formula. And when you find equation of circle, there is 2 important information you need to have to find equation of circle. First information you need to have is the center coordinate. Is the center coordinate. Second information is the radius length, right? I repeat one more time. To get equation of circle using distance formula, you need these 2 information. First thing is the center coordinate. If you don't have it, you need to find it. And then second thing is the radius length. All right. If you don't have these two information, you cannot find the equation of circle. So do I have these two information now? Yes. The point S center coordinate is the point S 4, 5, right? And then the radius length is 6 units. So I have the center coordinate and I also have the radius length. So let's write down the center coordinate is S 4, 5, right? So now we can proceed with our distance formula. The distance formula, the distance will be 6 unit, right? And this 6 unit is distance from what? From N to S. Because the N, point N can move along the circle, but the condition here is always 6 units from S. That is why NS equals to 6. And now we use the distance formula. Okay, in case you already forget the distance formula, I'll write it here. The formula will be bracket square plus bracket square. Inside the first bracket will be x1 minus x2. This one will be y1 minus y2. Right? This is the formula for distance. And now I will use the distance formula equals to 6. So this is, I'm finding distance from NS. So I'll write bracket square plus bracket square. And I will look at point N, which is xy. And I will look at point S, which is 4, 5. And now I will take x minus x. So I'll get x minus 4. This one is y minus 5. So I can actually use this to find the equation of circle later, right? So now if I just simplify this, I will get my equation of circle. Okay, first thing first is to get rid of the square root. And how to do that? Just square both sides, right? When you square both sides, the square root and square can cancel each other. Now you will left with 6 square on the other side, which is 36. And this thing you can expand it. You will get x square minus 8x plus 16. This one you will get y square minus 10y plus 25, right? I hope it's not too fast for you, huh? So you are MS student, right? So I assume all of you know how to expand this. Okay, I'll explain a bit lah. You just square the what I'm doing just now is I square the pan, all right? X square, which is x square, and then depan darab belakang darab 2. So depan is x, belakang is -4. So x times -4 is -4, x times 2 is -8x. And then the last step is belakang square, which is -4 square positive 16. And here also I do the same thing. The correct way to expand this is to square depan, y square, and then depan darab belakang darab 2, which is -10y, and then belakang square, right? Okay, now the only thing left is to susun jadi general form. It means I want this side to be 0 and I want to susun nicely. And how to susun nicely? X square have to be paling depan and then followed by y square, followed by x, and then followed by -10y. All right. Okay, you have to susun in this particular order, and then followed by the number. The number got 16, 25, 36 on the other side. But since I want the other side to be 0, I will move the 36 become minus. So I will press calculator, 16 plus 25 minus 36. Okay, let me press. I get positive 5, right? So you get positive 5 on this side, and there you have it. This is the answer, right? And I want you to know what this represents. The x squared plus y squared minus 8x minus 10y plus 5. This is actually the equation of circle, right? The equation of n, the equation of locus n, which is the equation of circle. The circle I draw just now, right? This is the equation of it, right? Okay, I'm done with this question. Hope you understand. Okay, let's continue with question number 2. For number 2 working, I will do up here. Okay, I will do up here. All right, so 2a. Let's read the question first. Given log 3 base 2 is h, so definitely they give us this information is because they want us to use this information later. So log 3 base 2 is h, log 5 base 2 is k. Expressed in terms of h and k means my answer need to have h and k. It means definitely I need to use this information. If I don't use this information, my answer will not have hk. Okay, question number 1. Log 3.6 base 2. Let's write it down. Log 3 point, oops, what happened? Okay, log 3.6. Oops. Okay, log 3.6 base 2, right? Okay, can we press calculator straight away? Tekan in my FX 570 EX calculator, and then I press log, and then the base I tekan 2, I tekan 3.6. Can I do like that? Can I do like that for this question? Cannot, right? Because if you do like that, the calculator will give you the answer, but the answer here will not be in terms of H and K. Do you agree? Because the calculator will just give you a number, right? They just give you straight away the answer. But the soalan already says give your answer in terms of H and K. So if you do like that, you will get 0 mark for your working. Okay, you get 0 mark. So how to do it correctly then? So I have to use this information lah. It means the log 3 base 2 information, because log 3 base 2 is h, log 5 base 2 is k. So the correct way to do it now is not using calculator. The correct way here is to try my best to change this log 3.6 base 2. I try my best to change this to log 3 base 2 ataupun log 5 base 2 ataupun log 2 base 2. I repeat one more time. Try my best to change the log 3.6 base 2 to log 3 base 2, log 5 base 2, ataupun log 2 base 2. Why? Because log 3 base 2 can change to h, log 5 base 2 can change to k, and log 2 base 2 can cut jadi 1. So if you try your best to change this to 3, log 3 base 2, log 5 base 2, log 2 base 2, your answer will be in terms of h and k. So first thing first is to check the base. Always when we do indices log question, check the base. If the base is not same, you cannot do anything. You have to change base if the base not same. So all the given information is in base 2, and my one is also base 2. So it seems like the base is already correct already. Now I'm just for I need to think about how to deal with the 3.6. Okay, I don't have log 3.6 base 2. I only have log 3 base 2, log 5 base 2, and log 2 base 2. So how? Okay, since this is a decimal, what I will do is I'll try to get rid of decimal. And let me tell you how to get rid of decimal. You will times with a number, right? Because whenever, how will we get decimal answer? Usually we get decimal answer when we take number bahagi number. That's when we get decimal, right? Do you agree? When we take a number bahagi a number, then only it's possible to get the decimal, right? So how do we get rid of decimal then? We will times with a number lah. Because when we take a decimal number times with a number, there's a chance where the decimal will hilang. So what I will do is I will look at the highest number here, 3, 5, 2. Which one is the highest number? 5, right? And I will try to count 3.6 times 5 and see whether I get rid of the decimal or not. So let's see, 3.6 times 5. The calculator actually give me 18, right? It means 3.6 is actually 18 divided 5. Okay, do you understand? It means I want to get rid of the decimal by multiplying with the highest number here, right? You have to follow the number atas here. Okay, you cannot darab with any number you like. You want, because you want the answer later to be in log 3 base 2, log 5 base 2, log 2 base 2. That is why you want your base here to follow whatever you have up here. That is why I times with the highest number up there, which is 5, right? But what if when you times with the 5, what if you times with the highest number here, there's still decimal here. Okay, then you try with the second highest number. You try with the second highest number, and if it's still not, and after you multiply with the second highest, and if it's still not, uh, uh, if it still have decimal, then you try with the next highest number lah. You just keep going like that, right? Eventually you will get a number that is like this, right? So since I already times 5, 3.6 times 5 is 18, so I know now 18 divided 5 is 36. It's 3.6. But the problem is I don't have 18, right? 5 I have it already, because 5 I memang follow this one. So the 18 have to pecahkan lagi. And what is 18? What is 18? Okay, look at the highest number here. What is highest number? 5. And let me tell you, 18, can I divide by 5? The answer is no. Because I need to know what times what is 18 now. But I'm sure 5 punya multiple tak ada 18, right? So now I try with the second highest number, which is 3. So I know 18 can times 3 times what is 18? 3 times 6, right? 3 times 6. And 3 and the 6 can also divide with the highest number here, which is 3. Okay, 6 cannot divide 5. That's why I never divide the highest. I divide the next number, which is 3. So 6 divide 3 again, which is 3 times 2. And now you can see base 3 I have, base 3 I have, base 2 I have, base 5 I have, right? So everything I have now. So later when I pecahkan single log jadi separate log, I will have everything I need here. You faham maksud saya? That is why it's important to look at the information when you pecahkan, because you want to make sure your inside bracket, all the base inside here, you have it in the information atas. Okay, so actually 3 times 3, you can actually combine it, become 3 power 2. Okay, 3 power 2, like that, times 2 power 5. Okay, if you don't want to combine it like this, jadi 3 power 2 can also. All right, you terus jadi separate log can also. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll apply the multiplication rule. Do you know what is the multiplication rule? It means when we have log xy base a, we can separate it, become separate log, become log x plus log ay. All right. If I have single log times, separate log plus. But what if it's single log divide? Then separate log minus lah. Alright. So I will apply this rule now to separate them. So single log times, so it will be plus. So it will be log 2, 3 power 2 times jadi plus log 2, 2. Can you see now the log become separate already? And then this one is divide, so it become minus log 2, 5. Right? So from one single log, it becomes 3 separate log already. And then the times jadi plus, divide jadi minus. And then the 2 power can bring in front. Okay, now you end up with log 2, log 3 base 2 is h, log 2 base 2 is 1, log 5 base 2 is k. So this is your final answer, right? So 2h plus 1 minus k. Okay, hopefully you understand. That is why it's important for you to make sure the base here is ngam here. So that later when you jadikan separate log, everything you need, you just plug it in the h, k, and 1, right? But if you, how to say, if you stop at the 18/5, right? If you stop at the log 2 18/5 and you jadikan separate log, you will get stuck because you will realize you don't have the log 18 base 2. Okay, you don't have. That is why I keep on pecahkan the 18 until I get 3 square times 2, because I have the log 3 base 2 and log 2 base 2. Okay, I hope you understand. Let's continue with question number 2. All right, scroll down a bit. Log 270 base 2. Okay, let's go back up here. Let's do it here. Log 270 base 2. Okay, first thing first, I need to know this is the three information I need to use because I want my answer in terms of HK. But now first step is to check base, right? So the one I want to find is log base 2, and all the information is in base 2. So the base, I don't have to cut out the base already. But the 270 I don't have. I don't have log 270 base 2. So obviously I have to divide with the highest number because I need to know what times what is 270. You understand, right? But just now it's decimal. That's why I try to times with the highest number instead of dividing. Now, because 3.6, I want to know siapa bahagi siapa is 3.6. That's why I try to times with the highest number, right? But now this time my number is not decimal, it's 270. So in order to find out siapa darab 270, I need to tekan 270 bahagi the highest number lah. So what is the highest number? 5, right? So let's see whether they give me a nice answer or decimal answer. They actually give me a nice answer, which is 54. So I know now for sure this is 5 times 54, right? But what if when I tekan 270 bahagi highest number, what if they give us decimal? Then you try with the second highest number, and if still cannot, third highest number, and just keep going lah. Understand? Okay, 54 is still not possible because I have log 5 base 2, but log 54 base 2 I just don't have. So you cannot jadikan single log to separate log now, because if you jadikan also you don't have the 54. So let's keep on taking the 54, pecahkan lagi. What is 54 divided with the highest number? 54 divide 5, if we press, they actually give us decimal 10.8. So definitely I will not use 5 to pecahkan. It means 54 cannot divide 5. Try with the next highest number, 3. 54 divide 3, I actually get 18 times 3. So I'll write 3 times 18 here. Okay, 3 times 18. But I still need to pecahkan lagi because 3, I have log 5 base 2, I have log 3 base 2, but I don't have log 18 base 2. So how? Okay, 18, I already tell you just now is 3 square times 2. Alright, because if you got listen to my explanation for the first question, 3 square times 2 is 18, right? 3 square times 2 like that, right? So now done already lah. This is how you pecahkan. Now you have log 5 base 2, log 3 base 2, log 3 base 2, log 2 base 2. You have everything. Now you can jadikan single log, right? For those who asking why 3 square times 2, because 3 square is 9, 9 times 2 is 18 ma. That's why. Okay, this thing 3 times 3 square, you can actually merge them together. You can combine them together, become 3 power 3 like that, right? Actually, you don't want to combine also can one, right? But if you don't want to combine, later when you jadikan single log, there will be 4 separate log lah. Okay, but it's the same, right? It's the same thing. You will get the same answer. Okay, let's go. Single log times. Using this law, this rule, I will jadikan separate log plus. So it will be log 2, 5 plus with log 2, 3 power 3, and power boleh letak depan, and then plus with log 2, 2. Can you see one single log become 3 separate log now? And then times it become plus. So log 5 base 2, now you just plug it in already. Now it's very straightforward. Log 5 base 2 is k, and then 3 log 3 base 2, which is h, and then plus log 2, 2, which is 1, and then set already. This is the answer. Okay? That's why you have to make sure always, before you jadikan single log, try to pecahkan, right? Try to pecahkan this thing supaya dia base 3, base 5, or base 2. Okay, then only you jadikan single log. Okay, hope you understand. So 4 marks for this. All right, let's scroll down. So this is question B. This looks like a cert question, right? Because I saw square root. So this is definitely under cert. Okay, let's write down the question. Square root 2. Okay, if there's no symbol in between means times. So I'll use bracket like this, right? To remind myself, this is times, not plus. Okay, and then minus 8 equals to, okay, this one you can actually simplify. All right, so should I simplify it? Actually, I'm not sure. Should I simplify it or not? Let's see. Okay, let's just simplify it lah. Okay, because if later I want it to be 24, I can. If later I don't want to simplify it, I can convert it back. Okay, let's try to simplify square root 24. Square root 24 can become square root 4 times 6, right? Which is 2 square root 6, because square root 4 is 2 And then square root 6 cannot square root, so I just write square root 6, right? And let's write it nicely in bracket lah. So 2 times with square root 6. And then the last part is minus square root 8. So minus square root 8 can also simplify because 8 is 4 times 2. And now you can square root 4. Square root 4, which is 2. And then square root 2 cannot square root, so I'll just write square root 2. And then don't forget there is another p at the back here, right? Now, oh, for those who's wondering why I jadikan 24 4 times 6 is because 24, the highest perfect square that 24 can bahagi is 4. That is why I divide 4, right? You have to choose the highest perfect square, right? Because if you think about it, 24 can also be 2 times 12, right? Right? But why I never choose 2 times 12, I choose 4 times 6. It's because 2 and 12, they are both not perfect square, right? When you simplify surds, you have to make sure you divide with the highest perfect square, right? And the highest perfect square that you can divide here is 4. Okay. Same with 8, right? Okay, I hope you understand. Okay, now I want to solve. Solve means find the unknown. So the unknown here is p. So how can I find p? Let's see this. Okay, we have p here, we have p here. So how? Maybe I can bring all the p on one side. Okay, means I collect all the expression with p on one side, and the rest all I throw it to the other side. So the square root 2p, I will leave it here since it has p. I will leave it here. And then the minus 8, definitely I'll move it there later. But this whole thing, I want it to be here because it has p, right? So the whole thing here, this is minus, right? So when I move it, it become plus with 2 and then bracket square root 2 bracket p, right? And then what's left on the right side? 2 square root 6, 2 square root 6, and then the minus 8 move here become plus 8, right? Okay, now I can factorize out the p because when I want to solve, means I want to find p, right? It means I'll try my best to make the p single. Now the p is like double, right? So how to make it single is to factorize, right? And the reason of me factorizing is very easy. The reason is because I want the p to be single, that's all, right? Okay, so when I factorize it, this one square root 2p, when I take it out, when I factorize out means I divide p, I'll left with square root 2. This one, when I factorize out the p, I will left with 2 square root 2. And then the other side is still 2 square root 6 plus 8, right? And now I can find my p easily. I will just take 2 square root 6 plus 8, divide square root 2 plus 2 square root 2, right? Okay, I don't think you can stop your answer here, right? Even though the question never asks you to write in third form, right? Even though the question never asks you to write in third form and they never ask you to rationalize, but I still think you need to rationalize, right? Okay, actually the question should mention it, right? They should say express p in third form, right? They shouldn't just say solve, right? Because if they just say solve, student can just press calculator here, right? Because if you just press calculator, this whole thing, they'll give you uh maybe they'll give you some decimal answer, right? But I don't think you can do like that because in this chapter, we learn about rationalizing, we learn about how to say, how to simplify search and all those stuff. So I think this is not the definitely not the answer. You have to rationalize. Rationalize means what? It means you hilangkan square root dekat denominator. You want to get rid of the square root at the bottom, right? This bottom part you want to get rid of the square root. And how to get rid of the square root is you multiply, you times with the conjugate cert. The conjugate cert will be square root 2 minus 2 square root 2. So if bawah darab this one, atas also have to multiply with the same thing, right? The reason of me doing this is just to get rid of the square root, right? This process is called rationalize. Okay, rationalize. So now I'll tarik satu line. Okay, for bawah, I will take bawah darab bawah first. Square root 2 times square root 2, which is 2, right? Because when you take square root times square root, it will be 2 power 1 over 2 times 2 power 1 over 2, which is 2 power 1. Base sama darab, the power will pass. 1 over 2 plus 1 is 2 over 2, which is 1. That's why you end up with 2 power 1, which is 2, all right? Okay, this one I don't have to explain lah. This one very basic one. Okay, next one is separ darab separ. It will be square root 2 times negative 2 square root 2, but you don't have to do this because square root 2 times negative 2 square root 2, later you will plus with 2 square root 2 times square root 2 and you will cancel each other, become 0. So this one that one you can skip. And then the last part is 2 square root 2 times negative 2 square root 2. Okay, the number times with the number, the square root times with the square root. 2 times negative 2 is negative 4. The square root 2 times square root 2, I already mentioned just now, can become 2, right? But you have to write bracket lah. Okay, for the up one, for the top, you also expand like this one by one. 2 square root 6 times square root 2. Remember, square root can only times with square root. So nothing will happen to this 2, right? But the square root 6 can times with square root 2 becomes square root 12, right? And then 2 square root 6 times negative 2 square root 2. One more time, number can only times with number. Square root only can times with square root. So 2 times negative 2 is negative 4. And then square root 6 times square root 6 is square root 12. Right? Okay, next one will be 8 times square root 2. You don't tell me square root 16, wrong. I already said number can only times with number, square root can only times square root. So if I say 8 times square root 2, it's just 8 square root 2. You cannot write square root 16. Okay, cannot. Because this is number, this is square root, they cannot time together. Now 8 times negative 2 square root 2. Okay, number can only times with number. So 8 times negative 2 is negative 16. And what about the square root 2? Nothing will happen to the square root 2. Right? Okay, almost there already. P equals to what? Okay, let's solve for the bawah first. 2 minus 8, I think it's negative 6, right? Yeah. And then now for the atas punya part, square root 12 and square root 12, you can actually buat sama-sama because square root 12, okay, if I say 2x minus 4x, all right? 2x minus 4x, what is the answer? It will be negative 2x, right? What if I say 2a minus 4a? It will be negative 2a. Do you agree? So what if I say 2y minus 4y? It will be negative 2y, right? Let's try one more time. What if I say 2, this one I write 3 power x, 3 power x. What do you think will be our answer? It will be negative 2 bracket 3 power x. Do you agree? It means whatever I write in the bracket here, I will just replace the x with that same thing, right? So if I say this one is square root 12, square root 12, it means the answer is negative 2 square root 12, right? Because you can temporarily change this to x, right? Or means it will become 2x minus 4x. It will be negative 2x. But of course, you don't write x lah. You write square root 12, right? Because you just temporarily change to x, right? You actually have to change it back to square root 12. And same thing here. 8 square root 2 minus 16 square root 2. They are similar surds. Can you see? They are both surd 2. So they are actually the same family. But you have to jadikan their x, right? So it'll be 8x minus 16x. They both square root 2. That's why I temporarily change to x. What is 8 minus 16? Negative 8. So instead of writing plus, I write minus 8 and then square root 2. Okay, I hope you understand. 8x minus 16x is negative 8x. So 8 square root 2 minus 16 square root 2 is negative 8 square root 2. Okay, after you reach here, you can simplify lagi. How to simplify lagi? Let's see. Okay, you can separate. Okay, because bawah ada satu term, right? So when bawah ada satu term, you can separate like this. Okay, I want to tell you why I separate. Okay, but let me write this down first. So when you separate, it will look like this, and then minus 8 square root 2 over negative 6, right? Okay, let me tell you why I separate it like this. Because I realize can potong, because 2, 8, and 6, they can potong, they can divide by 2. But you cannot potong now. You cannot potong like that. Cannot. Because if you potong like that, salah tau. Because if you potong like that, you have to potong with the 8. Okay. So the reason why you cannot potong now is because now it's like something minus something over something. If it's something plus ataupun minus something over something, you cannot cut. Cannot cut. But if it's something times something divide something, then you can cut. It means if it's a times relation atas, then only you can cut. But if it's a plus minus relation, you cannot cut. That is why I try to pecahkan like this. Because when you pecahkan like this, when you separate like this, you realize now you can cut already. Negative 2 divided negative 6, become 1 over 3, right? And atas, there's still square root 12, so you just write square root 12. But square root 12 can simplify, right? I never simplify it just now. Okay, let's simplify square root 12. Okay, square root 12, how to simplify? Bob macam tadi lah. So square root 12, what is the highest perfect square that the 12 can divide? 16, no. 3 square, 9. 2 square, 4. Yeah, you can actually divide 4. Okay, the highest perfect square. So 4 times what is 3? 4 times 3 is 12. And then square root 4, 4 boleh square root is 2. 3 cannot square root, so just write 2 square root 3. It means square root 12, when you simplify, you will get 2 square root 3. So now you write 2 square root 3, right? So let's erase this and write 2 square root 3. And then negative 8 divide negative 6. This one can cut. Why this one can cut? Because it's like something divide something, something times something over something, right? When it's something times something over something, can cut. But if it's something minus something over something, ataupun something plus something over something, then this one cannot cut. That's why just now I try to separate it. When I separate it, it becomes like then boleh potong already. Then can cut already. Okay, now negative 8 divided negative 6, positive 4 over 3. You can use your calculator to help you. And then the square root 2, you just stay atas lah. Right? And now you can actually combine them back together. Now it becomes over 3. And then it will be 2 square root 3 plus 4 square root 2 others. right? So I sudah berjaya simplify to the simplest form, and this is already sudah rationalized because you see bawah tak ada square already. So this will be the answer. Okay. I don't think you can tekan all this in your calculator because if you tekan all this and change to decimal, I think it's wrong. Okay. Actually, this soalan they should mention lah, give in answer in cert form, but they never say that, right? But uh, that's my only criticism lah for this question. Okay, they should mention in cert form. Okay, so yeah, because if it's not in cert form, student can just press calculator here, right? They just press all this inside the calculator and then change to decimal and then write that answer. Okay, which is I don't think that's what they want, right? So yeah, this is the answer. Oh, by the way, this one cannot simplify already. You don't tell me something like, hey sir, 2 plus 4 is 6. Square root 3 plus square root 2 is square root 5. No such thing. You cannot do already this one. They are not similar sets. Okay, unless this one is times lah. If times then maybe can, but plus cannot already. You can only do plus when they are similar sets. Like just now, square root 12, square root 12, then only you can combine. This one is the simplest form already. Okay, so this would be the final answer. Okay, I spent a lot of time on this question, but hope you understand lah. Okay, moving on. Question number 3. I think this is vector. Diagram 2 shows location of 4 sports house station in the school field on the Cartesian plane where PQRS is a parallelogram. PQ is parallel to SR. Okay, the moment you see the word parallelogram, you will label this arrow, arrow, atas bawah also, two arrows, two arrows. What does this mean? It means atas bawah parallel and sama panjang, kiri kanan parallel and sama panjang. Because parallelogram memang macam tu. Kiri kanan parallel and same length, atas bawah parallel and same length. And since they say PQ is parallel to SR, this one I know already lah. So this one is not important. Now I can try to do A. So A, they want you to find what is this? This is magnitude. Bukan modulus. This one is magnitude, right? So what they want is magnitude of SR plus RP plus PS punya magnitude. So before I find magnitude, I need to find out what this vector equals. This vector equals to what first? So SR plus RP plus PS. SR plus RP, this one is actually vector SP, right? So it will be SP plus PS. And what is SP plus PS? It will be just S, right? It means you go from S to R and then R to P and then P to S. It means what is your displacement? What is your displacement? It will be zero lah. It means the magnitude will be zero. You understand? So I hope you understand. It means when you have two vector tambah and then tengah-tengah sama, you can actually cut them. Okay? Alright. It means if I'm going from S to R, R to P, it means I'm going from S to P lah. Right? But since I'm going, I didn't stop there. I go P to S again here. That's why I'm going back to here. So the displacement, the sasaran is zero lah. Displacement means sasaran in Bahasa Melayu. So the magnitude here is 0 unit. Okay, okay, I hope you understand. Okay, let's go for let's do B. A path from S to R is parallel to x-axis. Okay, S to R is parallel. So the x-axis is also parallel with the SR line and the PQ line. And then the displacement is 11 meter. What is displacement? I mentioned this word in the A working just now also, right? Displacement in Bahasa Melayu is sasaran. Sasaran means what? The shortest distance. That is why the A answer I write 0. Because the shortest distance from S to S is 0, right? But if you find the distance, of course, it's different. Okay, the distance will not be 0. But if I want to find the displacement, is 0. Okay, so the displacement is 11 meter from S to R. So I think I can label here. Since this one is 1, this one I don't know, but the distance here is 11, right? And the distance here should be 11 also, by the way. Why is it same? Because parallelogram, the opposite line will be same length and parallel. Okay, that's why here 11, here also 11. So 1 plus 11, this will definitely 12. And the coordinate of this point will be 12, 1, right? Because they have the same y coordinate, which is 1, right? And can I find the coordinate of this point? Actually, yes, because 5, the x coordinate is 5 plus 11 is 16, and the y coordinate was same with this, which is 11, right? Because this line is completely horizontal. That's why they will share the same y coordinate, right? Okay, after labeling these 2 points, let's see what they want. Find the resultant vector from S to Q. So if I want to find S to Q, it means I'm finding QS or SQ. SQ, right? Because I want S to Q from S. So dari S. So I'm finding vector SQ. But how to find SQ? Well, it's very easy. You will just take SR vector plus with RQ vector. Okay, so let's write down here SR vector plus with RQ vector. Or maybe some student can also say SR vector plus with SP vector. Yeah, it's the same thing. Why SR plus SP also can? Because if you write SR plus RQ, do you realize the RQ vector is the same with SP vector? So actually you can also do SR vector plus, if you don't want to plus RQ, you can also plus SP because they are the same. They are the same vector because this is a parallelogram. Or you can also do SP plus PQ, or maybe SP plus PR because PQ and PR is the same. Okay lah, I hope you understand. But anyways, I will do it like this: SR plus RQ. How to find SR vector in terms of ij, because this is coordinate vector. The only way is to convert to ij. So s to r is actually 11i. Do you agree? 11i, right? Because when you write in terms of ij, it means you write like this: something i plus something j, and the I represents pergerakan yang kiri kanan. The I is for horizontal movement, j is for the vertical movement, pergerakan yang atas bawah. Alright, and we can actually write in the column vector form. So for this case, if it's 11i plus 0j, it's actually 11, 0. It means ke kanan 11, horizontal movement 11, positive 11, but there's no vertical movement. That is why it's just plus 0j. Okay, so actually this one tak payah tulis pun tak apa lah. Okay, but I'll write it anyways. Plus with vector RQ. Okay, I don't have vector RQ, right? So let's start my B working here. Okay, it means my B working, I will not start here. Alright, so let's erase the B here, because I don't want you to misunderstand. Okay, I want you to know that the vector RQ I need to find first. So actually start from here, then only continue to here. Okay, vector RQ. How to find vector RQ in terms of ij? How many horizontal movement, how many vertical movement? Okay, very easy. If you want to get the I, the depan punya number, you just take x coordinate minus x coordinate. But since you are going from R to Q, you will take Q minus R. Please don't take R minus Q. You are going from R to Q, so it has to be Q minus R. So it will be 16 minus 12. When you take 16 minus 12, you get 4i, right? That is the horizontal movement. And it will be in positive because you're moving to the right. And then it will be 11 minus 1. That will be my vertical movement. It means going from R to Q is actually 4 ke kanan, and then 10 ke atas. All right? Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to explain here. So after I get my RQ, okay, hey, what if you find vector SP? Can also, right? You will get the 4i plus 10j also. Okay, 5 minus 1, 4, 11 minus 1, 10, same also. Okay, just make sure you always take the destination punya coordinate minus the starting point punya coordinate. Okay, if you're going from P to Q, you definitely will take Q coordinate minus P coordinate. So R to Q, it means Q coordinate minus R coordinate. Let's continue here. RQ. Okay, actually the arrow will go here, right? So this one, RQ, it will go here. So it will be bracket 4i plus 10j. Now you can take I tambah I, j tambah j. 11i plus 4i, 15i, 0j plus 10j, 10j. So the answer here is 15i plus 10j. Okay, sudah siap. Now we can continue with, okay, so this is B, this is A, okay, C, okay, part C. Okay, let's read the question. I think I need to use the diagram, so I'll make it smaller. Okay, okay, let's read the question. Okay, let's read. A student moved from S to A at with constant velocity of this one, right? So I'll do my C working here. So the velocity, I'll just call it V lah, is 3i plus 4j. So you can see the unit is in ms minus 1. It means this is the speed, or the velocity, and it's moving from S to A. Let's find out where's point S. Okay, point S is at a 1, 1, right? 1, 1. And it's going from S to A. But if you look at the point A, is not in the diagram. Point A doesn't exist in the diagram. So point A is another point where it's at 5k, right? 5k. Okay, let's try to figure out where is the position of A. Okay, I'll erase all these lines because it's very confusing. Okay, it's confusing to me. So I will just erase all these points. Okay, now it looks clean already. Okay, S11 I know is here. So this, I will start here lah, and I will go to 5k. Where is 5k? This is point A, by the way. So where is point A 5k? Okay, I don't know the Y coordinate because they never give me, right? But I know the X coordinate for point A is 5, which is here, right? Because kebetulan the point P punya X, the point P punya X coordinate is also 5, right? So point A is definitely somewhere here, right? Because the X coordinate of point A is 5, right? But I don't know where is it. Okay, it will be somewhere on the line, but I don't know where is it because I don't know the Y coordinate, right? But for demonstration purposes, I will just assume that it's here, all right? Okay, maybe it's not here, right? Maybe at the end, it's up lagi atas or maybe bawah, right? But what I know for sure is along this line. But just because I want to make it easy for me to label and easy for me to imagine, let's just assume it's here, right? It can be wrong. My position could be wrong, but it's fine, right? The drawing tak ada markah one. So let's assume it's here. It means I'm moving from S to this point. Okay, this point is point A. Okay, so this is my direction now. Okay, and the speed I'm moving is 3i plus 4j. It means what does it mean by 3i plus 4j meter per second? It means every second I already move 3 ke kanan, 4 ke atas. Okay, I already move a certain distance. You understand, right? And then the next second, okay, the first second I already move 3 4. And then the next second I'll move again 3 4. 3 4 3 4 and I keeps moving until I reach point A. That's what it means. Now let's see what it says. He takes t seconds to reach the 10th. Okay, based on the information given, write a vector equation in terms of t and k, hence find the value of t and k. Okay, let me tell you what I will do here. I will take the 3i plus 4j, which is the speed, times with t equals to the vector SA, right? Equals to the vector SA. Okay, okay, if I write like this, I'm sure a lot of students will say like, hey, sir, what is this? I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, I explain to you. Uh, I already explained just now, from moving from S to A, it requires a lot of time, right? You cannot just go 3, 4 straight away, right? Because it says it takes t second. That is why when the first second, you will only move 3, 4, 3, 4, okay? And then the next second, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. So you need to calculate how many seconds so that it can reach A. You understand? That is why the 3i plus 4j have to times t equals to the vector SA. That's what it means, right? Okay, let me explain using another method, right? Because maybe if I explain like this, not only like the strong students can understand, right? So let me explain using another way. I'll make it easier for you to understand. What is the formula for speed? What is the formula for this speed? Distance over time, right? And please tell me what is the speed unit for this question? Meter per second. Velocity and speed lebih kurang sama. Distance will be in meter. Time is in second, right? So can you tell me to find time in seconds, isn't it I have to take my speed? Isn't it I have to take my speed, which is in meter per second, times with second, right? Because this time you can move up here, right? So what is meter per second actually? Meter per second, the meaning is like this, m per s, right? That's why when you cut, you will get in meter. It means you will get the SA in meter. So you faham now why I take the speed 3i plus 4j times with the time to equal the distance. Now you understand, right? So this actually makes sense, right? This actually makes sense because it comes from the speed formula. Distance bahagi time is speed. So to get the distance, I will take speed darab dengan time. So the speed is 3i plus 4j. I multiply with the time in seconds to get the distance, which is SA. The distance is SA, right? But I think I have a problem now because I don't have vector SA, right? So let's find vector SA. And I already teach you how to find vector SA in terms of IJ just now. Look at the destination. I'm going from S to A, right? So do I take S coordinate minus A coordinate or the A minus S? Actually, you have to take A minus S because you are going from S to A. I already explained just now why is it like that, When I do B just now, I explained RQ. I already tell you why is it Q minus R, okay? Because I'm going from R to Q. Same here, I'm going from S to A. So you don't tell me S minus A. Cannot, it has to be A minus S. And for the I punya coefficient will be A punya X coordinate 5 minus 1 and then K minus 1 here, right? Why is it like that? Is because I is for pergerakan yang kiri kanan. So of course, to get the coefficient of I, get the horizontal movement, you have to take X coordinate minus X coordinate. And then to get the vertical movement, you take Y coordinate minus Y coordinate. But you have to make sure you take A minus S because it's going from S to A. Okay, now this part you can expand. It will be 3Ti plus 4Tj. Right? Now you can actually compare. Okay, because both sides cannot do already. Now you can compare. How you compare is you compare the coefficient of I on this side and then coefficient of I on the other side, and then you connect them together. So it will be 3t equals to 5 minus 1, which is 4, t equals 4 over 3. And then the other one is you connect the j coefficient with the j coefficient on the other side. So you will get 4t equals to k minus 1. But the t, I find it already, right? It's 4 over 3. So 4 times 4 over 3 is 16 over 3. Minus 1 can move here, become plus 1 equals k. So my k will be 16 over 3 plus 1. You can use calculator. I think you get 19 over 3. Okay, so this is how you get full marks. So how many marks for this? 1, 2, 3. So 6 marks total. All right. So I hope you understand my explanation for the vector question. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Number 4. So let's see what the question says. Lukman produced a birthday card in the shape of a right angle triangle. Straight away, I'll draw it out. I don't even want to keep reading already. Because later, confirm they will give me information about the right angle, right? And I don't want to read the information without being able to label. So the reason why I draw now is because so that later it's easy for me to label. Okay, I'll just draw a random right angle triangle. Right angle triangle means got 90 degree. And which one is the longer side in the right angle triangle? The hypotenuse, the one in front of 90 degree. Okay, okay, let's keep reading now. Given that the longer side of the cut is YCM. Okay, so this one longer side lah. All right. The other two sides are x and 2x minus 1. So this one is x, this one is 2x minus 1. If you terbalikkan the x and 2x minus 1 can also. Okay. This one, these two lines, if you terbalik also betul one. Just make sure you don't seal up the longer side. The longer side cannot seal up tulis. All right. He decorated all sides of the cut using decorative lights with a length of 40 cm. Means 40 cm is the perimeter. Because this is a birthday cut, right? And he's trying to decorate the outside, right? The sides. So here they put lights, here they put lights, here they put lights, right? And the length of the light is 40 cm. So definitely the perimeter is 40 cm. It's trying to tell you the perimeter, right? And then it says find the longer side of the card. Okay, in order to find longer side, it means I'm finding y lah. Okay, I want to find y. So in order to find y, I need to have two equation actually. Because when I write perimeter, okay, I will write what? X plus 2x minus 1 and then plus y equals to 40, right? And you can see this equation cannot help me to find y, all right? Because this equation has two unknown. So it means later I need another equation. But anyway, let's simplify first. X plus 2x is 3x. And then plus y minus 1 move there become minus plus 1, so 41, right? So this is my first equation, okay? I need another equation, right? Because this equation, I cannot find y, I get two unknown. So how to find another equation? The soalan actually didn't mention anything, right? Okay, the keyword here is this, right angle triangle. So can you tell me, if it's a right angle triangle, what formula can we apply to connect these three things in one equation? What formula? Pythagoras theorem, right? Pythagoras theorem, because it's a right angle, right? So what we can do is use the Pythagoras theorem, which is a square plus b square equals c square, where c is the longer side. So this one will be x square plus 2x minus 1 square equals to the longer side, which is y square like that, right? So there you have it. This is my second equation, right? And expand this whole thing. So how to expand? X square. This one, the correct way to expand is to square the pan first. So 2x square is 4x square. And then depan darab belakang darab 2. So 2x times negative 1 is negative 2x times 2 is negative 4x. Negative 1 square is plus 1 equals to 1. And then belakang square, negative 1 square is positive 1. Alright. Okay, after you reach here, x square and x square can boleh buat. 1 plus 4 is 5x square. Minus 4x plus 1 equals to y square. But I realize this equation and this equation, we can do substitution, right? Cannot do elimination. This one is a bit impossible to do elimination because if you want to do elimination, you have to make sure they have x, y number, the other one also x, y number, but this one got x square, y square, so it's not recommended to do elimination, okay? Because the equation is like satu linear equation, satu lagi is non-linear. When it's one linear, one non-linear, we usually go with substitution method. So we will try to make the y single here, 41 minus 3x, call this equation 1, and then call this equation 2, and then just write sub 1 into 2, right? Substitute 1 into 2, and then it will be 5x squared minus 4x plus 1 equals to y squared. The y is 41 minus 3x squared. So what is the correct way to expand this? First, you take the pan square. So let's press 1681. And then the next step is to take the pan darab belakang darab 2. So what is 41 times negative 3? Let's press calculator. Negative 123, and then times 2, negative 246x, right? And then the last step is to take belakang square, which is negative 3x square. I think I get positive 9x square, right? It means when you expand this type of expression, you have to take depan square, depan darab belakang darab 2, and then belakang square. This is the correct way to expand. Okay, the other side is still the same, 5x square minus 4x plus 1. Okay, other square, other square, other square, other square. Whenever you see other square dalam equation, you know this is a quadratic. It means you have to susun. How to susun? You have to move everything to one side equals 0. Okay, and for this question, I'll move everything to the right side. because if I move it to the left side, my a will be negative. 5 minus 9 is negative, right? So I want it to be positive. If I want it to be positive, I'll move everything to that side. So plus 5 jadi minus 5. 9 minus 5 is 4x squared. And then this one x, the next thing is to write x. So minus 4x, I move it become plus 4. What is negative 246 plus 4? Negative 242x. And then the 1681, I will minus 1 here, right? Because plus 1 move it become minus 4, become plus 1680, right? And now I end up with a quadratic equation. But before I press calculator, this one can kecilkan. All these numbers can divide by 2. So divide by 2 is 2x squared. Divide by 2, 121. Divide by 2, 840. So this is my equation in simplest form. So now I can press calculator and I will get the answer for sure. So mode a polynomial degree 2. Okay, what is the A? You press 2. The B, negative 121. The C, 840. Okay, my calculator give me 105 over 2 and 8. So just write it down. 105 over 2 and 8. The first bracket you will write uh, the 2 at the right in front. So 2x and then plus 105 jadi minus 105. And then x equals to 8. It means x minus 8. And I will not write equals 0 here because my 0 is in front, right? So I'll write in front like this. Okay. Okay. Now I can find my y. So y equals to 41 minus 3x. And then the other one, y equals 41 minus 3x. But I can tell you straight away, this answer cannot ambil. This answer you have to reject. Okay. Let me tell you why. Because when you ganti the x 105 over 2, you will realize the y will it will give you a y negative. It will give you a negative answer for y if you substitute x equals to this. All right. But I recommend you show the thing in during the exam also, right? You show them the working. You don't just how to say ignore it. I recommend you do it also. So the one of the x is 105 over 2, one is 8, right? But actually I already know this one, all this one cannot one, right? So now we try to crash calculator. 41 minus 3 bracket 105 over 2 close bracket. You see, betul tak you punya calculator bagi negative, right? So negative 23302. But I think you don't have to correction tape. You just write the word rejected here. It means don't erase it. During exam when you write the working, don't erase it. You just show them the working and then just write rejected like that, right? So the correct answer is 41 minus 24 lah, which is 7, 17. So the y equals to 17. Oh yeah, I hope you understand why I reject this answer. Because y is the panjang for the right angle triangle. So how can the panjang be negative, right? Panjang tak ada negative. That's why the y is 17 lah. So what I want to find? Longest side of cut. So let's just write one more baris for them. Okay, longest side is equals to 17 cm or centimeter or meter? Centimeter, right? Yeah, everything is in cm. So sudah siap. Okay. Okay, so I hope you understand my working. My working start from here. Okay, this is part 1, and then this is part 2. This is part 3. All right. So it go from here and then here and then here. Okay. Okay. Let's continue with the next question. Okay, number 5A. I think for this question, is enough space if I do it here. So I'll just do it here. So prove that 2 tangent x cos square x equals to sine 2x. So this is under trigonometry chapter. Okay, for proving question, you have to decide whether you want to start from the left hand side or start from the right hand side. Usually, I suggest you start with the more complicated side. So which side looks more complicated? If you ask me, the left hand side, because the left hand side tangent x can change to something else. Cos square also you can use basic identity to change to something else. So it's better to start from the left hand side. Okay, so I'll write down the left hand side here. And now my job is to equal, try to change this thing, keep changing it until it becomes the right hand side, which is the sine 2x, right? Oh, by the way, sine 2x, we can use double angle, right? Do you remember what is sine 2x equal to? Sine 2x can change to 2 sine x cos x, right? So it means I have to try my best to change the 2 tangent x cos square x to this thing, to the 2 sine x cos x, because 2 sine x cos x is equals to sine 2x, right? And how to do that? Okay, first of all, tangent saya mau ke tak mau? Saya tak mau, because I don't want my equation to have tangent. I only want it to have sine or cos only. So the tangent I will write, I'll just write it sine x over cos. Because tangent can change to sine over cos. I hope you know that. And then the cos square x, Okay, the cos square x, if I am you, I will not do anything. I will leave it here, right? Okay, there is one basic identity, which is sine square x plus cos square x equals to 1, right? So actually, cos square x can change to 1. This one can move there, become minus sine square, right? But as you can see, I didn't change the cos square to 1 minus sine square. Why? Even though I can change, but I never change, right? But why? It's because I can see the cos x and the cos square can potong. And when I potong, I straight away get my answer already. So why would I do something stupid like that, like changing this to 1 minus sine square? Because if I change to 1 minus sine square, can also, but your working will be very long, because you will, how to say, change it here and then change it back again, like you're just wasting your time, right? So when we are proving, don't just look at, let's say you want to start with left hand side, and you want to start the proving, don't just look at the left hand side, look at the right hand side as well, right? Because right hand side will be your answer, right? Don't just change whatever, semua benda yang boleh tukar, you just tukar saja. Okay, jangan buat macam tu, right? So jangan tukar without looking at what you want. You have to look at what you want when you tukar. So that's why I hope you understand why I never tukar the cos square, right? Because I know I can cut the cos x and the cos square here, so it becomes 2 sine x cos x, right? I hope you know why can cut, because cos square x means cos x darab dengan cos x. That's why they write cos square. And then I have cos x bawah sini. That's why I can cut lah. That's why it just left with 2 sine x cos x, right? Okay, and what is 2 sine x cos x? It's sine 2x, right? So this is the answer lah. It's proven, right? So now I can write, okay, proven. So I start with the left hand side and I get the right hand side at the end. Okay, so worth 2 marks only, so nothing special. Okay, not too bad. Let's go with B question 1. All right, let's read the question. Sketch the graph for this part for x in between 2 pi. Okay, this type of question memang dia suka tanya dalam exam, right? So I teach in class. Alright, so how I do it is I will write the equation first, y equals 2 modulus sine x minus 1, and then they want me to draw from range x in between 0 and 2 pi, right? Okay, first thing first is, before you do anything, before you sketch, before you do any working, you have to conteng first. What do I mean by conteng first? Means you draw the testing punya. Testing means like this is not the real one. Okay, this is not the real one. This is just you lakarkan saja. Not lakarkan. It means you, like, how to say? You main-main saja lah. You main-main conteng dulu, because you want to have a rough idea how it looks like before you start to sketch the real one. So let's try to sketch main-main punya, right? Main-main punya. So later I have a rough idea. So the first thing I'll focus is the sine x, right? Sine x means the curve will look like this. It look like a wave shape. And how many cycle? One cycle in 360. Okay, 360 here. All right. But of course, later when I sketch the real one, I'll write 2 pi. Okay. But now this is just main saja, right? This one just something saja. So I write 360. And the amplitude will be 1, -1. Right? So if the soalan asks you to sketch y equals sine x, this one is the answer. If they want y equals sine x, right? But I don't think that's what they want, because they got modulus, they got 2, they got -1, right? So now the next thing, we focus on the modulus. What is modulus? Modulus means the the graph have to di ataskan. Di ataskan means what? It means the atas x-axis punya curve will stay there, but the bawah x-axis punya curve will naik atas. So this whole thing will reflect upwards. So when it reflect, it will look like this, right? And the height here will be 1 also, right? Because the amplitude is 1 originally, so when you reflect, it will be 1 also. So this is how your graph looks like now, right? After doing the modulus, this is how your graph looks like now. Okay, after doing the modulus, now what's the next thing to do? Times 2, right? Don't do -1 first. The -1 you do last kali. So now you do times 2. And what is the times 2 in front means? It means the amplitude is 2 and -2. So cut, write 2 and -2. Okay, so now the 2 done already. The last step is to do -1. What is -1? The whole graph have to move down 1 unit. The whole graph have to move down 1 unit. So what do you think will happen to the x-axis? It will go up, right? The new x-axis will not be here. It will be somewhere. It will be above the old x-axis. Do you agree? Okay. Usually how I do it is like this. If I see -1, I will just straight away take all these -1, -1, -1, right? So what is 2 minus 1? 1, 0 -1, -1, -2 -1, -3, right? And you can see the x-axis punya position sudah tukar. Originally, your x-axis is here. right? It's here, right? But now it's not here already because this 0 becomes -1. So where is your 0 now? It's in between -1 and 1, which is somewhere here, right? So this is your new x-axis, right? This is your new x-axis. Okay, this one. So this is my answer. Okay, this is my answer. But of course, you don't pass up like this lah. If you pass up this version, you will get 0 marks. Okay, because what is this? This is just the conteng punya part. Now it's time to draw the actual one, right? But if you draw the actual one, can you see? You need to know where is 90, where is 180, where is 270, where is 360, right? And for some student, it will be easy to nampak. The 180 is here, the 90 will be here, the 270 will be here, right? For some students, it will be easy to nampak, but not for all students. Some students, they will struggle with the labeling. They will label at the wrong place. Some student might label here, or label here, or label here, right? And also some students, when they draw, when they draw the curve, they didn't draw very balanced. Like they draw like very, how to say, maybe this one very big, this one very small, right? And then it will affect the second part later. That is why when I teach students, I teach students to find the actual coordinate of all the points, right? So that you will not buat salah, okay? You will do correct. So the method I usually teach my students is to find the coordinate. And how to find the coordinate is you have to substitute. You see this thing, sine x, you substitute this whole thing with 0, 1, -1, right? So the working will look like this. When y equals, you substitute this whole thing with 0. What is modulus 0? 0, 0 times 2, 0, 0 minus 1, -1. And if y is -1, the whole thing will equals to -1. So 2 modulus sine x minus 1 equals to -1. So now I can find my sine x. I can find my modulus sine x, right? 2 here. All right, the -1, I'll move that, become +1. -1 plus 1 is 0, right? And now you can pinna the 2 times 2 becomes divide 2, right? So 0 divided 2 is 0. And then modulus, when you pinna, also got plus minus 0. But since 0 tak ada plus minus, you will just write 0. Okay, sine x equals 0. This is special case. Special case means you know you will not use calculator to solve this, right? Sine 0 you have to hafal is 0, 180, 360, right? This one have to memorize. Okay, the next part is to ganti with the next one, which is when this whole thing equals to 1. Okay, if this whole thing equals to 1, what is modulus 1? 1. 1 also. And then 1 times 2 is 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. It means y equals to 1, right? And then if y equals to 1, the whole thing also equals to 1. So 2 modulus sine x minus 1, the whole thing equals to 1. And now how to find, I silap tulis. This one is like that, right? Okay, so how to find 2 modulus sine x? I will pindah the -1 jadi +1, which is 1 plus 1, I get 2 here. So now I will end up with modulus sine x. Okay, times 2 become divide 2, which is 1, right? But what happens when you move the modulus? You will get 2 answer, right? You will get sine x equals to plus minus 1. So sine x equals to 1. The other one is sine x equals to -1. And then how to find x? Okay, this is special case. Special case, you need to hafal. Okay, sine equals to 1, the answer is 90. This one I have to memorize. And then sine -1 is, wait, what is it? 270, yeah. Which one? Apa lagi special case yang you kena hafal? Other than sine 0, sine 1, cosine -1, apa lagi special case yang kena hafal? Cos 0, cos 1, and cos -1, right? These are all have to hafal, and also tangent 0. It means in total got 7 special case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For tangent, there's only one special case, okay, which is 0. And all the answer for this you have to hafal. Okay, all right. Let's come back to this question. After I find all these points, now I can sketch, right? Of course, if students they are very confident with their skill, they want to straight away draw, they don't want to do this working, yeah, it's fine. It's up to you. Okay, it can also, right? If I want to do it without this working, can also. Okay, I can do it without this working also. It's just that I want to teach a method where all students can do it correctly. Okay, because this method, even though it takes time to write all this, but it's very safe because you will not get the wrong points. Okay, and also the important part here is the working for this question will affect your next answer for the number of solution. That is why I want your, how to say, your graph to be perfect so that you can get full mark, right? Because if your graph is you plot at the wrong point or you join the wrong points, then it will affect your part 2 later. Okay, usually my way of thinking is like this. If the equation looks very easy, like for example sine 2x or maybe cos 2x, tak ada modulus, tak ada plus plus minus, then usually I will not do this working one, because those type of equation is very easy. But if the equation is very complicated, got modulus, and then ada dinaikkan, the whole graph have to naik atas or turun, then for me, I will just do the working, all right, to be safe. Okay, okay, let's continue now. Let's sketch. Okay, for my x-axis, I will y-axis I only use -1 and 1. Can you see it? So my x-axis I can draw in the middle like this, right? And I don't have to label a lot. For my y-axis is just 1 and -1. All right, everything happens in 1 and -1. Okay, because these are all the points. And then here I'll write y. Here I'll write x-axis, and this one I will always do 4 potongan, right? And this one will be 2 pi. 360 is 2 pi. Middle here is 180 pi. This one 90 degree, pi over 2, 3 pi over 2. In exam, they always ask to write in radian one. Alright, so make sure you write in radian. Okay. And now I just follow whatever I find here. When y equals to -1, x equals 0. When y equals -1, x equals 0. That's my first point. When y equals -1, x equals 180. -1, 180. 180 means pi. So here lah. And then y equals -1, x equals 360. Right? So here, 360 is 2 pi. Okay, so I'm done. Now for my next point, when y equals to 1, x equals 90 and 270. Both this is under y equals 1. Y equals 1, x equals 90, which is pi over 2 and 270. Oh, by the way, I forget to explain why I never substitute with -1, right? Because I substitute with 0, 1, -1, right? But why I never substitute -1? Because when I substitute this with -1, modulus -1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2, 2 minus 1 is 1. So you get back the same, right? It means if the you end up with the same, that's why. Okay, I forgot to explain this now. Okay, so this is my points. Now I can join all these points, but don't simply join like that. I come on, look at the how you jonteng just now, right? Just now when you jonteng, how it looks like? It looks like a McDonald sign, right? So I have to also draw it like a McDonald. So McDonald like that, and then go down, and then go down, go up, and then go down like that, right? Okay, let me betulkan sikit. So like this. Okay. Originally it's like this. Originally it's like this, right? The sign graph like this. Why it look like this is because it's modulus, and then the whole thing moved down, and then the amplitude and so on. That's why it looks like. Okay, sudah siap. Inilah jawapan dia. Okay, one more advice I want to give you is conteng dulu. Okay, always conteng this first. Because if you conteng this and you do this, you will not salah one, because this working will guide you with the points, right? With the coordinate, and this working will guide you with the shape, right? And you have these two combined, then it's very safe, right? You will definitely get the correct graph, right? Okay, or maybe if the graph is very simple, then if you don't want to do this working, can also lah. Just make sure you plot the coordinate correctly. Okay, and remember this one you will not show the exam the pemeriksa. This one you will just uh conteng on the side and then throw it away at the end, right? This is the real one. Okay, okay, don't forget to write the equation. Y equals to 2 modulus sine x minus 1. Okay, I think I talked for a long time already. Okay, but hope you learn something from it lah. Okay, so this is B1. One more thing I forgot to mention. Always check the range after you finish drawing, because I remember the last paper I did. I forgot which paper. I think it's the Kelantan paper 2. They asked me to draw until 3 over 2 pi. If they ask you to do like that, how you will do it? How will your working look like? It will be the same, right? It will be the same. It means when we look at this range, we always check this last kali baru kita tengok. Okay, we don't look at this while we draw. You faham maksud saya? If they want me to draw from 0 until 3 over 2 pi, just don't bother with this. Just draw for 2 pi first. After we draw until 2 pi, then only I erase this. I means I ambil from 0 to 3, the belakang one I erase macam tu. Okay, it means we don't look at the range while we draw it. We only look at it after we are done drawing. Okay, then only we erase yang the extra punya part lah. But for this question you don't have to erase, because they memang mau they memang nak 0 sampai 2 pi. So siap lah, this one is the answer. Okay, but be careful not always they want 0 until 2 pi. Okay, like the last state paper they ask 3 over 2 pi. So be careful. Okay, let's continue with question number 2. I'll do it here. Hence, by using the same axis, sketch a suitable straight line. Means I need to draw a straight line to find the number of solution. Number of solution means number of intersection point. for this equation. Let's write it down. 2 pi modulus sine x, close modulus, and then plus x equals to 2 pi. And then it says find for 0 until 2 pi, state number of solutions, 6 marks. Okay, I think this 6 marks is including the graph lah. Okay, let's go. How to sketch the straight line? Okay, what they want me to do now is sketch a straight line and then find the number of intersection point, right? That's what they want. But you cannot just simply draw the line. You need, in order to draw the line, you need to have coordinates of the line. You need to have the points for the line. And in order to find the points of the line, you need the equation of the line. And how the equation of straight line looks like, it will look like this. Y equals mx plus c. But if you look at your equation, the equation that they gave you didn't even have y, right? It didn't even have y. It doesn't even look like y equals mx plus c. So what I need to do now is try my best to change this to y equals mx plus c. And the first step is to changing this to y. But how can I make sure this equation has y? Okay, if we look at we have to look at the whole question. Do you remember y is equals to 2 modulus sine x minus 1, right? Or you want to look here also can, right? It's the same thing, right? So what I will do is I will try my best to change this to 2 modulus sine x minus 1 because I can change this whole thing to y, right? So the x I don't want, right? So I'll write like this, sine x equals to 2 pi minus x, right? Why I don't want? Because I want it to be 2 modulus sine x minus 1. And then the pi also I don't want, right? But the 2 and the pi and the modulus, they are all times relation, so you can pindah jadi divide. So it'll be like this one will be divide pi, this one also divide pi. So what is 2 pi divide pi? It will be 2, right? And then what is x divided pi, which is x over pi, right? But it's still not the same. It's still not the same because this one, in order to for my equation to have y, I have to make sure it's exactly the same like this, which is 2 modulus sine x minus 1. This one is 2 modulus sine x, but I don't have minus 1. So how? You minus 1 both sides. You minus 1 here. The other side also you minus 1. Like that, right? So now you get your equation. Y equals 2 minus 1 is positive 1, and then the depan is negative x over pi. This is your equation of straight line, right? Can you see it's already y equals mx plus c? Okay. If your x duduk atas means straight line. But if your x duduk bawah, then it's a curve, right? If your x duduk bawah. But this one is a straight line. So if it's a straight line, now we can find some points to plot inside here to draw the line, right? But it's better to find 3 points to be safe. But actually, most teachers they will say find 2 points only, right? Which is can lah, at least 2 points lah. At least you need to find 2 points because if 1 point, how to draw the line? At least have to have 2 points, then only can draw, right? So minimum find 2 points. Okay, usually I will put x equals 0. 0 divide pi is 0, 0 plus 1 and 1. So my first point of the straight line is 0, 1, right? And I need another point so that I can join. So which other point you can substitute? Look at your x-axis. You can maybe use 2 pi, right? 2 pi. So when x equals to 2 pi, what happens here is the pi and pi cut, you left with negative 2 plus 1, which is negative 1. So when x equals 2 pi, this is negative 1, right? And then you can join the line. Okay, I recommend you find another point, right? Which is pi, right? Actually, you can straight away draw already lah. Okay, you straight away draw, you know already it's here, right? But if you takut, you can actually find another point, which is when x equals pi, right? So when x equals pi, pi divided pi, which is how to say, pi divided pi is 1, and then negative 1 plus 1 is 0. So the third one is pi 0. Okay, and you can see the straight line memang ada passes through pi 0, right? Okay, okay. I want to explain why I recommend 3 points, because sometimes okay, imagine this. You find your first point, you get 0, 1. But let's say the next point you never use this. You use pi 0, right? And what happens now is you will tarik satu line from here, right? But what if your line look like this, right? There's a possibility that where your line might look like this, where it look like this, right? Uh, because you don't know where is the exactly point for 2 pi, right? So I hope you understand my point is like, if you're not sure whether it's like this or maybe like this, right? Because if you draw like this means okay, let's say you draw your line like this lah. Let's say you draw a line like this, right? Then you thought only got 3 number of solution, right? 1, 2, 3. It's possible for some students to get this case because this is a sketching question. You never use ruler to measure all these lines, right? So you might get something like this, and then you thought, oh sir, only got 1, 2, 3 solution, but actually it's 4 solution, right? That's why I recommend, if you're not confident, you can find another point at 2 pi. And since I find another point just now, I get 2 pi negative 1, which is exactly same with this point, 360 negative 1. It means when I plot the graph point, it's actually the same with this point. That is why this line will exactly cucuk, will exactly how to say, sentuh at the hujung, at the tip here. That is why I know for sure is four how to say, four number of solution, right? Because there's four intersection. Okay, this one got sentuh, right? But sometimes we are not sure, right, whether you got sentuh or not. That's why you can find satu point macam ni to help you, right? Okay, I hope you understand lah. So now you can write down the NOS, number of solution, which is 4. Okay, okay, this one let me betulkan. Okay, you shouldn't erase this one. Okay, let me write again. This is 2 pi negative 1. Okay, I think everything is good now. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. Okay, continue number 6. So this is what chapter? Quadratic. Okay, so let's write the question first. Soalan A, fx equals to negative 2x squared minus 4x plus 5. Alright, soalan A, by using method completing the square, express fx in vertex form. Okay, vertex form means the equation look like this. Fx equals to a bracket x minus p square plus q. Alright, and if it's vertex form, you can take out the turning point. Right, and how to take out the turning point? Here, negative p, when you take out, that will be the x coordinate will be p, right? It means when you want the x coordinate, you will look at whatever inside here. But when you take it out, you have to change the sign. It means positive jadi negative, negative jadi positive. And then the y coordinate will be whatever at the back, which is q lah, right? And then what about the a? Okay, the a will tell you the shape, whether it's a u shape or n shape. If it's u shape, it's minimum. If it's n shape, it's maximum, right? Okay, so far I think everyone can understand. Now let's start to solve for A. So by using completing the square, express vertex form. So how to do completing the square? This is general form, right? So I want to do completing the square now to change to vertex form. Before I do completing the square, the A must be positive 1. If the A is not positive 1, cannot do completing the square. So is the A positive 1 now? No, the A is negative 2. So what you do is you divide everything by negative 2. So divide negative 2, x squared. Divide negative 2, positive 2. Divide negative 2, negative 5 over 2. Right? But the negative 2 have to put outside like that. You cannot, some student when they divide negative 2 to negative 2, they just hilangkan, they erase the negative 2. Cannot, unless the other side is 0. If the other side is 0, then only the negative 2 will disappear. But if the other side is fx, for this case, then the negative 2 have to write in front. Okay, now your a sudah positive 1. Now you can start to do completing the square. And how to do completing the square? You will straight away write big bracket, x squared plus 2x, leave an empty space here, minus 5 over 2, leave an empty space here, and then close bracket, right? Okay, what you write at the empty space? In the empty space, you will write plus bracket square minus bracket square. And inside this bracket, you will write b over 2. For the b, you will refer sebelah. Okay, sebelah dia. Beside, so what is the b? 2. So 2 over 2, 2 over 2. Please, don't go and tengok paling atas punya b. If you tengok atas, salah. Right? Why cannot tengok atas? Because atas, the b, the a is not positive 1 here. So remember, jangan tengok atas when you write the b. Tengok beside. Okay? Okay, until sampai sini, you can write negative 2, big bracket, you will ignore this, the middle one. So you will ignore this. Means you tak nampak yang ni, you only focus on x square and 2 over 2 square. And what you write here is you will write bracket, x square means x tulis dalam, square tulis luar. 2 over 2 means 2 over 2 tulis dalam, which is 1, and then square tulis luar. Okay, and then the back just tulis saja negative 5 over 2 minus, what is 2 over 2? 1. 1 square, 1. Like that. And then don't forget to close big bracket. Okay, belakang boleh buat kan? So buat belakang lah. It means the big bracket still have to write. This big bracket is very important. And then x plus 1 square. And then this one press calculator. You get negative 7 over 2. Okay. Still not vertex form yet. Vertex form cannot have big bracket one. So I have to expand. Expand means you take the negative 2 times inside. But when you take negative 2 times with this bracket, the negative 2 cannot go inside the bracket. You know why? Because this bracket got square. It means if you want to take negative 2 times with this bracket, the negative 2 have to duduk luar. Dia tak boleh masuk dalam because this bracket got square, right? Then what about the negative 7 over 2? The negative 7 over 2 will times with the negative 2 lah. And it will become positive 7. Because the 2 cut already, negative, negative, positive. Sudah siap. This is the vertex form, right? Can you see it looks like exactly like the vertex form? X and then x minus p square plus q. which is exactly what I showed you just now, right? So by using method of continuous way, express in vertex form. So this is the answer, right? But let me just erase this. Okay, let's continue with soalan B. Okay, let's read the question. Sketch the graph for this for negative x in between negative 3, 2. Okay, this is a sketching question. Okay, for sketching question, you need to know how the graph looks like first. So this is definitely a quadratic curve. So it will look like a U shape, right? But they got put a restriction here. They want the first point punya x coordinate to be negative 3, and they want the last point x coordinate to be 2. So this is the domain punya range. Ataupun you can say the restriction lah. Okay, the restriction for x coordinate negative 3 until 2. So how to do it? Okay, for quadratic curve, when you sketch, you have to find some important points. What are the important points? The x-intercept, the y-intercept, and of course, these 2 points also need to find the first point and the last point. And there is one more important point you need to find, the turning point, right? So there's a lot of points you need to find. So all the important points you have to find. So I'll just open a table and put in all my important points inside here, right? So we have x, y, okay, or you can write fx also can. Y and fx is the same thing. And then now you will draw a line and then start finding all the points lah, right? So the first point here is the turning point. And how to find the turning point for this equation? Well, you have to do vertex form, change to vertex form, do complete the square, change to vertex form, and then take out the turning point from your vertex form. But you don't have to do that. You do it already. Because remember, when you do A, this equation and this equation, can you see is the same? So if it's the same means, when you do vertex form, it will end up the same here. So what is the turning point? 1, 7 or negative 1, 7? Negative 1, 7. So this is my first important points, negative 1, 7. Because when you take out the 1, you have to tukar tanda, right? So now I have my first point. What about my second point? My second point would be my x-intercept, right? And y-intercept. So I'll put 0 here. And then the other one, I will put 0 down here, right? And I also need to find another 2 points, which is the first point and the last point, all right? So the first point, the restriction is they want to start with x negative 3 and then x2, right? So I repeat one more time. In order to sketch, what points you have to find? If it's a quadratic curve, you need to find turning point, x-intercept, y-intercept, the first point and the last point. Okay. But sometimes if the question never give you this range, then you don't have to find these 2 points. You can just find these 3 points. Just do these three. Okay. Okay lah. Hope you understand. Now it's time to fill in all this box. Okay. Okay. The first one is when x equals 0. This one no need calculator lah. This one you tengok pun tahu the answer is 5, right? Because when you substitute x 0, 0, 0, 0 plus 5, 5. Okay, this one I will do later. Let's do this one first. So let's I need some space. Eraser. Erase. Okay, so how to do now is you have to substitute x with negative 3, right? So if x is negative 3, it will be f bracket equals to negative 2 bracket square minus 4x plus 5. And here you will tekan negative 3, negative 3, negative 3. Okay, now it's time to press calculator. So you press all this, right? So let's press negative 2 open bracket, negative 3 close bracket, square minus 4 open bracket, negative 3 close bracket, plus 5. My calculator give me negative 1. So it means when x is negative 3, the y coordinate is negative 1. Okay, but you have to repeat one more time. This time you substitute 2. So 2, 2, 2. So now press this whole thing in the calculator again. So negative 2 open bracket, 2 square close bracket, square minus 4 bracket, 2 close bracket, plus 5. Okay, my calculator give me negative 11. Negative 11. So now you can write negative 11. Okay, and then this thing is useless already. Okay, now for my last point. My last point is this one, right? So how to find this? This one you have to substitute y equals 0 ataupun fx equals 0. It means instead of masuk x 0, you will take the whole thing equals 0 like this. Negative 4x plus 5 equals 0. But before you press calculator, I always say kalau boleh starting negative, we can tukar tanda. So tukar tanda, tukar tanda, tukar tanda for everyone. When you tukar tanda like that, it means you are dividing by negative 1. So divide negative 1, divide negative 1, divide. But why you don't have to write the negative in front like that? It's because the other side is 0. Okay. All right. Let's solve for this. X equals something, x equals something. Use calculator. Let's go. So what is the A? 2. What's the B? 4. The C is negative 5. Okay, my calculator give me like a very ugly answer, right? It's like jawapan yang tak cantik, 0.8708. Okay, so let's write down 0.8708. Okay, and then the other one is negative, wait, yeah, negative 2.871. Okay, so I write in four same figures. So the x coordinate actually got two. The first one is 0.8708. The other one is negative 2.871. So it means this quadratic equation, can you tell me it has two different roots, two equal roots, or no roots? Tell me this equation. It has two different roots, right? Because you end up with two different answer, right? If two equal roots, you will get same answer here. Okay, it's the same answer repeat two times. Then it's two equal roots. Then what if no roots? If no roots, you will see this in your calculator. If you're using the black calculator, you will see this, right? You will see this. Or if you are using the white calculator, you will see this in your answer, the I symbol, right? Then it means no roots. But for this question, it's two different roots, right? It means later got two x-intercept. Roots means x-intercept, right? Okay, now it's time to sketch already. So this whole thing is useless already. So now I can start to sketch. Okay, when I sketch the graph, I actually like to sketch the curve first, right? Because I know a lot of students, they like to draw the axis first. Actually, I prefer drawing the curve first. Okay, you know why? Because I don't like to potong the curve. Because imagine you are finding 0.8708, it's like so susah to find, right? So I actually like to draw my curve first. And I already know the curve will look like an N shape because the A is negative, right? So why not you draw an N? But you need to know where the curve start, right? Okay, let me erase all this. This one all you don't have. This one all the working you can erase one. Okay. So imagine how the curve look like. It will look like this, right? But what is this point and this point? This was the first point. They already restrict the first point. The x coordinate must be -3. So that's why I find it just now. This is -3, -1, right? And then the last point, the x coordinate must be 2, which is 2, -11, right? So I know the rough idea. It will look like this. But look at the y coordinate. The y coordinate is -1. This one is -11. It means this point has to be much more lower than this point. So when I draw the curve, okay, when I draw the curve, it will be like this, right? Do you understand? This part has to be lower, right? And okay, of course, if you want to draw the axis first, you don't have to worry about this. You don't have to worry about, because for student yang suka draw axis first, then baru you plot the point, that baru you look at can also lah, up to you. Okay, it's just that I like to draw curve first. So if I draw curve first, I have to make sure the shape has to be betul lah. So that's why I draw this one to be higher, this one to be lower, because I know the first point is -3, -1, and then the last point is 12, -11, right? Okay, after I draw my curve, then only I will draw my axis, right? And I always draw x-axis first. Y-axis I always draw last kali. And the x-axis, you have to touch 2 points. You know why? Because got two different roots. I already explained just now, right? So I'll just draw a nice x-axis like this, and then just start labeling it. So this labeling will be negative, the small number, -2.871. And then this one will be 0.8708. Okay, and now only I will draw my y-axis. But before you draw your y-axis, label your turning point also -17, right? So I will label here -17, and now I'll draw my y-axis. And where do you think is the y-axis? This is -1. So you don't tell me you draw your y-axis here. -1 is here, so this is 0.87. So definitely it's like this, right? Okay, maybe a little bit here, right? Just make sure it's somewhere in between here. Okay, somewhere in between here. And now you just label the y-axis, you write fx. Okay, and don't forget you actually have this point, which is the y-intercept, 5 just now, right? So we have our first point, -3, -1. We have our last point, 2, -11. We have our turning point, -17. We have our y-intercept, 0, 5. We have our two x-intercept, this one and this one. So everything looks good, right? So this is the answer. It means this is -3. Let's write here, -3. And then -1 is here. And then this one, when you tarik atas, this one is 2. This one will be -11. Okay, I repeat one more time. If you want to draw the axis dulu baru lukis curve, boleh juga. You will get the same. Okay. Okay, I think I talked enough already. Now, okay, I forgot to label the equation. The equation have to write also. -2x squared minus 4x plus 5. Okay, done. Now it's time to do C. State the equation of axis of symmetry when the graph is reflected on the y-axis. Okay, if you look at the axis of symmetry now, it's x equals -1. Do you agree? Because the x coordinate of the turning point is -1. So x equals -1. But when you reflect y-axis, it means this whole curve, this is y-axis, right? So what happens to this line when you reflect y-axis? It will end up like this, right? Correct. And then what happens to this curve? When you reflect, you will get something like this, right? So what do you think will be the new turning point? It will no longer be -17, it will be 17. Do you agree? Because the x coordinate will become 1 already. And then, but the y coordinate is still same, right? So what do you think is the red color line? What do you think is the new equation of axis of symmetry? X equals 1 lah, right? It means originally it's x equals -1, but after I reflect, on y-axis, it will be x equals 1, right? Then what if I reflect x-axis? Okay, if I reflect x-axis, my axis of symmetry will remain unchanged. Will stay the same if I reflect x-axis. Because if you flip upside down also, the axis of symmetry will stay the same, right? But your curve will jadi N shape. Okay, I mean U shape. Okay, sorry. Okay, but since this one asks for y-axis, so this is the answer. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, moving on. Number 7, let's go. I think this is differentiation. Let's read the question first. Okay. The curve y equals to x power 3. So this is a cubic curve. Passes through this point. M26 has 2 turning point. Okay, let's write down all the information. Y equals x power 3 minus 6x squared plus 9x plus 4. Comma, passes through point M. So I write PT means passes through, and then I write M26, right? And then comma, turning point K18 and L. So I write turning point TP stands for turning point. We have point K, which is 1,8, and then point L, which I don't know, so just write X point only. Okay, whenever you see the word turning point in differentiation chapter, whenever you see the word minimum point, maximum point, turning point, definitely you will do dy dx equals 0. Okay, definitely you do dy dx equals 0. Okay, when you do this question. But let's see what they want A first. Okay, A says what? Find the value of gradient curve means dy dx. Okay, dy dx is called gradient curve ataupun gradient function. Gradient function and gradient curve same. So find the value of gradient curve and the normal equation to the curve at point M. Okay, let me give you some notes. Okay, let me give you some notes. All right, where should I write the notes? Okay, I think I'll write it here lah. So the notes is this, right? So I will padam this one. Okay, can I use this space? Uh, okay lah, I will do it up here lah. I'll do up here, right? But if I want to do up here, I have to make sure this thing, I have to remove it. So is it okay if I do that? Yeah. Okay, so I'll just do up here. I will just give you notes, right? Okay, for differentiation, there is a lot of type of question that can come out. The first type is they might ask tangent normal, right? So this question got asked this, and then second type of question where they ask minimum point or maximum or turning point. And then third type of question is where they ask you to find ROC, stands for rate of change. The fourth type of question is small change. This one you have to use the delta symbol. Or the fifth type is they will ask you limit question, right? But I will give you the notes for tangent normal and this, because this question they only ask for the first two, right? So this question is actually the type 1 and the type 2 combined together, right? So in order to do this type of question, you need to know the I need to give you the notes, right? So for the first type of question, tangent normal type punya question, right? You have to know this, right? So they will usually give me a y equation and they will give you the x coordinate, right? Let's write 2 here. And what you do is you will do dy dx. And when you differentiate this equation, you will get something here. And this thing, we call it gf, right? What is gf? Gf means gradient function. Sometimes we call it gradient curve. Okay, it's the same thing. Gradient function ataupun gradient curve. And your gradient function will be in terms of x, meaning that it will be like maybe 2x plus 3 or something like that. It will be like in terms of x lah. Okay. And what you do with the x coordinate is you can substitute the x coordinate 2 inside. And once you substitute the x coordinate inside 2, we don't call it gradient function anymore. We call it MT. What is MT? Gradient tangent. Okay. So once we substitute the x coordinate 2 inside the gradient function, because the gradient function is in terms of x. So when you substitute, you ganti, you get gradient tangent. And from gradient tangent, you can grade your gradient normal. Because tangent and normal, they are always perpendicular. It means you will use the m1 times m2 equals -1 formula, because when two lines are perpendicular, the gradient times together is -1, right? So to get the gradient normal, you take -1 divide with gradient tangent. Okay, let me write nicely. So gradient normal is -1 divide gradient tangent. Okay, so I hope you understand why I write -1 divide mt is because when two lines are perpendicular, m1 times m2 equals -1. So if you have gradient tangent, how to get your gradient m2? You just take -1 divide with this one lah. This is how you get your gradient normal. All right. After you get your gradient tangent, gradient normal, you have to read the question, because sometimes they will ask you to find equation. If you want to find equation, you use this formula: y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Or you can also use the y equals mx plus c punya cara, can also. Okay, can also. But usually when I'm doing Addmaths, I will use this formula. So what you do is you will substitute m with the tangent gradient ataupun the normal gradient, depending on whether they want the equation tangent or equation normal. If they want equation tangent, you masuk gradient tangent. If they want equation normal, you masuk gradient normal. And then what about the x1, y1? The x1, y1, you masuk coordinate yang ada passes through, which is this coordinate. But what if you only have the x coordinate? What if you only have the x coordinate, you don't have y coordinate? Then you will take the x coordinate, ganti masuk inside the original equation, keluar balik. Because this equation is y in terms of x. So when you ganti x to dalam, you will get the y coordinate like that, right? And then continue, you will get the equation, right? So this is the nota for the first type of question, okay, the tangent normal type of question. The second type of question is they will ask you to find minimum, maximum, turning point. Hey, by the way, during exam, how do we know the question is like which type of question? Okay, it's very easy when you read the question. Whenever you see the word tangent normal, then you know it's this type already, right? Whenever you see the word minimum, maximum, turning point, then you know it's type 2. When you see the word rate of change, you know it's type 3. When you see the word small change, approximate change, then you know it's type 4, right? So it's very easy. From reading the question, you know. So this question, they actually say normal, they always say turning point. That's why I know it's the type 1 question and the type 2 question combined. Okay, then type 2 is they will just give you satu equation, and they don't even give you the point. For type 1, they will at least give you the x coordinate, right? For type 2, they will not give you any point, right? They will just give you like that, and then soalan A, they will say find TP. Find TP means find turning point. All right. The first type of question that can ask you that they can ask you is find turning point. Right. And then the second time is the second type of question that they might ask is determine yang mana minimum, yang mana maximum. Okay. Don't worry, I'll explain to you later. Okay. So first thing first is you will do dy dx, right? You will do dy dx, right? And after you do dy dx, you will get something, right? All right. And what do we call this? Do you remember? We call it gradient function, right? And just now, for the tangent normal type question, what you do with the gradient function? You substitute the x coordinate to get your gradient tangent, right? But for this type of question, you will not substitute the x coordinate inside. You will instead take the whole thing equals 0. Because when you are finding turning point, your gradient tangent is 0. It means you, instead of substituting x inside your gradient function, you will take the whole thing equals 0, right? And I already tell you this whole thing will be in terms of x, right? Because this is your GF, right? And your GF will definitely in terms of x. So when you take an equation that is in terms of x equals 0, what you can calculate? You can calculate x. You can solve for x. Do you understand? Right? So that x, this x value, what do we call this? This will be the x coordinate of the turning point. Macam tu. By the way, if you look at the last question, this last question also talk about turning point, right? But this turning point, you find it using quadratic punya cara, vertex form. But this question actually, I'm explaining using differentiation method. It means you can actually use differentiation method to find turning point. Okay, after you get the x coordinate of turning point, how to get your y coordinate? You will take your x coordinate, substitute inside original equation, keluar balik, and then you will get your y coordinate, right? And then after you have your xy, what do we call this? We call this turning point, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say this y equation is the highest power is x power 2. It means it's a quadratic equation. What happens when you differentiate? You will get x power 1, right? Because when you differentiate, every time the power have to minus 1, right? Okay, ignore about the number in front, number at the back. I only want you to focus on the x power. I know when you differentiate x squared, you'll get 2x, but don't focus on that. I want you to focus on the power, right? So if this is x power 1 equals 0, how many answer you're gonna get? One answer, right? It means you will only have one turning point, right? But let's make it harder. Let's make it harder. What if the original equation is highest power is x power 3? What happens when you differentiate? You will get x power 2. Okay, I know differentiate x power 3 is 3x squared, but I don't want to write the 3. I just want you to focus on the x power. So if the x power 2, your gradient function is got the highest power, x power 2 equals 0, how many x answer do you think you will get? 2 answer, right? Because if it's x power 2, it becomes quadratic already. And how many y coordinate do you think? There will be 2 also, because we will take this, masuk dalam y, keluar dapat y, and then ambil yang ni, masuk dalam equation, keluar dapat y. And what do we call this 2? What do we call this? The turning point, right? It means if the equation is x power 3, punya equation, they will have 2 turning point. Okay, they will have 2 turning point. Okay, but if it's just x power 2, it will only have 1 turning point. All right. Okay, so this is what they ask for part A, right? Okay, let's talk about part B. Part B, they will ask this: yang mana minimum, yang mana maximum. Okay, how do we know which yang if got 2 turning point, which one is minimum, which one maximum? Okay, very easy. You will do the second derivative. What is second derivative? d2y over dx2. If your d2y dx2 bigger than 0 means minimum. If your d2y dx2 smaller than 0 is maximum. All right. This thing we call it second derivative, right? And we do this only when the question asks us to determine whether it's minimum or maximum. So for example, this is my working now. Now they ask me to determine these 2 points, yang mana minimum, yang mana maximum. So what I will do second derivative d2y over dx2. It means, what is the second derivative means? What is d2y over dx2? It means differentiate dua kali. You faham maksud saya? So if your equation is y, differentiate satu kali, I call it dy dx. Then what if I differentiate 2 times? I take the y equation, I differentiate 2 times. I call it second derivative lah, d2y dx2, right? So what I do now is I have to go back to y and differentiate 2 times. But I don't have to do that because just now I already do dy dx sekali. So to get the dy dx second kali, I just go to my dy dx, I differentiate sekali. So what do you think will happens here? The power will be power 1, right? Originally is power 3. Differentiate sekali jadi power 2. Differentiate sekali lagi jadi power 1. Okay. Ignore the number in front and at the back. I only want you to focus on the power. Right. And after you reach here, this x you will substitute with this x. Right. The x coordinate of the turning point. Right. And let's say when you substitute the x coordinate turning point, after you substitute, you will get a number. Right. And let's say if the number is bigger than 0, then it means it's minimum. Okay, because if the figure 0 minimum, it's like a litmus paper. Like when you test your using litmus paper, if it's blue color, it means like, oh, acid or alkaline or whatever. So it's like acid. It's like it's like this second derivative is like a litmus paper. All right, you test using the x coordinate to see whether it's minimum or maximum. And then let's say, and if you want to test for this point minimum maximum, you will do the same thing. You will masuk dalam and then see what you get. Let's say you get smaller. Let's say you get a value that is smaller than 0. It means negative value. It means this point is this full point is a maximum point. That's what it means, right? Okay, I'm done explaining the whole concept for differentiation, the first 2 type of question, tangent normal and minimum maximum tangent point. So you can see the flow of it. They are very different. The working for this and the working for this, you have to make sure it's very clear lah. Okay, baru you boleh jawab soalan ni. Okay, I talked for a long time, but I hope it's worth but I think it's worth explaining because this thing is very important. Right? Students always struggle with this type of question because they don't understand the flow of it, right? So I hope I write it like this can help you, by writing it like this can help you understand lah. So the concept. Okay, now we can go back here already. So after all those explanation, now we continue. Find value of gradient of curve. You remember just now I call it GF and I said GF also stands for gradient curve, right? So yeah, that's why I write dy dx here. Okay, and the normal equation. So what do you think? For A question, definitely we will use is the first type of question or second type of question? Is it type 1 or type 2? It's type 1, right? Because they never mention turning point also in this soalan. They only mention normal. So definitely it's the first type. So the first thing first is to find the gradient curve, which is dy dx. Gradient curve and gradient function is the same meaning. GF, gradient function means GF, all right? So when you differentiate is 3x squared, differentiate is 12x, differentiate is 9. Differentiate means you take the power times with the number in front and then power minus 1. So 3 times 1 is 3, power 3 minus 1, power 2. Same thing here, 2 times 6 is 12, power minus 1, 1. Differentiate 9x is just 9. And then what about differentiate 4? It will be 0. Okay. And what do we call this? Hello, what do we call this? Hello, hello, hello. What do we call this? We call this GF, gradient function, ataupun gradient curve. Okay. So they want us to find value of gradient function and the normal equation. In order to find equation normal, I have to get gradient normal. But There is no shortcut to find gradient normal. You cannot find dy dx and then straight away go to gradient normal. There is tak ada jalan sini. You have to melalui, you have to passes through gradient tangent. Look at the flow. Look at the flow. After you get your dy dx, the next step is to get MT. Baru boleh pergi ke gradient normal. Dia tak ada jalan sini. Dia tak boleh terus gradient function terus pergi gradient normal. Tak ada jalan. So the flow is very important. Follow the flow, please. So the next step is to find gradient tangent. And how to do that? I told you already. Your GF will definitely be in terms of x. Can you see? And to get your gradient tangent, you just have to substitute your x with the point yang ada passes through, which is 2. Okay, so this is 2, this is 2, and the moment you substitute inside the 2, we don't call it dy dx already. We call it MT. We call it gradient. MT means gradient tangent. Okay, actually, you want to write dy dx also can. Okay, but the more specific, the correct term is here is gradient tangent. Now we press all this, and we will get the gradient tangent. Right? But sir, they don't want equation tangent. They want equation normal. I know, but okay, to get the gradient normal, you need gradient of tangent. I already tell you why. Dia tak ada jalan. Dia mesti dy dx memang kawan baik dia gradient tangent. So you have to get your gradient tangent first. Then only you can go to the gradient normal. Alright. Even though they ask for normal, you still have to find your tangent first. Okay, let's press calculator. Minus 12 times 2 plus 9. Okay, my calculator give me negative 3. But of course, this is not the gradient normal. This is gradient tangent, right? But now I can find my gradient normal because I already said gradient tangent and normal are perpendicular. So to get your gradient normal, you will take negative 1 divide mt, which is negative 1 divide negative 3. And you will get 1 over 3. And now you can proceed with the equation punya formula, y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Okay, in order to use this formula, you need two information, gradient and the point yang ada passes through. So do we have gradient and point yang ada passes through? Yes. Gradient is 1 over 3. Passes through point is 2, 6. So it will be y minus y, y minus 6, and then x minus x, which is x minus 2, and then gradient is 1 over 3. If I am finding equation tangent, I will write the same thing. Just change the 1 over 3 to negative 3. Okay, if I'm finding equation tangent. But since I'm finding equation normal, so the normal I have to ganti with gradient normal. Okay, y minus 6 equals to expand normally 1 over 3x minus 2 over 3. And then y equals 1 over 3x minus 2 over 3 plus 6. Okay, press calculator. Okay, let's go 16 over 3. So I get my final answer. And what is this? What is this? What is this? This is the equation of normal. Okay, so this is for 4 marks. Okay, okay, now it's time to do B. Okay, B. Okay, B, I think I can do down a bit. Okay, B says what? Determine whether L is maximum or minimum. You tell me lah. Type 1 question. Is this a type 1 or type 2 question? Determine whether point L is minimum or maximum. Isn't this the type 2 question? And they don't want you to do part A. They want you to do until part B. Sometimes the question they will only ask you to do until part A. Means they will just say find turning point. Okay? But if they want you to determine yang mana minimum, yang mana maximum, means you have to do part A and part B. Semua. You kena buat semua. Right? But most of the time, the question will just ask you to find turning point only. But this question is a bit different. They want you to determine whether it's maximum minimum. So, tentukan sama ada yang mana minimum, yang mana. Means I have to do this whole thing lah. Okay, so what you do now is follow the flow lah. So the first thing first is take the dy dx and then equals 0, right? That is why in the beginning, when I read the question, whenever I see the turning point, I already mentioned it. Dy dx equals 0. Okay, okay. First thing first is dy dx, but the dy dx I can copy from here, right? Okay, because I already do it just now, which is 3x squared minus 12x plus 9. All right, and what I will do now, since I want to determine the how to say turning point, right? So this is a turning point question. I will take my turning point equals 0. Oh, and by the way, you actually don't have the point L coordinate. You only have point K. Point K is also one of the turning point, but I need to get the other L coordinate also, right? So that I can test so that I can take my X coordinate and then put inside the second derivative to test whether it's a minimum or maximum. Because if I don't have the X coordinate of point L, I cannot test its minimum or maximum, right? So the proper way here is don't find the second derivative first. You have to take your dy dx equals 0 because I will write when mt equals 0. It means 3x squared minus 12x plus 9, this whole thing equals 0. Okay, you understand, right? Why I write mt equals 0? Because turning point, your gradient tangent will be 0. Okay, doesn't matter it's minimum or maximum, right? That is why you can take your dy dx equals 0. So just look at my notes. Look at the notes I write. When you write this, you will take the whole thing equals 0. It's different with the type 1 question. Type 1 question, you will After you differentiate, you will substitute the x inside, right? But for this type, you won't do that. You will leave it in terms of x and then equals 0 and then find x. This is the difference. And now your job is to find x lah. After find x, you can get your turning point coordinate already. Okay, everything divide by 3, divide by 3, divide by 3. Press calculator, x. This is 3, this is 1, minus, minus equals 0. So you will end up with x equals 3, x equals 1. It means this is the x coordinate of the first turning point. This is the x coordinate of the second turning point. Okay, got two turning points. But I already know one of the turning point is 1, 8. And can you see one of the x coordinate is 1, which is referring to this one, right? So this one, I will ignore the x equals 1. Because what I want to find now is point L, right? So how to find point L? I will take my x equals to 3. I will ganti inside the original equation, which is this one. So it will be x power 3. So bracket power 3 minus 6 bracket square plus 9 bracket plus 4. And then I will ganti 3, 3, 3 here. To get my point L, this is what I need to do. I will not ganti with 1 because I already know the result. If I ganti 1, I will get 8. And I already know the other turning point. Okay. This question is asking about point L. That's why I ignore the point K. I only focus on point L, which is the x coordinate 3 lah. Time to press calculator. 27 minus 54 plus 27 plus 4. Okay, my calculator give me 4. Okay, my calculator give me 4. So it's very clear now what is my point L. It will be 3, 4. Alright. Then what about the 1? I already mentioned that one is the K coordinate. And if you ganti 1 inside here, you will get 8. But I don't care about that point. This question asked me to determine whether L is maximum or minimum. So now I have my point L. Now it's time to determine whether maximum or minimum, right? Okay, I don't have enough space. I will write here. Okay, can I make this smaller? Is it possible? Okay, yeah. All right, I will write it here. So after I find my turning point, let's go back to my notes. Do you remember after you find your turning point, after you reach here, if they want you to determine whether minimum maximum, then only you will do this. So you will do the second derivative. Okay, second derivative. So let's go second derivative. So how to write? Let's draw a line here. So I'll write d2y dx2. D2y dx2. It means you taking the equation differentiate dua kali. So this equation differentiate satu kali is this one. So this equation differentiate sekali lagi, I will dapat yang ni lah. So what happens if I differentiate 3x square, 6x, differentiate negative 12x is negative 12, differentiate 9 is 0. Okay, after you get your second derivative, this is in terms of x, right? And since I want to test whether point L is minimum or maximum, I will test using the x coordinate of point L. It means I'll muscle 6x minus 12, and then x is 3. And then I'll test and see whether I get bigger 0 or smaller 0. 18 minus 12 is 6, which is bigger 0. So meaning that this is minimum, right? So make sure you hafal. If the second derivative bigger 0, minimum, smaller 0, maximum. Then what if the answer got one turning point? It means if this is x power 2, this is x power 1, and you only have one turning point. Okay, for that type of question, you don't have to substitute x. Because when this dy dx is x power 1, your second derivative will automatically be number. Understand? If it's x power 3, your first derivative will be x power 2, your second derivative will be x power 1. That's why you have to substitute the x inside the second derivative to test. But imagine if it's x power 2, then this is x power 1. And what happens when you differentiate x power 1 sekali lagi? You will end up with x power 0, which means you will just get a satu number saja. And that number, you don't have to test. You don't have to test using the x coordinate of anything really. That number straight away will tell you if bigger 0 terus minimum, small 0 maximum. Itu kalau you punya soalan ada satu turning point. Okay, I hope you understand lah. Alright. After I reach here, now I can write down dot. So L 3 4 is a turning point and it's a maximum or minimum. It's a minimum point, right? It's a minimum point. So I think I got jawab the soalan. Determine whether L is minimum point, right? Even though they never asked me to find point L, I find it also lah. Okay, takkanlah dia potong saya punya markah. Okay, just because I do extra doesn't okay, takkanlah dia potong saya punya markah just because I do extra working, right? And actually, if you want to determine also, you need the x coordinate. That's why I just find the y coordinate also lah. Just sementara how to say? Since I'm already halfway finding the coordinate, why not just find the whole coordinate, right? Okay, so this is how I would do it. Okay, this is bahagian B. Bahagian B got 4 questions. I need to jawab 3 soalan, but I will jawab all of it. I will jawab all 4 questions, right? For section B. Okay, let's skip all this. Okay, kita baca soalan dulu. Okay, Table 1 shows the values of two variables, x and y, obtained from experiment. Tak penting. It is known that x and y is related by this equation. This one penting, right? Such that p and constant. So all of this, I don't care. It's not important. The only thing important here is the equation. So what you do now is you write down the equation. And whenever I said do linear law question, I always say the same thing. Change to linear form first. Even though the question never asks you to change to linear form, also you need to change to linear form. Because if you don't do that, later you cannot do part C. Okay, or part B. In this question, it's part B, right? Because if you don't change to linear form, you cannot do your part B, or sometimes they put it in part C, right? So you have to change to linear form. Even though the question never asks you to change, you have to change also. Okay, let's change to linear form. How to change to linear form? Usually when I teach students to change to linear form, I will ask students to tiru the answer, tiru the soalan, because the soalan will tell you to plot something against something, and I will ask students to tiru this and this, because they will tell you the y-axis and the x-axis, right? And let's say if the y-axis other log, it means you know already they have to tambah log, right? Because in order to change this to linear form, your equation have to be matched with the y-axis here, right? That's why you can tiru, right? So let's try to tiru this question and see what is the y-axis and the x-axis. So they want you to plot what against what. So they just say form an equation of straight line with gradient p and y-intercept of q, hence plot a graph. So they actually never told me what is the x-axis, what is the y-axis. They use capital letter, means they don't want to tell you. All right, so they want to make it hard for you. They want to make it difficult for you. So I actually don't know what is my x-axis, y-axis, right? But even though they never give me x-axis, y-axis, they got tell me that the gradient has to be p, the y-intercept of q, right? So this question is very different from the regular question, because they actually make it difficult, because usually they will give me the x-axis, y-axis, right? And I also noticed one thing different about this state paper. They actually ask me to form the equation, right? Because some most of the question I do, they will not ask you to change to linear form, right? Only very few question will ask you to change to linear form, right? But when I teach students, I always say just change it to linear form. It doesn't matter whether they ask or they never ask, just change to linear form, right? So this question they actually got asked. So now my only guide is this. The gradient has to be p, the y-intercept is q, because they never tell me what is the y-axis, what is the x-axis, right? So we all know the equation must be y equals mx plus c. All right, the y-axis, x-axis, even though they never tell me, but I know the gradient has to be p, and then the y-intercept has to be q, right? So let's try my best to change it to this lah. The y-axis and x-axis can be anything. Okay, let's see. If the p want to be the gradient, then definitely the p has to be in the middle. If the q has to be if the q needs to be the y-intercept, then definitely has to stay at the back. So I'll move it here, right? And here you live with x, y. And obviously this is not the linear form, because uh the what x-axis have to be beside p. So what I have to do? Can I divide x? Because if I divide x, I can wangkan the x here, right? It means if I take everything divide x, I will end up with what? I will end up with x dengan x boleh potong jadi y. This one I will get p over x, which is p bracket 1 over x. Oh, let me explain why I want to write like this. Is because in linear form, it has to be y equals mx plus c. If I write like this, my m and x-axis is all mixed together. So I don't want, that's why I want to separate it out. That's why I write like this. And then tambah dengan qx over x, xx can cut, which is q. So I think I already successfully changed to linear form, right? Y equals mx plus c. Okay, usually how do we know we dapat linear form or not? When I teach my student, I always say, look, check the y-axis and the x-axis. Tengok dia ada match dengan yang dia mau kita plot. So if the y-axis is y, the x-axis is 1 over x, and if it's matched with the soalan, then it's correct already. But this question, they never tell me, right? But usually they will tell you, like 90% of the time, for the linear log question, they will tell you the y-axis and x-axis in the soalan. But this question, they never tell me the y-axis, x-axis. Instead, they tell me the gradient and y-intercept. So the only thing that I can double confirm is the gradient. So the gradient is p, the y-intercept is q. So I guess it's correct already lah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. After I reach here, now the next part is to draw the graph. Okay, before draw graph, you need a table, and you need a new table, right? Because this table is useless already. This table is y against x. You need you need y against 1 over x. So let's draw a new table. Okay, where should I put a table? Should I put it here? Okay, let's put it down here lah. Okay, let's put it down here, right? Okay, and so this one continue with this. After you change the linear form, the next step is to find some points. Okay, how many points you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the first column had to write this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, what we write here, the x-axis. What is the x-axis? 1 over x. And then what is the y-axis? Y. Okay. Okay, so for y, you can copy from this because the y is still y, so nothing changed to the y. So 38, 27, 21.3, 16, 13.5, 11.5. Oh, I think I draw a extra column here. So how can I fix it? Let's make it smaller lah. Okay, got it. Okay, now how to get the 1 over x? I have to press 1 over 2 right here, 1 over 3, 1 over 4, 1 over 6, 1 over 7.5, 1 over 10, right? Okay, you can use your calculator and press yourself. You will get 0.5 here. This one is 0.33. This one is 1 divided 4, which is 0.25. You can press calculator. 1 divided 6 is 0.17. And then this one is 1 divided 7.5, 0.13. And then 1 divided 10 is just 0.1. Okay. So just this one nothing to explain lah. You just press calculator only, right? Okay. After finding the table, now we can draw the line. Okay. So when we draw the line, they got give us scale, right? 2 cm to 0.1 on x-axis, 2 cm to 5 on y-axis. They actually use capital letter because they use capital letter because the x-axis is actually 1 over x. That's why they use capital letter. Okay. Before you draw your graph, check whether your value got positive or negative value or not. So if you look at your table, everything is in positive. It means later your origin will at least your graph paper, your origin you'll put down here. If all your value is positive, then your zero is here, right? But if got negative value, then you have to adjust a bit already. Okay, but since this one all positive, so you can straight away put your zero. And for your x-axis is 2 cm to 0.1. So let's go. So your x-axis, your origin will put bawah sebelah kiri here. And then your x-axis is 2 cm to 0.1, right? So 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, and this is enough, right? Why this is enough? Because the x coordinate highest value is only 0.5, right? And don't forget here you have to write 1 over x. You cannot write x, you have to write 1 over x. Okay. Okay, next step is the y-axis. The y-axis is 2 cm to 5 units. But the highest y coordinate is 38. So I have to go until 40 lah. So I have to naik 2 cm 5 unit until 40. So 5 cm. So this must be 5 then, right? And then this must be 10. This would be 11, 15, okay? 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Okay, enough already. We don't have to do so many because we only use until 37 only, right? So we don't have to make our draw so many extra one. So okay, time to draw the axis. So this is the y-axis, this is the x-axis, and don't forget here you will write y, right? It means your graph now is graph of y against 1 over x. Okay, and this one also has to underline. Okay, done already. Now it's time to plot the points. Okay, let's look at our first point. The first point is, what is it? 0.5, 38. So now I scroll down, I go 0.5, I plot 38. So 0.5 is here, 38 is just 40, turun 4 kotak kecil. Right? Wait, it's very hard to see. 1, 2, 40 is here, right? So 39, 38. Okay. Wait, okay, it's really difficult because my hand is shaking. 0.5. Wait, this one, right? Is it correct? 40, 39. Yeah, correct, right? Okay, for those who's asking, hey, sir, why you turun 4 kotak kecil? Okay, because here to here got 10 small kotak. So one small box is actually 5 divided 10, which is 0.5. That is why when you go from 40 turun 2, it's actually 40 minus 0.5 minus 0 means 40 minus 1. So every time you turun 2, you have to minus 1. Right? So 40 turun 2 minus 1, turun lagi 2 kotak, 2 lagi box, 38 lah. Okay, and they want 38, right? So that's why that's the correct points. Okay, the next one is 0.3327. 0.33. Where is 0.33? Okay, 0.3 here is 313233, and then 27. 27 is 25 is here. So 9, 2 is 26, 9 lagi 2 is 27. So this is the point. So let's plot nicely. Okay. Let's check one more time. 0.33, 27. Yeah, correct, I think. Okay, next point. Next point. What is the next point? Let's scroll up. 0.33, yeah. Okay, next one. Next one is this one. 0.25, 21.3. 0.25, 21.3. 0.25. I think it's exactly half here lah. 21.3. 21.3. This is 20. 20. So up go up 2 box is 21. And then go up 2 box is 22. So don't go up 2 box lah, go up 1 box, which is 21.5. But since they want 21.3, so it's somewhere in the middle. Okay, so it's like somewhere in the middle, like here, right? It means this is 20, this is 20.5, this is 21, this is 21.5. So 21.3 is like lebih kurang in the middle, in between, right? And make sure you plot at 0.25, huh? 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2. Yeah, correct. Okay, hope you understand. Next one is 0.17, 0.176. Oh, by the way, when we plot graph, all the value we have to write in 2 decimal place. Okay, supaya it's easy to plot. Okay, if you write too many, it will be hard to plot. Okay, 0.1716. Let's go. 0.1716. So this one is 191817, but at 116. So it's just 15, 2 box. Okay, so is this correct? 191817. Yeah, correct. Yeah, then 16. Okay, continue. Moving on. Next one is was 0.13, 13.5. Let's go. 0.13, 13.5. 0.13, 111213, and then what is it? 13.5. Okay, so this is 15. Turun 2 is 14. Turun 2 is 13. So 13.5 is this one. Okay, it means I have to turun 3 box. 15 have to turun 3 box. Okay, and make sure you plot at 0.13. Okay, last point. Finally, we are at the last point. Last point is 0.1, 11.5. Okay, let's finish it. 0.1, which is here. 11.5. Okay, this is 10. 10 go up 2 box is 11. Go up one more is 11.5. So this one, right? Okay, now it's time to draw the line of best fit. Okay, when we draw the line of best fit, there's a chance where you might not touch all the points, but it's okay, it's fine. If it doesn't touch, it's fine. You just choose the line that touches the most points, right? So let's see whether it can touch how many points paling banyak. Okay, let's see. Okay, if you look carefully, actually it can touch all the points, right? It looks like it touched all the points, right? Yeah, I'm not sure about you, but it just looks like it touched all the points. Can you see? Adjust a bit, then it will be perfect already, right? So we don't have to worry about how to say. We don't have to worry about what I want to say just now. Uh, we don't have to worry about uh how to say choosing the line of best fit because the line already this line already sentuh banyak point already. So just sentuh. This one also can consider sentuh. This is the only point lah where it doesn't look like it's sentuh, but look at the gap. It's so small. It's like only like half a quarter. So I think it's fine. Yeah. So this is the line of best fit lah. Yeah. This is perfect already. So it's good enough. Now we can continue our next part. Okay. So part A 6 marks. So done already lah. So they want me to plot the graph, draw the line of best fit. So this is how I will do it. Okay. Now let's continue with my question B. Okay. Where should I do my B working? Okay, I think I can do it down here. So B working, they says find the value of P and Q. This one you have to refer to your linear form equation, right? Your linear form equation. So if you look at your linear form equation, y equals mx plus c, to get your P, P is the gradient, Q is the y-intercept, okay? Or you can refer here also. You refer here also can. What is it? Gradient is P, y-intercept is Q, right? So P equals to gradient. So later I will go to my graph and then find 2 points to get a gradient. Then what about Q? Q will be the y-intercept, but the y have to use huruf besar, have to use capital letter, right? Linear law punya chapter memang the Y have to write capital. And then Q I have to baca Y intercept lah. Okay, let's do the Y intercept first. Alright. Okay, so kita just tengok mana Y intercept. 5. So that is the 5. So the Q is 5. Then siap already. Finish already. Now for my gradient, I need two coordinate. But I will usually when I find gradient, I will choose 2 points. I will choose two x coordinate yang mudah bahagi. What is mudah bahagi punya number? 0, 2, 5, 10 like that. These are all mudah bahagi punya number. Because your formula for gradient is y minus y divided x minus x. So you can take advantage of this and try to choose 2 points where the x coordinate lepas you minus dapat these numbers, right? So for me, I will choose from 0 to 0.5. This is the best one because when you take 0.5 minus 0, you're going to get 0.5. And do you know when you bahagi 0.5, confirm you will get a nice answer because divide 0.5 means times 2. If you don't know, then now you know. Bahagi 0.5 means times 2, right? But what if I choose something like this? I choose 0 to 0.3 punya coordinate. Can also, right? But what happens here? You will get divide 0.3 and very high chance you will end up, your calculator will give you like a very ugly answer. It means the answer is like a lot of decimal places where you have to round off. So that's why I try to avoid that. Okay. So usually when I teach in class also, I say the same thing. Okay. We try to choose 2 points x where the x coordinate mudah dibahagi. So I choose 0 and 0.5 lah. So this is 0.5. This point is 0.5. And then the other point where I will use to find gradient is this point 0.5. And it's exactly the line also got sentuh this point. That's why it's easy to update. Just 0.5, 38. Okay. And now we have to draw dotted lines. Make sure when you choose the point, write the label, you put a dot like that. Okay, because if you don't put dot, this bracket can mean any point. There's so many point beside it. So put a dot so that the pemeriksa tahu which point yang you tengah pilih, which point yang you ambil. Okay, so draw a dotted line like this. Right, use ruler. Of course, you use ruler, right? Takkanlah you buat freehand. And then put a 90-degree like this. And now, since you have these 2 points already, now you can find your gradient. It will be, this one have to erase. Your graph cannot have all these working one. Okay, so your gradient will be 38 minus 5 over 0.5 minus 0. So 38 minus 5. And then divide by 0.5 minus 0. And believe me, your answer will definitely be like a cantik punya jawapan. Okay, okay, so divide 0.5. Okay, my calculator give me 66. So this is my answer, right? So that you see, the answer is very nice, right? Sangat cantik one. Because I choose 0 until 0.5. So definitely, right? If you choose 0 to 0.3, then maybe you will get like an ugly answer. Then you have to round off. Then yeah, so we can actually avoid that by choosing the x coordinate yang after you tolak is mudah dibahagi. Okay. And one more thing I want to mention, the bigger the triangle, the better. Okay. If you draw your triangle very small, the gradient answer will be less accurate. Okay. So the bigger, the better. Okay, the triangle. Lagi besar, lagi accurate you punya gradient jawapan. Okay, for this part is finished already, part B. Let's go, part C. Find the value of x when y equals to 10. So I'll just write here when y equals 10. And then I'll go to my graph and then find y-axis and then cari 10 lah. And then tarik dotted line. So y-axis is this one, and then 10. So tarik satu line. The moment dia sentuh garisan, I will put a dot and then tarik satu line kepada x-axis, right? But if you tarik to x-axis, what is this? This is 0.08, right? Because this is 0.1, this is 0.09, this is 0.08. But look at this. This is not x. This is 1 over x. So when y equals to 10, the 1 over x is 0.08, right? So when y is 10, the 1 over x is 0.08. So what I write here, when y equals 10, the 1 over x is 0.08, okay? Not the x, right? So how to find the value of x then? Okay, you can pinna the x up here, so it become x. It become 1 equals to 0.08x, and then x equals to 1 divided 0.08, and then x equals, tekan calculator lah. Okay, let's go. My calculator give me 12.5. So then you write 12.5. So this is your final answer. Okay, let's continue. Next question. Okay, number 9. So this looks like a circular measure. So okay, got pond, playground. Okay, let's read the question, see what it says. Wow, this question very long. Okay, I think I so that we can see the whole thing. Okay, let's go. Okay, I think I have to kecilkan lagi. Okay, like that. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's go. Let's read the question and start labeling. Diagram 3 shows the plan of circular recreational park center at O. So this is a park, all right? And this park is in this shape, is in a circular shape. Yeah, the park is in a circular shape. Yeah? And the center of the park is O, which is currently under landscape construction. Okay. Itlan wants to build jogging tracks around the recreational park. So where is the jogging track? Here around the park, right? So here lah, this is the jogging track, right? So that is the jogging track. And then it says area PQR and T uh, are placed with flag as markers. So P, Q, R, and T. So these are all. They will put flag here lah. Okay, it's like a checkpoint. I don't know what the flag is for, but yeah, they just put it as markers lah. And then diameter of pond center at S. Diameter of pond. Okay, so it referring to this lah. Diameter has the same length as OP. Oh, so it means here also 10 cm lah, right? And if the diameter is 10, what would be the radius? The radius is 5, right? And it's in meter, ah. Takkan lah cm, right? Mana ada kolam yang 5 cm. Okay. Alright. Okay, so given what? Given OP is parallel to RQ. So can label OP parallel to RQ. It means it's a trapezium, ah, right? Yeah, is if you have a quadrilateral where one pair of lines are perpendicular, it means it's a trapezium, right? And the perpendicular distance of R to OP is 3 meters. Ayo, what is this? Perpendicular distance, it means 90 degree punya garisan from R to OP. So where is R? R is here, OP is here. So if I want a perpendicular line from R to OP, it will be straight vertical like that, and then 90 degree. And the other side also 90 degree. And the distance here is 3 meter, right? Okay. And then it says 4OP equals 5RQ. Okay, what does it mean by 4OP equals 5RQ? Okay, the OP panjang you surah ada mah, 10 meter. So 4 times 10 equals to 5 times RQ lah. And then to get RQ, you just take 4 times 10 divided 5, which is 8. So the RQ panjang is 8 meter. Okay. Or maybe some student, they want to do it like this. 4OP equals to 5RQ. They want to use ratio. It means they take OP bahagi RQ sama dengan 5/4, and then OP ratio RQ equals to 5 ratio 4, and then they go and label OP 5 and then RQ 4, and then they go and think, oh 5 macam mana nak jadi 10, kena darab 2, and then 4 also darab 2, so dapat can also. If you want to do it like this, can also, right? But I will erase all this lah, okay? If you do like that also, you end up with the same result, right? So it's the same thing. Okay, so let's continue from here. So done already, done reading already. So now it says given pi is 3.12. Yeah, memang macam tu. In circular measure, usually they always use pi 3.142. Okay. Okay, so for A1, find major angle POT in radian. Okay, let's do the working here. So A question 1. Major angle POT. Okay, POT is this angle, which is 74.5, right? But they want major angle. Major angle means your angle must be more than half a circle. So this is half a circle. So do you think 74.5 is more than half? No, right? So how to get the POT major angle? It will be from here to here. Do you agree? Okay. Okay, let me draw it from here to here. Right? So how to get this angle? So to get the angle POT, major angle, it will be 360 minus, right? 360 minus, because this one is in degree. If this one is in radian, I will take 2 pi minus, okay, if it's in radian. Because if it's radian, you have to take radian minus radian. But if it's in degree, I'll take degree minus degree. So 360 degree minus 74.5 degree. Okay. Hey, by the way, how you know this one is degree? Why not radian, right? How you know? How you know it's in radian? Because one circle is 2 pi radian, and pi is like 3 point something, 3.14 something, right? And 2 times 3.14 is 6 point something. It means one circle is only 6 point something radian. But if this, so this one cannot be radian lah. How can this be 74.5 radian? Doesn't make sense. Satu circle is only 6 point something radian, right? That is why I know for sure this is degree, okay? Okay, I hope you understand what I'm talking about. Now we press calculator. 360 minus 74.5. Tekan calculator dapat in degree minute is 285 degree 30 minutes. Okay, of course you want to write in decimal also can, it's up to you, but I always write in radian. Okay, I mean degree minute. Okay, okay, they want me to express in radian. I remember just now in the soalan they got mentioned. Yeah, they want in radian. So how to convert from degrees to radian? I have to take the angle times with pi divide 180, and for the pi I will tekan 3.142. So answer times 3.142 divide 180. Wait, 285 degree 30 minute times 3.142 divided. Okay, this time you write in decimal definitely because this is radian. So 4.9835. So 4.984. I usually write four significant figures. So 984. You can write more if you want. Okay, you can write 9836. It's up to you. It's up to you. But me, I will always write four significant figures. I think the standard one is paling sikit is like paling standard one is four significant figures. Okay, 4.984 radian will be your first answer. Next question. Soalan number 2. I think I can besarkan already right now. Okay, so number 2. Hence find the length of the jogging track. Okay, I still remember just now the person say he want to build jogging track, right? And where he build jogging track, if you remember just now, is along the park, right? So where is it? Build jogging track around the recreational park, and the park is in a circular shape. So definitely the jogging park is here, right? It means I'm finding the perimeter lah. It means I'm finding the perimeter, right? So it means I'm finding the perimeter. So I'll write here perimeter. Okay. So how many lines I have to tambah? 1, 2, 3. So I will take OP line plus with OP line plus with OT line. Okay, OP plus OT. And then the last line is TP. But this TP line is an arc. So I'll write arc TP or PT also can, it's the same. Okay, OP and OT, they are both 10 because these are both radius, so 10 plus 10. And for the arc, I will use the R theta formula. So S equals R theta. This is the formula I'll use to find arc. Okay, the radius will be 10 definitely because the arc is from here to here, right? So the radius is 10. And then the angle in radian is 4.984, right? Because the angle is from here to here. You find it just now already, right? So the radius is 10, the angle is 4.984. So now you press calculator and then you'll get the answer. All right. My calculator give me 69.84. Okay. So I write in four significant figure. So this is the answer. Okay. So that's yep. Let's continue with my next question. So let's read the question, see what I want. So A1, A2, 4 marks, done already. Okay, B pula. Apa dia mau? Idlan wants to plant grass in the area without construction. Find the area where the grass is planted. Okay, where is the grassy area? Where is the grassy area? Okay, he said he plant grass in a area without construction. So without construction is here lah. Grass here also, right? And they want to find area, right? So how to find? Uh, let's see. Uh, for B, I'll do it here. So to get the area of this shape, this is a very weird shape by the way. It looks like I don't know what it looks like. It looks like an underwear. Okay, so I don't think you can find the shape directly because this shape is very weird. So the only way is to take area of big sector minus area of pond minus area of playground. So I will do it like this. I will find area of pond first. I'll find area of pond. And area of pond is very easy. You can use the formula 1 over 2 r squared theta. Or, okay, actually, there's two ways to find. If you want to use 1 over 2 r squared theta, the r you will put 5. And then the theta you will put 2 pi. You know why? Because this one you are finding area of one circle. So definitely it's 360 degree. So 360 degree in radian is like this. And then the 2 and 2 can cut. And then you just press 5 square, which is 25 times 3.142. So my calculator give me 78.55. Right? And this one is in meter square. Okay, there's another way actually, but you can also do it like this. Just use pi r square punya formula because it's for one circle, right? So the r will be 5, and then if you do it like this, you will also get the same answer. Okay. All right. This is area of pond. Now I find area of playground. Okay. I want you to understand why I'm finding this one and this one. It's because I want to minus later. I want to take the big sector minus the pond and the playground area to get the grass area. So now let's talk about area of playground. Okay, playground, what shape is this? This is a trapezium. So to find area of trapezium, it will be 1/2 times with the sum of parallel sides. In this case, it's 10 plus 8, and then times with the perpendicular distance between them, which is 3. So 10 plus 8 is 18, divided to 9 times 3, 27. Okay, so now it's time to find the area of park. Park. Okay. Okay, so to find the area of park, park is what? Park is this one, the whole thing, the park, the whole park. So how to find the area of park? It's in a circular shape. It means this is a sector, so 1/2 r squared theta again. But this time your r is 10 meter, and your theta is from here to here, right? So in radian, how much? 4.984. So now you press all this, okay, you press all this. Okay, let's go. 100 divide 2 times 14.98. 4.984. Okay, my calculator give me 99.68, but I feel like I got tekan salah. So let's tekan one more time. 50 times 4.9. 249.2. Yeah, I silap tekan just now. So 249.2 meter square. Okay. Let me just press one more time. I want to double confirm. Double check. 50 times 4.984. Okay, betul, 249.2. Finally, after finding the pond, playground, park, now I can find the area of grass. The question asked me to find area of grass. So how to find area of grass? Where should I write it? Okay, I'll write it here. So area of grass equal, okay, how to find the grass area? Take the area of park, which is 249.2, minus the pond area, 78.55. I already find it just now. And then minus the last one, the playground area, 27. Right? So if I press all this, I should be able to get to the final answer. Let's press. Okay, minus 78 minus 27. Okay, I'm pressing the calculator. Okay, the calculator give me 143.65. Okay, so just write it down. And don't forget the unit is in meter, because everything is in meter square. So this one is meter square. So I think I finished already, right? So is this what the question wants? Find the area where the grass is planted. Yeah, so area of grass, this one. Yep. Okay, last part. Okay, second question. Find the cost of grass planting by Itlan if the cost is RM50 per meter square. Okay, what does it mean by RM50 per meter square? Per meter square means 1 meter square, if you want to plant grass for 1 meter square, it will cost you RM50. Then what about 2 meter square? It will be RM100 lah, because 50 times 2, right? So what if the grass area is 143.65? It means you have to take 143.65 times with RM50 lah. Because RM50 is cost for 1 meter square, 1 meter square. So now it's like 143.65. So this one is the total cost, right? So this one is question what? Question B2, right? Question B2, find the cost. So I should write nicely here. This is B1, this is B2, and I'm finding cost, right? So the cost is equal, okay, the cost is equals to this, and this will give me the answer in RM. So let's press 143.65 then. Okay, I already pressed the calculator. The calculator give me 7182.5. But you have to write RM and you have to write 50 because price memang kena tulis 2 decimal place, right? It means 50 cents lah. Okay. Okay, done. How many marks? 4 marks, 6 marks, wow, 10 marks. Oh, okay, so yeah, not that bad, right? It's quite easy actually. Okay, let me erase all the useless stuff. So this is not working. Only the one I write here. This one also I should erase. Okay, done. Let's go. Okay, finally we are at question 10. Okay, let's read the question first. Diagram 4 shows a straight line y equals fx which intersects the curve at so this is the curve equation, this is the straight line equation. So the straight line equation, did they give us? They never give us, right? They never give us. Yeah, they just call it y equals fx, right? And then they say intersects the curve on the x-axis and y-axis at A and B. So can we find point A and point B? The answer is yes, right? Even though the question never asked me to find also, I will find it. I don't care, okay? This is why students always say not enough information during exam because they just read past all this information and then they straight away go and do the question and then they say, sir, cannot do. Okay, other information. Okay, it's just that you didn't find it yourself. So how to find point A, point B? Can you see that you can find these two using the curve equation, right? Because point A is the curve punya x-intercept. So you can ganti y equals 0. So it will be x squared minus 2x minus 8 equals 0. And then press calculator, you will get 2x-intercept, right? Okay, time to press. Let's go. A is 1, B is -2, C is -8. Okay, the answer is 4 and -2. Obviously, the -2 is this one, and then the 4 is this one, right? And then what about the B? B is the y-intercept. Y-intercept means you will ganti x equals 0. So when you ganti x equals 0, you just get -8. So B is -8. All right, and at the same time, the straight line punya x-intercept, y-intercept also is at the same place, which is 4 and -8, right? It means this curve and the straight line, they have same x-intercept and same y-intercept. Okay. Okay, I think now I can answer question 1 already. Are you agree? Okay, broken English. Do you agree? Okay, do you agree? So do you agree with the statement integrate a0 fx dx equals to integrate ab f inverse y dy? Give your justification. Okay, let's see which region they are talking about first. Integrate a0 fx dx. I think it's talking about fx ma. So definitely talking about straight line tarik. Tarik ke mana? Dx means tarik ke x-axis. Dari mana? Dari a ke 0. So straight line tarik a0 to x-axis. Straight line tarik a0 to x-axis. So it's talking about this area, right? So this one is talking about this. Then let's use blue color. This one is integrate f inverse y. So definitely talking about the curve tarik or the straight line tarik. Actually, this is straight line. Okay, because if fx equals to y, then x equals to f inverse y lah, right? But why they write f inverse y here? It's because they want to tarik y. When you tarik y, dalam ni kena make x single. That is why they write f inverse y. So what I want now for the blue color part is straight line tarik juga, tapi straight line kena tarik mana? Kena tarik y axis from 0 to b. So tarik y axis from 0 to b. So tarik. So it's talking about this region also. So it means the left side and the right side is talking about the same, kawasan, which is this triangle, right? So what do you think? Do you agree with the statement that these two gives you are equal? Okay, let me erase all this first. Okay, I'm gonna tell you now. They are not equal. Okay. So do you agree with the statement? No. All right. Even though this and this is talking about the same kawasan triangle, they will not give you the same value. I will tell you now why. Because when you integrate a0 fx dx, it means you are taking straight line tarik x-axis from a to 0. And can you see your region is bawah x-axis? You need to know that when you integrate x-axis, it means when you write dx, alright, bawah x-axis, your answer will come out negative. Atas x-axis will come out negative. But if you're using y-axis, sebelah kanan will be positive, sebelah kiri will be negative. So if you integrate a0 fx dx, it means it's this region, right? But since you are using x-axis, you tarik x-axis to integrate, and your kawasan is below the x-axis, it means this one will come out negative, right? It will come out negative, right? But this one, 0b f inverse y, it will not come out negative, but it will come out the same value, right? Let me explain. Because this one is f inverse y, I already mentioned it's still referring to the straight line. It's just that this one tarik to y from 0 to b. So it's still referring to the same line, but it will come out positive. You know why? Because I tarik y-axis. So when I tarik y-axis, I just tengok dia sebelah kiri or sebelah kanan. And your shaded region is sebelah kanan. So definitely it's positive lah. Okay. Even you don't tell me, hey sir, but it's still below x-axis, so it should be negative. No. I'm using y-axis to integrate. Okay. So it means the belakang part will be positive. Right. It means when you integrate this and you integrate this, it will give you the same answer. It will give you the same answer, but they will give you different sign. Okay, it means that let's say integrate this, you get 5. Let's say integrate this, you get 5. Then integrate this, you get -5. That's what it means. It means you get the same value, same area, but different sign. Satu positive, satu negative. All right. Okay, Tapa, I read the reason first, then only I prove to you why. Okay, so they say give your justification, right? So what's the reason? Because what? Because they give you different, because or you can just write like that because integrate a0 fx dx is not equal lah. It's not equal. Okay, means they are not the same lah. They're not the same. Okay, or you can write because they have different sign lah. I think I just write because they have different sign. They have different sign. Different sign means dia punya positive negative tak sama. Okay. Okay. I want to prove to you now. Okay, I don't want to do number 2. I want to prove to you now that where memang betul bila you integrate ni you akan dapat same value but different sign. Okay, let me show you. Okay, first thing first is you need to know if I want to integrate a0 fx dx, I need to have the equation of straight line fx, right? And they never give me, but you can find it yourself, very easy. Because equation of straight line dia akan jadi y equals mx plus c, right? So if y equals to fx, now I can find the equation y equals mx plus c, right? And I already know the c is -8, right? Because the straight line they already give me -8, but the gradient I can find myself. Okay, this point is 0, -8. This one is 4, 0. So to find the gradient, it will be y minus y, x minus x, so -8 minus 0 over 4, 0 minus 4. So you will end up with 2. So definitely your equation is y equals 2x minus 8, right? Or you can also say fx equals to 2x minus 8 because y and fx is the same thing. So now I will prove to you what happens when you integrate a0. A is 4, right? So 4, 0, fx dx. And what is fx? 2x minus 8 dx. Okay, let's see what happens here. Integrate 2x, 2x power 2 over 2. Integrate 8, 8x, and then close bracket, 4, 0. 2 and 2 can cut. Substitute 4 inside, and then substitute 0 inside, and then tengah-tengah minus. When you substitute 4, you get 4 square, 16. 16 minus 8 times 4, 32. Substitute 0, the whole thing will be 0 also. 16 minus 32, -16. So, ada tak saya tipu you? Saya cakap apa tadi? When you integrate this, you will get negative, right? I told you already. I told you already. See? Negative. Now, let's try to integrate this, the right side. This one is 0b. So, 0, but the b I know is -8. But this one is f inverse y. Do you know why it's f inverse y? It's because this one is direct towards y, dy. That's why you have to make here you have to place x. It means you have to pindah sikit lah. You have to jadikan x single. That's why you have to do the inverse. So how to jadikan x single? It will be y plus 8 divide 2 because -8 jadi plus 8 times 2 jadi divide 2. So here I'll write y plus 8 divide 2. But since later I have to integrate it, I will separate it. It means I will not write y plus 8 over 2. I'll write 1 over 2y plus 4. It's the same thing actually. I just separate it supaya dia senang untuk integrate. So now I start to integrate. Integrate 1 over 2y, which is 1 over 2 bracket y power 2 over 2. Integrate 4, which is 4y. Some students, they will write 4x here. No, this one is with respect, we are integrate with respect to y. So it has to be 4y. And then this will be 0, -8. Now it's time to, don't substitute first because dalam boleh simplify. Atas darab atas, bawah darab bawah, y square over 4 plus 4y. And then here is 0, -8. Okay, now it's time to substitute. There will be two bracket. One is to substitute 0, one is for -8. Okay, when you substitute 0, the whole thing will be 0, so 0. -8 square is positive 64, divide 4, 16. 4 times -8 is -32. You will end up with 0 minus 16 minus 32, plus calculator, -16. 0 plus 16, 16. Oh, can you see this and this is not same? Right? It's not same, right? So now you understand, right? Why I write no? It's because they have different sign, okay? But even though they have different sign, they have the same value. They are the same because they actually have the same, how to say, same area actually, because they are referring to the same kawasan, which is this triangle. And I can prove to you using another method also by using the 1 over 2 times base times height, because this is a 90-degree triangle. The base of this triangle is 4, the height is 8. And if you take 8 times 4 divide 2, you will get 16, right? It means the area of triangle is 16 lah. But can you tell me why the first one I get negative? Why the first one I get -16? Why is it? Why is it? Because when you integrate, using x-axis and the shaded region is below x-axis, it will be negative, right? But when you integrate using y-axis, if it's sebelah kanan, it will be positive. Okay, that's the reason lah. It means if I want to find area, I actually have to put modulus to moduluskan dia, right? But they never put modulus here, right? So do you agree? No lah. Okay. So I think if I am you, I will include this working in my question 1. right? Because question one, they asked me to give a reason, right? So if I include this working, it will be more convincing, right? It will be much more convincing that they are not different because I show them already, leh. And I even do it for them already. I even show them using calculation, right? Even though they never said, they just say give a reason like that, right? So yeah, I think it's helpful to include this in your working also, right? It means you write down like this, then only you write this, right? Then only you write this afterwards. No, because they have different sign like that. Okay. Okay, let's continue with question two. Find the area of shaded region. Where is the shaded region? Okay, we already know this one is definitely 16. Okay, it's definitely 16. Okay, I already proved to you using so many ways. So to get a shaded region, you need to take something minus something. Because if you look at the shaded region, this shaded region is not sticking. Dia tak lekat dekat axis. Dia tak ada lekat dekat x-axis. Dia tak ada lekat dekat y-axis. It's like, how to say? Somewhere in the air. So what you have to do is you have to take 0 to 4, curve tarik dulu. And then tolak dengan 16. Okay, hope you understand. So I will write here area of shaded region. First, you will integrate curve tarik dulu. So when you integrate curve, you will tarik to x-axis, right? So definitely it will be dx, this will be y. And you tarik from where to where? From A to 0. A is 4, right? So 4, 0. And don't forget this y, I have to masuk curve equation later. Not the straight line, curve tarik, right? But when you're doing this, you're actually finding the area for like that, like the whole thing. So that's why you have to minus with integrate 4, 0, 4, 0, y dx. But this time, this y will be the straight line equation. But guess what? You have to tambah modulus. You know why? Because I told you already. I mentioned to you already why. Because your shaded region, if you are using x-axis to integrate and your shaded region is below the x-axis, so it will be negative. And area tak ada negative. That's why you have to tambah modulus to get the area, right? So now it's time to put in the equation. So this y, I will erase and write what? Excuse me. I'll write the curve equation, which is x squared minus 2x minus 8. And then for the x belakang, I will write, for the y belakang, I'll write straight line equation, which is, what is it just now? Fx. Okay, fx. Okay, or you can write 2x minus 8 also. It's the same thing. Okay, I already know what this answer will be. It will just be negative modulus integrate 40 fx dx. I can just diru here. I can just diru here is negative 16, right? Because fx, later you will substitute the fx with 2x minus 8, right? And then you will just end up with this, right? I already do it just now. So I will not do it again. And then you will just end up with minus 16, right? Because modulus negative is positive 16. That's why I said the area here is 16. Okay, now the only thing left to do is to integrate the curve. So integrate this is x power 3 over 3. Integrate 2x is x squared. Integrate 8 is 8x. Tutup bracket 4, 0. Okay, did I go too fast? Just take the power plus 1, divide the new power. So x power 2 plus 1, 3, divide new power 3. Integrate 2x will be 2x squared over 2. 2 cut already, left with x squared. Integrate 8x. Alright, I'm sure you can understand, right? Okay, now it's time to substitute the 4 and then substitute the 0 and then close bracket like this. Okay, 4 when you substitute, you become 4 power 3, which is 64 over 3, minus 4 square here is 16, minus 8 times 4, which is 32, and close bracket. Substitute 0 is just going to be 0 because 0, 0, 0, 0, all 0. Okay, so now it's time to press calculator. What is 64 over 3? 64 over 3 minus 16 minus 32. Okay, my calculator give me negative 80 over 3. Wait, why negative? How can be the area be negative? Something I did wrong here, right? Okay, I know why already. I forget to tambah modulus here. Here also have to tambah modulus, right? Okay. Okay, I will explain later. Why I have to tambah modulus here. So here also have tambah modulus. Here got minus, right? Here also need to tambah modulus, right? Okay, why? Why have to tambah modulus? Because when I integrate the curve also, I'm using x-axis. And my shaded region is bawah x-axis, right? So when I integrate this 40 x squared minus 2x minus 8, what am I finding is this region. Do you agree? 40 curve. So can you see I'm using x, so actually this one also tambah modulus. The belakang, the triangle also have to tambah modulus. So yeah, I forgot. Okay, but it's fine, right? Because even if you forget to tambah during exam, you will know there's something wrong when you get the area negative, right? That's why when I get this area negative 80 over 3, I know something is wrong here already. So nasib baik, I got realized now, right? So when you modulus it, you will get 80 over 3 lah. So 80 over 3 is actually the the curve tarik punya area, which is the whole thing. And then you minus with the 16, now you get the shaded region. So press calculator. Let's see what apa dia bagi. Because when you modulus, it becomes positive, right? So yeah, you end up with 32/3. Okay, and don't forget to write unit square because this one is this area. Okay, so hope you understand. Kalau tak ada masalah, kita sambung. Alright. Okay, let's go. What is this? B question. Okay, let's read. On diagram 5, calculate the volume. Okay, volume formula. What is it? Pi x squared dy. Integrate. Forgot to write integrate. So integrate pi x squared dy or integrate pi y squared dx. And of course, you will write the numbers here. Okay. If it's dy, the number you write here will be the y-axis, will be on the y-axis. If it's dx, the number you write here will be on the x-axis. Okay, in terms of pi, when the region bounded by curve y equals to x squared, y equals 0, y equals p is revolved 180 about y-axis. First of all, the first step is to determine where are all these lines. So the first line they want is region bounded. Bounded means surrounded. Surrounded. So region surrounded by curve. Okay, so this is the curve 2x squared. Okay, let's make this line tebal sikit. So this is the first line, the first curve. So region bounded by curve, and y equals 0. Y equals 0 is the x-axis. Okay, y equals 0. This is the y equals 0 line. And then y equals p. Where is y equals p? I think it's this one. Right? So wait, is this y equals 0 or x equals 0? Y equals 0, right? So the region bounded. Wait, why is it so weird? Y equals 0. Okay lah, I think correct already lah. Okay, so the region bounded by this one, and this one. And then they want to find the volume after revolve y-axis, right? Okay, if you want to find the volume region bounded by these three lines, it means you have to take the kawasan yang tertutup. So if you look at the red color, which one kawasan yang tutup, yang surrounded by the red color line, is this one, right? So I'm finding the volume for this. But I want to rotate ataupun revolve 360 degree about y-axis. So you will get like a lebih kurang macam satu hemisphere lah. Because when you rotate this, you end up with a 3D shape like this, like a bowl, okay, like a bowl, okay, something like this. Also, I'm finding the volume of this, right? But can I use the volume of hemisphere? Uh, if I use the volume of hemisphere, it will be 2/3 pi r cube, right? And then you have to masukkan the radius. This one is not 3, this one. We actually don't know the radius, right? But I'm not sure whether can use this or not. Okay, but let's use the integration method to find, right? Okay, so how to use integration method? First of all, we have to know which formula to use. If they say revolve y-axis, you cannot choose already. You must use the pi x squared dy formula. It's not like area. Area sometimes you can choose, right? But volume memang kalau dia kata y-axis, memang dia sudah dy. And then this will be pi x squared. And the numbers here will be on the y-axis. So can you see dia tarik y-axis dari mana? Mana? It's 0 until here, right? And here you can find. Okay, this point is 3. Okay, the x coordinate is 3. So how to find the y coordinate? You just ganti masuk saja. 2 times x square, 2 times 3 square, 18. It means this is 3, this is 18 here, right? So if this is 318, it means when I integrate also, this one is 18 3 lah. Okay, but I want you to know when I write like this, what does it mean? It means, listen carefully, it means I'm taking this region, this curve, tarik to y-axis from 18. This one is 0 lah. Why I write 3? So tarik from 18 0, this region, pusing 360. I repeat one more time. When I write like this, it's actually what I'm doing is I'm finding the area for this region, pusing 360 degree around y-axis to get this bowl shape, right? I repeat one more time. This, when I write like this, I'm actually finding this region pusing 360 degree about y-axis, right? But look at the question. They want this shaded region revolves 180 degree about y-axis. Okay, let me tell you, do I have to divide 2? Because this one is divide, it is rotate 360, this one is divide 180, right? So do I have to divide 2 because they say 180? Jawab, kena bahagi 2 tak? Tak payah. No need. No need. Why no need? Because when I'm right like this, I'm referring to the shaded region here. So if the shaded region here is only here, of course I have to rotate 360 to get the bowl. If I rotate 180, if I divide 2, you know what will happen? I will get half a bowl. Okay, then wrong already. But then why the soalan says 180 here? Because the soalan punya shaded region is like this. So if the soalan punya shaded region is like this, of course they will mention rotate 180 only. Because if the shaded region is like this, you only need to rotate 180 to get a bowl, right? But my working is like this, right? So, and when I write like this, I'm rotating 360. It means my volume and the volume they want will be same at the end. It means I don't have to divide 2, I don't have to times 2. It means I just integrate macam 2, I will get the answer already. I will explain one last time. When I write like this, it means integrate 80 like this, rotate 360. It will be the same as this region rotate 180. They both will eventually get to a bowl like this. Okay, I'm done talking. Let's go. Time to time to integrate. So before I integrate, the pi can letak depan, and then the x square you have to refer your equation. So what is your equation curve? 2x y equals 2x square. So if 2x square equals to y, x square must be 1 over 2y. So the x square I have to ganti with 1 over 2y here, right? And you don't have to square already. Okay, why I write square? No need to square. Okay, it's just 1 over 2y because it's already x square, right? So now it's time to integrate. Integrate 1 over 2y. Okay, y have to plus 1, power plus 1, and then divide with the new power, and then 18, 0. Okay, now you can simplify inside first. Atas darab atas is y square over 4, 18, 0. Now you can substitute 8 inside, and then substitute 0 inside, and then minus. Okay, when you substitute 8, what is 18 square divide 4? Press calculator lah. 81. And then what is 0 substitute inside y? 0 square divided by 4 is 0. So the answer is 81 minus 0, which is 81 pi units cube. Units cube lah, because it's volume. Alright. Okay, I want to test one thing. I want to test using the volume of hemisphere because I'm not sure whether can use the volume of hemisphere or not. Even though it looks like hemisphere, it might not be a hemisphere, right? But I don't know. I feel like boleh lah. I feel like boleh, but I want to try. Okay, I really want to try. So the volume for hemisphere formula is this 203 pi r cube, but the radius have to masuk this radius, right? But do I have the jarak sini? 3, right? Eh? Uh, but the radius can also be here, right? But if you look at the radius here, you'll be 18 already. Betul tak? So maybe cannot. Let me press calculator. What if I take 3 power? What if I anggap this radius is 3? So it means 3 power 3, 27 times 2 divided 3. Okay, actually cannot lah. Cannot. Okay. What if I use the radius 18? Yeah, cannot also. Yeah, cannot also. Okay, so it means this is not a hemisphere lah. Okay, so even though it looks like a hemisphere, it's not a hemisphere. The reason is very simple. It's because if you look at the radius here, this is 3 unit, but look at here, here is 18 unit. So you know this is not a hemisphere already. Hemisphere mana boleh macam tu. Hemisphere if this is the center of hemisphere, the panjang here and panjang here should be same length, right? And here dengan here tak sama pun. So yeah, it's not hemisphere lah. Okay. It's only hemisphere if the x coordinate here and the y coordinate here is same. For example, 3, 3 or 5, 5, 7, 7. Then we can conclude that it's a perfect hemisphere. Then only we can use this formula. So this formula actually cannot use. Right? And also this chapter is also an integration chapter punya soalan. So it makes sense that we have to use the integration method to do. Okay. Sudah siap. Okay, time to do number 11. I think the working for this I will do up here, right? Okay, this is probability distribution. So we have to read the question and see whether it's a normal distribution or binomial. If it's normal distribution, we have to convert to Z value and tengok jadual, right? Okay, let's read the question. In a survey of 1,200 employees at Pharma company. Okay, I'll tell you straight away. This 1200 is the NS. Okay. Okay, let's talk about what is NS? What is NS? NS means the total. So the formula for probability, yang paling basic punya formula probability is if I have probability of A, the formula will be NA over NS. So it means if I want to find probability of boy, it will be the number of boy divided with NS. NS is the total, right? It means what if I want to find probability of student with glasses, students wearing glasses? Then I will take the number of students wearing glasses, divide with the NS, divide with the total, right? It means what if I want to find probability of girl? Then it will be number of girl divide total lah. It means whatever I write here, it will be whatever here, right? If this boy, this boy, this glass, this glass. So why I write NS? It's because the 1,200 employee is the total, right? Is the total. Okay, that's why I write NS. Okay, but this one I will erase lah. Okay, so definitely I will be using this formula later. Okay, okay, I'll tulis siap-siap dulu, right? So probably equals to NA or NS. Okay. And I write NS because the 1,200 is the total employees. Okay, survey of 1,200 means this is total. Okay, their monthly salaries are normal. Normally. So this is a normal distribution question. Definitely, I have to tengok jadual later lah. Right. So normally distributed with a mean of 5,000. So let's write down mean 5,000. Okay, I scroll up a bit. Mean 5,000, and then comma standard deviation 1,000. Okay, this is the symbol for standard deviation. Memang normal distribution dia kena bagi mean standard deviation because I need to convert from x to z. The formula to convert x to z is take the x minus mean bagi standard deviation. Right? That's why they give you this. They give you this is to convert to z later. Right? Okay, next step it says what? Pharma company defines a competitive salary as being 4,500 or higher. So it means if your salary is more than 4,500, okay, no, sorry. If your salary is 4,500 or higher, it means your salary, you have a competitive salary, right? It means your salary is categorized as competitive salary if your salary is 4,500 or higher. Okay, so let's see what they want down here. Number one, calculate the number of employees who are earning competitive salary according to the company standard. Okay, if I want to know if I want to know how many number of employees means how many employees competitive salary, it means I need to find the NA lah. I have to find the NA, right? It means I'm finding the NA, right? And it means because I told you already in the beginning, this A can represent anything, right? But for this case, it will be competitive salary, right? Competitive salary. Okay. So what is the probability of competitive salary punya formula? It will be number of employee with competitive salary divided with total, divided with 1,200. And since I want to find this at the end, it means I need to have the probability of competitive salary now. So I need to find the probability now, right? And how to find the probability? I can let my X be the monthly salary, and then X must be bigger sama dengan 4,500. Okay, X represents salary. Okay, and since I'm finding probability for salary yang lebih 4,500, that's why I write PX bigger something than 4,500. And the next step is very easy. You just convert to Z value. And then after you convert to Z, you tengok jadual. So it will be PZ bigger something dengan. The formula is take the X value minus X as minus mean, which is 5,000, divide standard deviation 1,000. Okay, time to press calculator. Negative 0.5. Okay. Okay, PZ bigger sama dengan negative 0.5. You cannot baca jadual lah. Because if your jadual lah, the outside one is the Z value. This one is the Z value yang dekat luar, right? And then nilai yang dalam is the probability ataupun the area, right? But before you baca jadual, you have to make sure your Z is bigger positive, baru boleh baca. So if it's bigger negative, you cannot baca, right? Then how? Just erase the negative. Cannot, right? You cannot just erase. So how? Okay, you have to take 1 minus, right? For those who's asking, hey, sir, why? Okay, because when you dapat Z bigger negative, when you draw it out, it will look like this. It will look like a bell shape. This is the vertical axis. Negative 0.5 duduk dekat mana? Duduk sebelah kiri, right? So I will here. And if it's bigger, you have to lower it ke kanan, right? And do you remember I teach in class? Okay, for my own student, they will remember this because I always tell them, if your shaded region already more than half, it means it's already crossed over to the other side. It means dia sudah how to say intersect ataupun potong dengan y-axis. It means you have to take 1 minus. Alright. You will only use this method 1 minus when your shaded region is sudah like how to say spill over to the other side. It's like how to say potong, ada potong y-axis, right? So kenapa you ambil 1 minus? Because the 1 is the total area for the whole bell shape. So what you do is you take 1 minus yang you tak mau. Yang you tak mau inilah. Ini yang saya circle ni yang you tak mau. So what is 1 minus what? Yang you tak mau, this one I cross one is the one I tak mau. So 1 minus PZ smaller. Why? Because to the left. So saya tak mau yang left. So saya kena tolak PZ smaller negative 0.5. And for my own student, I will always tell them smaller negative can change to bigger positive, right? Only when it's smaller negative can change to bigger positive because this bell shape is symmetrical. So if I tell you smaller than negative 0.5 is the same as bigger than positive 0.5. Okay, so macam tu. Alright, if bigger negative can change, cannot. If bigger negative cannot change, only smaller negative can change to bigger positive. Right, bigger negative, you have to take 1 minus. Okay, so I hope we understand. Okay, pz bigger than 0.5. Now we can tengok jadual. Oh, by the way, before I continue, I want to mention one thing. This line, do we have to write it? Okay, this line is not important. In normal distribution, this line will not affect your answer. This garisan in normal distribution. So this garisan kalau nak letak, letak. Kalau tak nak letak, tak payah letak. Okay, you tak payah letak pun tak apa. This line is very useless one. In normal distribution dia tak penting. Tapi in binomial sangat penting. In binomial this line will, you tulis line ni dengan you tak tulis line ni, you akan dapat jawapan lain. Kalau dalam binomial. Tapi kalau dalam normal distribution punya soalan just up to you lah. You nak letak pun boleh, tak nak letak pun boleh, because it's the same. Okay, so 1 minus pz bigger 0.5. What I will do now is go to the jadual. But I will baca luar, baca dari dalam, or baca dari luar. I will baca dari luar because I have the z value. Alright. If I have the z value, I will terus baca luar. I will terus cari 0.50 and then terus baca. Okay, means I will baca dari luar and then this one will be my answer. But if I don't have the z value and I have the probability instead, then only I baca dari dalam. Okay, so let's go to the jadual now. Do I have the jadual? Ayo, I think this paper don't have jadual lah. So how? Let me open up another file lah. Because this paper tak ada jadual. Yeah. This paper didn't provide. Ayo. Okay, let me just quickly open up another set. Okay, let's see which set got. Okay, wait for me, documents on trial 2023 Addmaths. Okay, which paper have? Kelantan paper have, I think Kelantan paper have, right? Okay, let's go to Kelantan paper one lah. Okay, let's open it up. Okay, let me open it. Okay, I already opened. Can you see it? So this is my Kelantan paper. Let's find out whether they got put jadual. Okay, skip all this. Oh, dekat sini. So let's continue our jalan kerja. They want 0.5, right, just now. So I baca dari luar. So when I baca dari luar, it's just here, here, here. Siap. 0.3085. Okay, I don't have to tolak anything because dia tak ada. This one is only when you have 3 decimal place. Okay, so this one is just 1 decimal place. So just siap lah. 0.3085 sudah siap. So let's go back to the Pahang paper and then write 0.3085. And then finally, it means this value is 0.3085 and then y minus. Okay, press calculator. Alright, my calculator give me 0.6915. But this is not your answer. If you stop here, you tak dapat full mark. Alright, tak boleh dapat A plus kalau stop sini. Kenapa? Because read the question. This is not the number. Hello. What they want? They want the number of employees who are earning competitive salary. You don't tell me the number of employee is this. This is not. This is the probability. So the probability, this 0.6915 is the probability of competitive salary. How to get the number of employee with competitive? You must use this formula I mentioned just now, which is PA equals to NA NS, right? So how do you get probability of competitive? Mestilah you ambil dia punya number of employee with competitive divide dengan total, right? When you take a number of employee with competitive salary, bahagi total, you dapat probability. And what is the total? 1200. That is why when you do this kind of question, you have to read carefully whether they ask you to find number or probability. If they say probability, then this is the answer. But if they say number, then you have to continue. You have to do some more, right? Okay, so now it's time to press answer times 1200. Okay, my calculator give me 829.8, right? But this NA represents number of employees. So if number of employees, what do you think? Okay, wait, let me erase this. Okay, let me write here lah. Let me write here. Okay, so your NA is equals to what is now 829.8, right? So NA represents number of employees. So takkanlah 0.82 you nak kira. So berapa employee yang complete, yang confirm competitive salary? 829. Okay, I know some students might say, kan 830 sebab you round off. Okay, I don't think so. Okay, actually if you write 830, I think I'm not sure lah. I forgot what the schema give already, but I think can also, right? I'm not sure. But to me, personally, I think it's 829 because You know why I never plus one is because we are calculating how many employee have competitive salary, right? It means if there's 829.8 salary, it means there's only 829 people lah, not 830, because the 0.8 doesn't count as one complete human. 0.8 human is like you, how to say, you cut off the head, like doesn't so it's like 0.8 of the human. How can we count it as one human, one employee? So that's why I will stick with my how to say, my working here, and I will go with 829 as the final answer. Yeah, right. But I don't know. I feel like the schema will terima 830. So I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure because I forgot already what the schema says. But I'll just do it like that lah. I will stick with this. Okay. Anyways, let's continue with question number 2. So remember to read in exam whether they want number of probability. Okay. If you stop at probability for these questions, okay, let's go. Number 2, 10%. When you see percent, automatic is talking about probability. So question number 2 is talking about probability. In the category of high salary have to contribute to Pama's company's welfare fund. Calculate the minimum salary of employee who have to make the contribution. Okay, first of all, let's write down the 10%. 10% means is the probability, right? So for the second question, A2, probability of something equals to 10%, which is 10 over 100, okay, which is 0.01, okay? So, 0.01, no, 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 0.1, right? 0.1 divided 100. Yeah, 0.1. Okay, so what is this? Probability of what? High salary. Because if you're high salary, you have to contribute to welfare fund. So calculate minimum salary who have to make the contribution. So this is called probability of employee that have to contribute lah. So probability of employee they have to contribute. Only employee with high salary have to contribute, right? So it's only 10%. Calculate minimum. So this is very important. Minimum salary employees who have to make the contribution. So I will let the salary become X. Alright. So if I want to calculate siapa yang kena make contribution, it means the X represent salary have to be bigger sama dengan a certain value, and I'll call it K. Do you understand what I'm writing here? It means I let X become the salary. X represents salary, and it has to be bigger sama dengan K. The probability of this equals to 0.1. Okay. So let's write it in the working. I'll explain more detail later. Don't worry. So I'll write PX bigger sama dengan K because minimum the symbol for it is bigger sama dengan. Okay, I hope you understand what I write here. Because they say probability of contribute is 10%. So it means the probability of salary more than the certain value, because we don't know what salary is considered high salary, right? Like they never tell me. I have to calculate myself. I have to calculate the minimum salary for it to be considered high salary, so that they have to make the contribution, right? So since I don't know what is the high salary, I just call it K lah. So K will be the minimum value to be considered high salary. So if the probability of salary higher than this value have to be contribute, so the probability of this is 0.1. Okay, I'm done explaining. Let's go. The first step is change to Z. It means this one later when you baca jadual, you cannot baca dari luar because you don't have the Z value. You only have the belakang punya value, which is you have to baca dari dalam. Baca dari dalam and then tengok, and then outside one will be the answer, right? Okay, let's erase this. Okay, PZ, how to change to from X to Z? K minus mean, which is 5,000, divide standard deviation 1,000 equals to 0.1. Kalau dalam tak boleh buat, I will always tell my students, let's see, kalau tak boleh buat, let's see it goes to K minus 5,000 over 1,000, right? Because dalam memang tak boleh buat, right? You use calculator also useless because you don't know the value of K. So now it will be PZ bigger sama dengan C equals to 0.1. And now you will draw two bell shape. The reason why you do two bell shape is because you don't know your C positive or negative. Your C has to be bigger positive baru boleh tengok jadual. Okay, now it's bigger, but how to know it's positive negative? You draw two bell shape. So the C can be negative, the C can be positive. Bigger means lorek ke kanan. Bigger means lorek ke kanan. And which one you will choose? Okay, you will look at, okay, only one of these is correct. It cannot be both correct at the same time. Your C is either positive or negative. It cannot be both. So what you do is you look at the area on the other side. If the probability answer, the area answer is bigger than 0.5, you choose the kawasan besar punya, the big area. If the area is smaller than 0.5, the answer here is smaller than 0.5, you choose the smaller area. So if you look at this is 0.1. Clearly it's smaller than 0.5. So the C is definitely not negative. The C is positive. Because it doesn't make sense for this area to be 0.1. This area is more than half already. It has to be more than 0.5. So it's C is positive. And since your C is positive, means you can straight away tengok jadual already. Because it's already Z bigger positive, right? And when you tengok jadual, how you tengok? You jangan tengok macam ni 0.10. No, 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 no. The outside value is the Z value. If you baca macam ni salah. What is your Z value now? You don't have. You don't have a Z value. It means you only have the jawapan at the back. It means you have to baca dari dalam. It means you have to go inside here, cari 0.1 ataupun lebih sikit. Okay, cari 0.1 ataupun lebih sikit. So let's go. 0.1 ataupun lebih sikit. 0.1 ataupun lebih sikit. Here. Here. So this one is 0.103. The next one cannot because this one is smaller than 0.1. I want 0.1 or lebih sikit. So this one. So 0.1003. But in order to change this to 0.1, I have to minus 3. Right? And ada ke 3 dekat sini? Dekat tolak sini ada 3 tak? Ada kan? Tak ada lah. Ada 2 dengan 4 saja. So macam mana? Okay, kalau macam ni, you just choose either one. Right? Because 3 dengan 2 punya difference is 1 and 3 dengan 4 punya difference pun 1. So you can choose either one lah. Okay? Because both will give you the correct answer. Okay? So let's choose the 2. Okay? But if you want to choose 4 also can. Believe me, the schema mesti akan terima one. They mesti akan terima both one. Alright? Believe me. Okay, now what you do is you baca outside punya value. So you will baca, right? Because this question is like you baca dari dalam and then to get the outside Z value answer. So that's why after you know this already, you can baca outside. So 1.282 will be your answer. Okay, it means your answer got 3 decimal place lah, 1.282. So now it's time to go back to the Pahang paper, 1.282. And you don't have to write negative because you already do the experiment just now, you know the C is positive already. And don't forget, this is not the answer. K is your answer. So K minus 5,000 over 1,000 equals 1.282. And to get your K is just 1.282, press calculator, times 1,000 plus 5,000. Okay, my calculator give me 6282. 6282. Okay. Wait, did I do it correctly? Why I feel like I did something wrong here? Let's go back to the jadwal. Hey, hello. This is not 2 lah. Are you so stupid? Okay, sorry. This is not 2 lah. When we baca is 1.281, right? Because I choose this. Even though you choose 2 also can. I already say, right? These 2 both also can. I already explained to you just now. So actually, I decide to choose this one. So it should be 1.281. Sorry, silap tengok. So this one is 1.281. So let's just change a bit. Okay, but I want you to know, even though you write like this, is considered correct also. Okay, so this one is 281, this one is 281, this one also different. Okay, if this is 281, it means your K answer will be 1.281 times 1,000 divide 5, plus 5,000. Okay, my calculator give me 6281, right? And guess what? What is 6281? The minimum salary. Okay, the minimum salary for employees to consider high salary. It means minimum salary yang employee kena bayar contribution lah, right? So I think I should write satu baris for them. So I'll just write dot dot dot. I write here dot 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 minimum salary. Okay lah, right. Don't write short form. So minimum salary equals, okay, I have to write RM because it's salary 6281. It means if your salary is above 6281, you have to make contribution to the fund, to the welfare fund. All right. Okay, this is how you do question A, the normal distribution question. So maybe B will be binomial. Let's see. The probability that a student take a school bus is 0.35. So probability of bus 0.35. So what about probability of student that does not use bus? Okay, so I'll write how to write without bus. I'll just write without bus. Okay, the probability of without bus will be what? 1 minus 0.35, which is 0.55. Okay, let me just press calculator. Yeah, correct. 0.65. Sorry. So 0.65. Okay, now let's see what they want. A sample of 7 students are selected, so n is 7. Okay, calculate probably that more than 2 students who do not taking school bus. Okay, by the way, you need to know something. This is a binomial distribution question. Definitely. Because you never see the word normal here, right? And A, they sudah tanya normal already. So this one is binomial. So binomial tak payah tengok jadual. You tak payah tengok itu Z value table, tak payah. Tapi binomial, you kena tentukan 3 perkara. N, P dengan Q. You have to have these 3 things before you do your working. Do you have your NPQ? Okay, N sudah ada. P dengan Q represents probability of success and probability of failure. Tapi you have 2 probability, but do you know which one is probability of success, probability of failure? You actually don't know. You cannot assume, you cannot say, oh sir, mestilah yang pakai bus is success. No, 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 no. You have to read the last baris. Okay, this is how I teach my students. I always said you have to read the last baris, and if the last baris says refer to the last baris lah. So let's refer to the last baris. Calculate the probability that more than 2, yang ni jangan tengok dulu, who do not taking school bus. It means yang tak guna school bus is probability of success. So the without bus punya 0.65 have to write at P, and then the Q have to write 0.35. So remember, always read the last baris, see what they want. Okay, it means for this experiment to consider success, the student selected has to be go school without using bus. Then only this person is success. Then only the study, the experiment is considered success. So what is all the possible values of X? Out of 7 students, maybe zero success. It means tak ada satu orang pun yang pergi sekolah without bus. Or maybe one pergi without bus. Okay. For this experiment to consider success, the student have to go without bus, or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 7 means 7 students, 7 also success. 7 also go school without bus. Okay, so these are all the possibilities. Tapi dia nak cari apa? Dia nak cari probably more than 2 saja. So PX bigger than 2, more than 2 lah, siap lah. And then now what you do is they want 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If they say more than means the 2 is not included. It's just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you have to do PX equals 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. But there is a faster way. You can just take 1 because total probability is 1 minus with PX equals 0 minus with PX equals 1 minus with PX equals 2. Okay, I recommend students to write this. Okay, students usually very lazy one, especially the smart students. They want to do fast. They don't want to write this, and then they forget the 0, or maybe they forget the 2, and then they blame the soalan salah or whatever. Okay, just but whenever I teach my class, I always scold them. I always say, tolong tulis, please write this. Don't be lazy. Okay, so I tolak 1, 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so let's write down 1 minus. And the formula I use is this, NCX, P power X, Q power N minus X. This is the formula to find probability in binomial distribution. Okay, so NCX, it means 7C0 for this. And then the probability of success is 0.65. Probability of failure 0.35. The power will be 0, 7. Okay, the power here will always be same with number down here, and then atas tolak atas dapat atas. Okay, PX equals 1, it will be 7CX, which is 7C1, and then put 2 bracket. First bracket will be success punya probability, it's 0.65, this one is 0.35. This power will be same with the power down here, which is 1, and then atas tolak atas 6. Okay, last one is PX equals 2, so 7C2, bracket. This is the success probability, 0.65, this is 0.35. This number will be same with number down here, 2, 7 minus 2, dapat 5. Okay, siap. All right, time to press calculator. 7C0 is 1, 0.65 power 0 is also 1. So just press 0.35 power 7. Okay, 0.0006434. Actually, your calculator give you times 10 power negative 4. That's why you have to move here 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why you end up with like this. Okay, continue. 7C1, which is 7. And then times 0.65 times 0.35 power 6. Okay, my calculator give me times 10 power negative 3. So let's move the decimal 3 times to the left. So it will be 0.008364. Alright, for those who's wondering why is it like that, it's because the decimal point is here now. So move 1, 2, 3. Okay, because 10 power negative 3, right? Okay, finally, the last one, let's press 7C2 times 0.65 power 2, and then times 0.35 power 5. Okay, we write 4 significant figure as well. So it will be 0.0. The 0 in front, we don't count it as significant figure. And then write 4 significant figure, 4660. Okay. Okay, let's minus everything. 1 minus 0.0006. 0.06434 minus 0.008364 minus 0.04660. Okay, my calculator give me 0.94439. So if I write in four significant figures, it will be 0.9444 because it's 4439. So 444. Okay. Okay, so 3 marks for this and then 7 marks for the normal distribution. So in total 10 marks. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, we are at the final section, last section, bahagian C. For bahagian C, they will give you 4 questions. It's fixed one. They will give you index number, linear programming, kinematics, and one more is solution of triangle. But I will not do the kinematics question, right? It means they ask us to jawab 2 soalan, but I will do 3 soalan. Okay, 3 soalan, right? And I also recommend students when you do revision, you do 3 soalan supaya nanti bila SPM you ada 1 soalan backup. Okay. All right, number 12. This is definitely index number. Let's read. Table 2 shows the price index. It means the I of the 4 components of tourist expenditure to the state of Sarawak in the year 2019 and the year 2022 using the year 2012 as the base year and the corresponding weightage. Okay, a lot of my own students complain to me about this Pahang state paper, the index number question. They all say what? They all say ada satu soalan because after they finish their exam I saw them in my class, right? And then they start to tell me, they said, sir, very difficult the index number because the weightage get negative answer. Okay, they all said that the weightage. Okay, I'm not sure which question they are talking about. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's question soalan B. I don't know. They said dapat negative, right? Okay, let me tell you, weightage cannot have negative one, right? Weightage is like ratio. So ratio tak boleh ada negative, right? But they say get negative. So I don't know. Let's find out together later. Let's see whether betul tak dapat negative. Okay, so let's label first. This is definitely the expenditure component. So this is all the important keywords, right? So if later the soalan never mention any of these words, accommodation, activity, shopping, food, if the soalan never mention any of these words, I have to take the average. I have to take the composite index. If the soalan tak ada mention, but if the soalan ada mention, I have to be very careful. It means let's say if the soalan got mention shopping, I can only use information yang shopping saja. Okay, the next column is price index. So the I lah. 2019 based on 2012, so 19 over 12, right? Okay, the base year letak bawah. Okay, or you can also say the new year, the latest year always letak atas, right? Okay, next one, the changes price index in 2019, 2022. Okay, I think I can write down my I for 2022 based on 2019, right? Because they give me the changes in price in percentage already. So what will be the first one? The first one will be increase by 10%, 110. Because if increase 10% means it means your price index is 110. Okay, if increase means 100 plus. Okay, unchanged means 100, unchanged also 100, increase by 10, 110. Okay, some student when they see the word unchanged what they do, they will write a 1 to 1 here because they thought, oh, sir, unchanged so the 1 to 1 I follow here. No, 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 no. Unchanged means the price never change. So if the price never change, your I will be Q over Q times 100. So imagine your price here and the price here never change. Here and here same number means you can cut. So the I should be 100. Okay, hopefully you understand. Okay, now it's time to label the next information. Okay, they already mentioned weightage, so this is the W, right? So this one tak guna dah because I already convert to something useful, which is the I. Okay, done labeling. Now we can do A. Okay, always label like this first, before we do the A question. All right. Okay, A says given the price of component of food and drinks. You see, got keyword. They got mentioned the word here, food and drinks. So food and drinks is talking about this one, right? It means later I can only use information daripada I can only refer to this row, right? Okay, so it says price of component. So price we can use Q to represent price. So the price in 2019 is 100 ringgit, comma, and then the price in 2012 is 80, right? 80 ringgit, and then find the value of Q. So what is Q? Okay, look at the table. What is Q? Q is actually this one. Q is actually the price index for food and drinks for 19 based on 2012. So in order to find Q, because Q is the index, so you use the price index formula lah. And what is the price index formula? I write it here in case you forget. Is Q1 over Q0 times 100. And for this case, it will be 19 punya price have to letak atas, right? Which is 100 lah. And then 12 punya have to letak bawah. Okay, times 100. Because this one, the base year is 2012, so 2012 Wow. Okay, this one can press calculator. 10,000 divide 80. Okay, my calculator give me 125, so this should be the answer. And I will write my 125 here also. Okay. All right. Sudah siap? Okay, B question 1. Okay, let's read like this. Okay, B question 1 is calculate the price index, means the I of components of food and drinks. So they also got mentioned about food and drinks. What if one day the soalan never mentioned any of this? It means you will take the average, the composite index. Kalau dia tak ada mention, okay? Okay, but let's continue. Price index of components of food and drinks, which is this one, and the activity. This one and activity. In the year 2022 based on 2012. Okay, saya kena cari 2022 based on 2012 punya price index, punya I. Okay, what is this I? This I is 2019 based on 2012. So it's not what I want. I want 2022 based on 2012. This one is 2022 based on 2019. So it's also not what I want. So definitely I have to open a new one and find the 2022 based on 2012 punya I, right? And this one will be my answer. But they never give me any information here, right? Can you see in the soalan, they never give me any information. Tak ada langsung information, right? So what I will write here is, okay, let's see, where should I do this question? Okay, I'll do it here lah. So I'll write B question 1. Okay, there will be two answer for this question. Two answer, because one for food and drinks, punya price index, and another one is for activities ticket. So I'll write food and drinks. Food and drinks. It means I will put a title like that supaya saya tak confused. So food and drinks punya price index, but I want for 2022, 2012, right? But they never give me any information to help me find. So what I should do now? If they never give me any information, means I have to refer the table for information. So if I refer table, I can refer food and drinks, right? So I will not look at the weightage, but I will look at the price index and the price index. So this 125 is for 2019 based on 2012. This 110 is for 2022 based on 2019. So to get 22, 2012, isn't it I can use the smiley face method, which is the, when you have 3 years involved, you can use the smiley face. Do you remember this? So what you do now, you will draw a smiley face. And how to use the smiley face, do you remember? You will write the year here, right? But you have to write the year from the oldest year. So we have 2012, 2019, 2022. So 2012 is the oldest one, followed by 19, and the latest year is 2022. And for this, you will write the price index for this case. Okay, but you can also write composite index here. Okay, in certain cases, you write composite index here. If you're finding composite index, then you write composite index. All right. But for this one, you write index number. So the 110 will be at the 2219, which is this one, 110. And then the 125 is 1912, which is this one, right? And how to get the bawah one? Okay, you remember the smiley face, there is one line that is the longest line, which is this bawah punya line, right? And the longest line will always be same with atas darab atas divide 100. So now to get the 22 over 12, it will be equals to 125 times 110 divided 100. Okay, so now you will get, let's press. Okay, my calculator give me 137.5. 137.5, right? So if I want to get this value, I'm taking 125 times 110 divided 100. So can you tell me how to get this next value? Isn't it the same 121 times 100 divide 100, right? But that will be for my shopping one, right? So what is 121 times 100 divide 100? If you press, you'll get 121, okay? And then this one also 112 times 100 divide 100, 112, okay? Same reason, is because of the smiley face, right? Okay, but the one is for accommodation lah. And then what about for activities ticket? For activities ticket, okay, this one I forgot to write. For activities ticket, it will be 140 times 110 divided 100 here, right? So let's press also. Okay, so the calculator give me 154. But the question never asked me to find all of it, right? The question only asked me to find this one and this one. But I don't care. I want to find all of it, right? Because I realize I can find all of it, I just find all of it. Okay, but in my working, of course, I don't have to write all of it. In my working, I only write food and drinks, and another one is activities ticket, right? Activities ticket. So this is one of the answer. Okay, I already mentioned this soalan got two answer, right? Because they asked for two different price index. So the other one is this one, 154. But let's show them how I get it. It will be a smiley face, but this time instead of 125, it will be 140 here, 140 here, and then instead of 110, it will be 110. Okay, so that's why you will take 140 times 110 divided 100, and if you press again, you will end up with 154. Okay, because I already pressed just now. Yeah. So this is 154, and that's the answer. That's why here I write 154, it's 113.7.5. Okay, okay, these two I know the soalan never asked me to find. That's why I never show the working here. Okay, but I still find it at the side like this because maybe I need to use it later, right? Okay, so the B1 asks you to find price index of food and drinks and activities ticket in the year 2022 based on 2022. That's why I got two answer, right? So this is one of the answer, this is another answer, okay, for two different component. Okay, now for my second question. Hence, find the value of P if the composite index, okay, definitely I'll use the composite index formula for the price of this component in the year 2022, 2012 is 128. Okay, is there any space for me to write this? Uh, okay lah, I think I will just make it smaller and then I will do my working down here lah, right? So what is the 128? The 128 is the composite index for 2022 based on 2012 equals to 128. And what I will do now is I'll draw a very long garisan, very panjang punya garisan, very panjang punya garisan. Okay, maybe like that. Okay, let's make it straight. Okay, I'll draw a very panjang punya garisan equals to 128, right? Because the formula for composite index is what? Do you remember? Composite index formula is you take the sum of price index times weightage divide with sum of weightage, right? This symbol means sum, okay, jumlah, okay. So what you have to do now is you take the, if you want to take the I times with the weightage, right? But which I? Which I? There's so many I. Do I take the 2022, 2212 or the 2219 or the 19? Which I? Which I want to take? Okay, look at the year lah. The year already say ma, 2212 ma. So of course you take the 2212. So of course you take this value, right? So do you remember just now I very sampat, I very I very busybody. I go and find these two value, right? Even though the question never asked me to find, I still find it. But now it ends up helping me already, right? Because without these two value, how you gonna find the P later, right? So now I will take 137.5 times with weightage. So 137.5 times 2P plus with 121 times 6. Okay. And then 112 times 3 plus. Okay, this is the formula for composite index. And then the I times W, 154 times P, which is 154P. And then divide with total weightage. Total weightage is just everything add together lah. So what is the weightage add together? It will be 2P plus, okay, what is this? 6 plus 3 plus P. Okay. Okay, let's solve this question. Okay, how can I continue? Okay, this is 1 to 8. This is still 1 to 8. And then here will be a line. 2P plus P is 3P. 6 plus 3 is 9. And then 137.5 times 2P. This one can do with this. So I will press calculator now. 137.5 times 2. But I will plus with 154. So I will end up with 429P. The reason why these two can do is because they both have P. So it will be 429P. And then the number and the number can do together. Okay, what is 121 times 6? Plus 112 times 3. Okay, my calculator give me 1062. So just write down 1062. This one, what happened? So this one is plus 1062. This one is P, right? Okay, now how to find P? This whole thing can move up here, become times. So 429P plus 1062. Okay, when I pinna this, I can get rid of the fraction already. So 128 times 3, 384P. And then press calculator, 128 times 9. Let me press, wait. Okay, 1152. So this one is plus 1152. So now to find P, this one ada P, this one ada P. So dia boleh buat. Tapi letak sekali dulu. Plus 384 jadi minus 384. 429 minus 384. I got 45P. And then the rest number have to throw it to the other side. 1062 become minus. So 1152 minus 1062. Okay. 1152 minus 1062. Okay, my calculator give me 90. 90. So P equals to 90 divided 45, which is 2 lah. Okay. So P represents 2. So this is 2. This one is 2 times P, 2 times 2, 4. Right? So I don't know why my student complain, right? Because my own students, they complain, they tell me the weightage dapat negative. Right? I don't know what mistake they did. Because not just one student tell me they get negative for the weightage answer. Like a few of them tell me that the Pahang state paper ada masalah, right? The index question, but I do it, tak ada masalah pun. Okay, maybe they use the wrong I don't know. Okay, but anyways, let's continue. Maybe I'll ask them next time I see them. Like why they get negative, I also don't know why. Okay, tak ada masalah. Saya dapat jawapan pun okay saja. Okay, tak apa. Let's continue with the C question 1. Okay, let's go. Which component shows the most important expenditure for Sarawak states the risk? Give your justification. What does it mean by which component shows the most important expenditure? Okay, I'll straight away tell you the answer. You have to look at the highest weightage. Okay, highest weightage. Highest weightage means dia punya contribution lagi banyak. Dia punya sumbangan kepada expenditure lagi banyak percentage. Alright. So if you want to know siapa punya contribution paling besar, you look at the weightage paling besar. So you can see it's shopping. So the answer here is shopping. Okay. So I'll write here. What I'll write here? I'll write shopping. Okay, shopping. And the reason. Okay, sorry. So I'll write shopping. And then they say give a reason, right? Give a justification. So uh, because expenditure, because shopping has the highest weightage. Okay. Okay, let me just explain why weightage can tell you which one is the most important. Let's say you are making ingredient, you need to make a biscuit. Okay, you need to make a biscuit. So biscuit memang kena ada ingredient, right? So ada banyak ingredient, right? Ada banyak ingredient. Let's say got 3 ingredient, 1, 2, 3, right? And they all have different weightage, right? So let's say this one is 20%, this one is 50%, this one is 30%, right? So weightage is like uh they can give you in percentage sometimes weightage. They can also sometimes give you in ratio, or maybe give you in pie chart or bar chart, right? But what weightage represents is actually the percentage, the ratio ataupun the contribution, right? It means how frequent you need the ingredient, how much the ingredient contribute to the whole biscuit. So if I said that this ingredient punya weightage 50%, it means this ingredient it contributes to the biscuit paling banyak lah, because it has the highest weightage, right? This is what it means, right? So I hope you understand the definition of weightage. Weightage is like it will tell you siapa punya contribution paling tinggi, right? So this question is definitely shopping because shopping has the highest weightage. Okay, I don't think there's a lot to explain. All right, so I'll just stop here and continue with question 2. Okay, hope you understand. Number 2, in the year 2025. Okay, 25, 12, 22. Okay, definitely smiley face lah because got 3 years. Okay, let's read first. In the year 2025, the price index for component in C1, shopping lah. Okay, so this question also, they got mentioned the keyword here, shopping. So later when I do this question, I can only refer the shopping punya row. Okay, but what if one day the exam question they never mention any of this keyword like shopping, accommodation, activity, they never mention, then you will take the composite index. Okay. Okay, I keep on repeating that, right? Because it's very important. Okay, let's continue. So this one definitely using shopping only. Price index for component C based on 2012 is predicted to be 151.25. So what is the price index? The I for 2025 is the newer year, the latest year. 2012 is the older year. And then the I will be 151.25. Okay, this is shopping. Calculate the percent. Oh, percentage. How? Okay, actually, when you calculate percentage means you calculate the price index, because price index can convert to percentage easily. Okay, later I will show you how to convert. So calculate percentage means calculate price index of the component in 2025 based on 2022. So I want to calculate the I for 2025 based on 2022, but it's for the shopping one. So how to do this? Use smiley face. Definitely use smiley face, because why use smiley face? Because got involved 3 years, right? Okay, what is the oldest year here? 2012, followed by 2022, and the latest year is 25, right? The 151.25 is given, right? Is for the 2512. So I think I have to write down here. And then what I want to find at the end, my final answer. What is my final answer? What I want to find at the end, 25 over 2022 punya price index, which is this one, right? But in order to find this, I need this one, right? And don't forget, this question they actually got mentioned shopping. Okay, so I have to take 2022 over 2012 punya price index, but for shopping punya. So let's go and find 2212 shopping. 2212 shopping. 2212 shopping. 2212 shopping. So 2212 shopping is 1 to 1 lah. So 1 to 1 is the one you take, right? But what if the soalan never mention shopping ataupun food and drinks ataupun accommodation, and then you take the composite index? Kalau dia tak mention any of these keyword, right? So this question the other cakap, so 1 to 1. So 1 to 1 you write here. Now you can go for your final answer to get the I 25 or 22. How to find? Okay, the longest line. Which one is the longest line out of these three lines? Yang bawah, right? So the longest line will always be equals to the atas punya times together divide 100. So the longest line is 15125. It will be equals to 121 times with this. This one is the I for 25, 22 lah. And then divide 100. So to get the I for 25, 22, you will press 151.25 times 100 divide 121. Okay, my calculator give me 125. Okay, hope you get the same also. So this is the price index answer. Hey, they want percentage. Remember just now when I read question, they got mentioned calculate the percentage change. So if my price index is 125, how to convert to percentage? Very easy. If your price index is more than 100, it means your percentage is increase. You increase. Okay, your price increase. But if your price index is less than 100, it means your price decrease. Okay, but how to know how many percent? Okay, if I say 125 means it will increase 25%, because you will take 125 minus 100. Okay, so you write increase 25%, right? Then what if it's 110? Then increase 10%, right? Then what if your I is 130? Then increase 30%. Then what if it's 80? 80. You don't tell me increase 80%. No, no, no. If the I is 80, it means decrease 20%. Decrease 20%, because 100 is the remain unchanged. 100 means it remain unchanged. So if your I is 80, it means decrease 20%. Okay, 100 minus 80. Okay. Then what if your I is 100? Okay, if your I is 100, you just write remain unchanged. Okay, remain unchanged. It means tak ada naik price, tak ada turun price. Kalau 100. Okay. Okay, last one. What if it's 90? What if your I is 90? Increase or decrease? Decrease lah, definitely, because it's less than 100. Decrease how many percent? 10%. Okay. All right. Hope you understand. And I recommend writing the word increase there also. Don't just write 25%. Write increase ataupun decrease. Okay. If it's more than 100, increase. If it's less than 100, decrease. Okay. Okay. I think good enough. Now we can move on to question number 13. I think this is solution of triangle. Okay. Let's read. Diagram 6 shows a quadrilateral, but it's actually a triangle joined together. Okay. So ABCD, given that ADC is an obtuse angle. What is obtuse angle? It means the angle is in quadrant 2. The angle must be bigger than 90 but smaller than 180. It means in between 90 and 180 degree angle. All right. So where is the ADC? Let's find it out. So this one, right? So I'll put a 2 here just to remind myself this is a quadrant 2 angle. Okay. So later if I get quadrant 1, then maybe something wrong with my working. So now this one, I will do A now. Okay, A says, without any calculation, state the point which is the furthest from A. Give reason for your answer. Okay, let's look at this. This is point A, right? Okay, first thing first is, can I find this angle? Yes, right. So let's find it. Even though the question never asked us to find, just find it. Right? 180 minus 93.2 minus 58. Okay, my calculator give me 28 degrees, 48 minutes. So just write it there, 28 degree 48 minutes. But this one, the question never asked me to find. I just find it myself. And then what else? What else I can find easily? Tak ada dah. So how? Without any calculation, state the point which is furthest from A. Okay, there's only 3 points, B, C, or D. So which one is the furthest from A? Of course, you can use a ruler, okay, and measure this one how many cm, measure this one how many cm, measure this one how many cm, and see which one longest, right? But I don't think you can do it like that, because later you have to give a reason. So I think I know which one already. I think it's point C. Yeah, point C. Okay, why is it point C the furthest? Okay, for example, okay. Let's draw a right angle triangle. Okay, which one is the longest side? Which one is the longest side? The hypotenuse, right? And how you know? How you know this one is the hypotenuse? Because you look at the angle opposite, correct? Because if the total sum of angle in the triangle is 180, And if one of the angle is 90, what is 180 minus 90? You will get 90, right? It means the sum of this angle and this angle must be 90. It means this angle plus with this angle must be 90. So that the sum of the whole angle, so that the sum of all three angles will be 180. Okay? It means these two angles, definitely each angle will not be less than 90. Sorry, will not be more than 90. Do you understand? Because these two angle tambah baru boleh dapat 90. Dia tak boleh yang ni dapat 91, tak boleh. Tak boleh. Because it's just 91, 91 plus 90, 181 already. Then it's not a triangle already. Right? It means the other two angle here definitely must be less than 90. Right? And the sum of it must be 90 when you tambah them. Then only the total will be 180. That is why this is the longest side. Because out of these three angle, this is the paling besar punya angle. And paling besar punya depan, paling besar punya angle punya uh, side yang how to say opposite dengan dia, that will be the longer side lah, because it has the is the opposite of the highest angle. Do you understand? So what you have to do now is apply this concept in this question. So what you do now is you look at this, which one is the highest angle? 93.20. So the opposite of this will definitely be the longest side out of these three triangle, right? So out of these three sides, which one is the longest side? AC is the longest side, right? But what if you look at the other triangle? This other triangle, I don't know the angle here, I don't know the angle here, but I can tell you for sure it's quadrant 1 angle. Because you use your eyes also, you can tell this is quadrant 1, less than 90. This one also less than 90. This one is quadrant 2 because the Soalan already mentioned it. That is why this will be the biggest angle, the high, how to say, paling besar punya angle. So paling besar punya angle means this three side, which one is the longer side? The AC line also. So it's very clear to me that the AC line is the paling panjang punya line lah. So we can erase all this because it's very messy if I write like this. So this one also I erase. So hopefully you understand my explanation. So I write point C, and the reason is that, okay, it's very hard to write this reason. So I write because uh AC is uh uh okay, because I think I can write like that because the angle uh opposite, because the angles opposite of line AC in both triangles is the biggest angle in is the biggest because the angles opposite of line AC in both triangle is the biggest angle in their respective triangles. Yeah, I think like this is good enough. Yeah. Okay, I try my best to be as complete as how to say, it means I try to write my reason to I try my best to make my reason like perfect. So yeah, I think I'll write like this. So 1 mark, I think can get 1 mark lah. You write like that. Okay, soalan B, let's go. Calculate number 1 angle ADC. Where's ADC? Oh, the obtuse angle lah, the quadrant 2 angle. Okay, how to find? Uh, Definitely I have to use the bawah punya triangle, right? Because the angle in quadrant 2 is bawah punya triangle, right? But the problem is I don't have enough information. In order to find this, I need the panjang AC. Oh my god. I have to write everything again. Are you serious? Ah, okay. Point C. Okay, tak apa lah. Let's write again. It's okay. So what is it? Because the angles opposite to line AC, because the angles opposite to line AC is the biggest angle, is the largest angle also can, is the biggest angle. The angles opposite to line AC in both triangles, okay? Because the angles opposite in both triangles it is Okay. Let me write nicely. Because the angles opposite line, you see, in both triangles is the biggest angle, in their respective triangle. Okay, let's check again. Point C, because the angles opposite to line AC in both triangle is the biggest angle in their respective. Yeah, I think can. Okay, let's go B, question 1. Okay, ADC angle, if I want to find, okay, actually this one I have just now, I forget already. How much is it? 28 degree 48 minute, right? Just now I tekan the undo button, okay, and then the whole thing erased already. Okay, in order to find angle ADC, I need to use bawah punya triangle definitely, but I don't have enough information because uh, this chapter got few formula only, sine rule, cosine rule, and then area, right? And for cosine rule, I usually ask my student to hafal the case. For cosine rule, there's only two case. It's either they give you two sides and then one angle and then ask you to find this. Then you will use cosine rule. Another case where you use cosine rule is they give you all three sides and ask you to find any angle inside. Okay, any angle inside. And the cosine rule is a square equals to b square plus c square minus 2bc cos A, right? The B and C if you terbalik tak apa, but the A jangan silap tulis. If the A silap tulis, the whole thing wrong, okay? So, can you see that if I want to find this angle, which is quadrant 2 angle, I cannot, how to say, I don't have enough information because I need to have all three sides of this triangle. Then only I can apply the cosine rule. So I need to find AC first. So my plan now is to find AC. But how to find AC? Use another triangle yang atas. So I can find AC by using atas punya triangle because atas punya triangle ada banyak information. So we can actually use sine rule, right? Okay, kenapa boleh guna sine rule? Okay, when you use sine rule, apa yang you requires what? You kena ada apa for sine rule? You kena ada opposite of what you want and also satu pair. Okay, satu pair yang complete. So do you have opposite of one you want and satu pair yang complete? Ada kan? So can you sine rule? So since you are finding AC, so AC duduk atas over sine, the opposite angle is 93.2 equals to the complete pair, which is 64 over sine 28 degree 48 minute. Right? So we can do it like this. Okay. Okay, let's erase all these lines. Okay, now we press calculator. Straight away can get my AC. Straight away. So 64 divide sine 28 degree 48 minute close bracket times sine 93.2 close bracket. My calculator give me 132.64. So this is not the answer yet. This is just the AC panjang. So I'll just write here 132.64. Now I can focus on finding the angle ADC by using cosine rule. I already mentioned just now. Okay, the cosine rule formula is like this. But when you write this formula, you have to make sure the A you tak tulis salah. Because if the A salah, the whole thing salah already. Right? If the B, C you terbalik tulis, that one no, tak ada, that one tak apa. Okay, but the A cannot tulis salah. Okay, usually how I teach students to write the A, how I make them less confused is I will just tell them A will be the one opposite of the angle. Okay, A will always be depan sudut, depan angle, right? So if you look at this, siapa angle yang saya nak cari ADC, right? So depan sudut, that's the A. Okay, that's the A, right? Depan sudut. So it will be 132.64 square equals to the other two sides 52.4 square plus 109 square and then minus 2 bracket 52.4 and then bracket 109 and then cos the angle which is ADC. Okay. Then what if one day your angle is here? Then your A will be 109. But remember your small a, this A, your small a, will always be depan angle. Okay. So faham. Alright, now it's time to press calculator. Okay, when I press this, I always teach students to press like this. It means I will press 132.64 minus this one, minus this one. It means I will separate it here. Okay. Okay, so let's press 132.64 square minus 52.4 square minus 109 square. Okay, I'll get 2966 on this side, 2966.6096. Okay, then on the other side, it's just left with negative 2 times with 52.4 times with 109. Okay, you get negative 11423.2 times with cos ADC. Right? So what is cos ADC? The cos ADC will be The 2966.6096 divide the negative answer lah. So the calculator give me negative 0.2597. Okay. Okay, now how to get the this one is ADC, right? ADC. So it means cos angle ADC equals to negative 0.2597. So how to find ADC? So to find ADC, I have to pin out the cos to the other side, become cos inverse, right? And this one I'll write 0.2597. Please don't tekan the negative. If you tekan the negative, salah. The negative only indicates quadrant. So which quadrant? So add sugar to coffee. Cos bernilai negative means second quadrant and third quadrant. So this is second quadrant, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, right? So later, when I press, I cannot press negative. I will have to press shift cos 0.2597. So let's press now. Cannot press negative. Okay, my calculator give me 74 degree 57 minute. But this is not the answer, of course. This is what we call the reference angle. So I write RA here. Okay, so this is not the answer. To get the real answer for ADC, you have to convert to quadrant 2 and quadrant 3. Right? So how to convert quadrant 2? 180 minus. How to convert to quadrant 3? 180 plus. So 180 minus 105 degree 4 minute. Right. Another one will be 180 plus with this. Let me press 50. Is this 51 or 57? 57, right? Okay, my calculator gives me 254 degree 57 minute. Okay. Okay, this one I tekan betul lah. 180. Okay, this one is 105 degree 3 minute, not 4 minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so done already. But this one I have to reject lah. Of course, rejected. Why I have to reject it? Because this angle is quadrant 2. They already mentioned at the beginning. Quadrant 2 means the angle has to be in between 90 and 180. So the correct answer here is 105 degree 3 minute. So let's label here also. Okay, let me label. So yeah lah, obtuse angle mah. So 105 degree 3 minute. So I want you to know that this is the proper way to write the working, right? Because I know a lot of students, they won't do like that. They will straight away shift cos the negative 0.2597. Okay, you can do it like that. Okay, it will give you the same answer. But other case yang tak dapat, right? Because they might give, because when you take shift cos negative, what if they give you the quadrant 3 answer in the calculator? That is why I want students to learn the how to say the actual way. So this is the real way to do it. Okay, we will never tekan the negative, right? Okay lah, hope you understand. Okay, next question number 2. Calculate the area of quadrilateral ABCD. Okay, to calculate the area of quadrilateral, you just take area of triangle plus area of triangle. But you cannot use the 1/2 times base times height formula because this triangle is not a 90-degree triangle. So you have to use 1/2 AB sine C. A and B stands for the two sides. C stands for the included angle. So to calculate the area of ABCD, first you have to take 1/2 AB sine C. So let's find the triangle for this. Okay, let's take any two sides. Okay, if I'm you, I'll choose this side and this side. So 52.4 times with 109 and then times with sine 105 degree 3 minute. Okay, okay, I'm just using the formula. Okay, but I have to plus with okay, I'll write here because not enough space. Plus with 1/2. Okay, the other triangle I also choose any two sides. Do I have the AB panjang? I don't have, right? So don't use that lah. Just take 64. Okay, I have two sides included angle already. So 64 times with 132.64 times with sine 58. Okay, time to press calculator. 52.4 times 109 divide 2 times sine 105 degree 3 minute. 2757.84. And then this one is 64 times 132.64 divide 2 times sine 58. 3599.52. And then use the answer button plus with 2757.84. Okay, 6357.36. 6357.36 is the answer, right? Don't forget to write cm square because this is the area, right? Okay, so that's it. Now it's time to do C. Okay, part C, let's read the question. Okay, let's read here. Line CD is extended to E. Where is CD? This one CD, right? So it's extended. Extended means dipanjangkan, right? Okay, okay, let's. So this CD line is extended to point E, such that point E is a point that lies at the shortest distance. Hey, what is shortest distance? It means 90 degree. Whenever you see the word shortest, means 90 degree. Okay. From A to CD. So it means A, I have to tarik satu line to CD, but not the second line. It has to be a straight line and it has to be perpendicular with CD. Alright. So what I will do now is I will panjangkan the CD line. uh Wait, can I fix this? Wait. Okay, sorry. I don't know what happened just now. I misclicked something. Okay. Okay. So shortest distance from A to CD. So how what am I explaining just now? Okay, I want to panjangkan the line, right? So yeah, I'll panjangkan the CD line. Okay, I'll make it panjang like that. But where is point E? Where is point E? Somewhere here, right? But it says E is a point such that the shortest distance from A is the shortest distance from A to CD. So A, if I tarik satu line, tapi saya tak boleh tarik macam ni. It has to be perpendicular dengan yang ni. So it has to be a line that is 90 degree with the CD line perpendicular. That's why it's called shortest distance. So lebih kurang like this, right? So this is the 90 degree. And this garisan will tell you the E position. So this is the E position now. You understand, right? And the 52.4 is actually the hypotenuse. Okay, the 52.4. Okay. So now it says on diagram 6, mark point E. I should mark lah. This one, point E, right? And of course, this garisan, you don't have to draw so long. Okay, you can draw until here also. Okay. Like that. So this is point E. Okay. So make sure you use ruler to panjangkan lah, right? Okay, now the next part, second question, find the shortest distance of E from A to CD. Means I'm trying to find this height, the AE height. Okay. Okay, very easy. Use area. Okay, use area. Okay, use area to find. Remember this in exam, in solution of triangle, if they want to find shortest distance, we always use area to find, but not the 1/2 AB sin C formula, the 1/2 times base times height formula, right? So what I will do now is, I will calculate the area of ACD using the 1/2 times base times height formula, but I will use 109 as the base. Okay, 109 as the base, right? So it will be 1/2. Okay, sorry. So it will be 1/2 times base will be 109. And I'm sure you know what what I will do next already. Because if my base is 109, can my height be 52.4? Cannot, right? Because 52.4 is the second panjang. I have to take the vertical height from A to the DC line, which is the A the answer lah, the shortest distance from A to CD. So I call it H, right? So it means here I'll write H. Okay. But I actually know the area. I actually know the area of ACD. I find it just now. The ACD area is 2757.84 because I used the 1/2 AB sin C formula to find it just now. So this is the value that I will put in here. 2757.84. Right? So now I can find my height. Just press calculator. 2757.84 times 109 divided 2. Okay, the answer is, I see that. It has to be 2757.84 divide 109 times 2. Okay, 50.60. And of course, the unit is centimeter. Okay, let me explain a bit. Remember this, in solution of triangle, memang dia famous. This type of question memang famous. They will ask you to find shortest distance. So just remember, shortest distance, we will use area to find. Okay, but we will not use the 1/2 AB sin formula. We'll use this formula, right? And usually, you will have the area answer here already. Alright, it's either they already give you or you have to find it using 1/2 AB sin C. Alright, but yang saya boleh confirm bagi tahu you is shortest distance memang selalu kita akan guna formula ni. Right? Okay, can I show you another method to do this question, which is a bit longer, right? It's a bit more complicated one. So another method to do this question, which is more complicated, is by using Sokato. Right? Okay, let me draw the triangle. Okay, so this is another method. Okay, so since it's another method, I'll write it somewhere here on the side. Okay, so this is 90 degree, and what is the point just now? A here, E here, D here, right? So this is 52.4. So AD is 52.4. And I have this angle actually. Okay. And since I'm finding the shortest distance from E from A to CD, it means I'm finding this distance lah. Correct. And actually you can use trigo to find, but you need one angle here, which is this angle, and you can find it 180 minus the 105 degree 3 minutes. So let's see what I get. Okay, my calculator give me 74 degree 57 minutes. Okay, 74 degree 57 minutes, right? And I'm sure you know what I'll do now. I use the Socato formula, right? So I have the opposite. I want to find the opposite, and I have the hypotenuse. So definitely you will use sine. So sine 74 degree 57 minute equals to opposite, which is the final answer, the height, the h lah. I call it h, over the hypotenuse, which is 52.4, right? So how to find the height? The height, it means height is the distance from A to E. Okay, so I will tekan sine 74, our sine answer, times with 52.4. Okay, if you got press in your calculator, you'll get the same. You'll get 50.60 cm. And can you see this one and this one is same answer? Yeah. So you can do it like this also. All right. But I want you to know something. Whenever they find shortest distance, the fastest way to do it is by using this area formula. Okay. Just remember, shortest distance, memang kena guna area formula. Memang kena guna formula ni 1/2 times base times height. Right? This is the proper way to do it. Okay, so remember, when solution of triangle, when you see shortest distance, just do it. Just you have to think. This formula has to, how to say, have to come in, have to comes into your head. Okay, the 1/2 times base times height. Okay, I think I'm in my last question, number 14. I don't know how many hours I do already. Oh, so tired. Okay, let's continue with question number 14. Okay, let's read. Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, number 14. Let's go. Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Precinct 8 Putrajaya organized a SPM Excellence Workshop to open several nearby schools. The participants of the workshop consisted of X SMK Precinct 8 students and Y outside students. So X represents number of students, and then Y also represents number of students, but this one is outside students. So I can write, where should I write it? I can write here. Okay, so I will write inside student and there is outside student. So inside student got X amount of inside student, while outside got Y. So this one represents number of students. And then it says the registration fee charged for the SMK Precinct 8 student is 100 ringgit. It means if you are inside the school student, the fee is 100 ringgit for one student. But since there's X amount, so the total price will be 100X, the total fee. And for outside student, the fee is 120 ringgit for one outside student. So the total fee will be 120Y. So this one I'll just write fee. Alright, it means this one is in RM punya lah. And then it says the number of students participating in the workshop is based on the following constraint. 1, 2, 3, terus baca A, write 3 linear inequality that satisfy above constraint except X bigger 0, Y bigger 0. Okay, X and Y represents number of students. That is why they have to be positive. That's why they write bigger 0 here. So now what I do is I will do my A here. Okay, where should I write my A working? Okay, I'll just write here lah. Okay, so I'll write on the side here A. So I have my first inequality. Okay, I think I can write atas sikit. Yeah, I think I can write here maybe. So the first inequality, and then the second one, and then the third one. Okay. Okay, let's look at the first one first. Let's read. The first one says the maximum. Maximum means smaller sama dengan. Number of students participating in the workshop is 80 people. So we are talking about number of people. So obviously X, kita kena tengok XY. But they never say which inside or outside, right? They just say total number of students. So definitely it's the total X plus Y. Smaller sama dengan 80. Siap. Second one, ratio of inside students to outside student is at least 1:3. At least means bigger sama dengan. So ratio of inside to outside, it means X divide Y. X ratio Y means X divide Y is at least. So bigger sama dengan 1:3 means 1/3. Okay. Okay, this one you can cross multiply. Okay, when you cross multiply, what you get is you will get 3 times X, 3X, bigger sama dengan Y. You can actually terbalikkan this thing. You can write the Y in front, 3X at the back, but make sure the symbol is pointing to Y. Because look at this, it's pointing to Y, right? So when you terbalik also, the symbol has to point to Y. Okay, but mungkin ada student yang tak mau buat macam ni, they want to stop here, can also. Can also. But make sure later when you shade the region, because later you have to shade the region, right? Shade the region R. You have to lower it smaller. Okay, Because even if you write like this, it looks like it's bigger, but you cannot make sure you tengok dari y positive. So it's actually smaller, right? So it's up to you. You want to write like this also can. You want to write like this also can. Just make sure later when you load it, when you shade the region, you load it bigger for load it smaller for this line, right? Because when you take out the y positive is small. All right. Okay, hope you understand. Number three is what is it? The total fee collected is at least bigger sama dengan, right? And the total fee is RM 6,000. So you have to take the fee lah 100x plus 120y bigger sama dengan 6,000. And I always recommend to kecilkan kalau boleh. So all these numbers can divide by 20. So divide 20, 5x, divide 20, 6y, divide 20, 300. So now done already. So this is my A answer, 3 marks. So 1, 2, 3, yep. Okay, now let's do B. Okay, where should I do my B? Okay, let's do it here lah, B. Okay, my B, it says using a scale of 2 cm to 10, construct and shade the region. Okay, this one you have to use graph paper, right? But there is some working you have to do here also. Okay, because you have to find coordinate. So you will let x plus y equals 80 and then find at least 2 points. Because later you have to plot this point to draw the line. So the first line, the first point will be, usually I will use these 2 points, x equals 0, y equals 0. You can use any point you want, but I like to use x 0, y 0 because this is the easiest point to plot. So when x equals 0, y is 80. When y equals 0, x is also 80. So that's it. Next one is y equals 3x. Okay, I just prefer here. So if y equals 3x, what would be the points? When x equals 0, y is 0. But when you try to ganti y equals 0, your x is 0. It means you get back the same point. So you have to choose another point. And let's use 20. Because if x is 20, 20 times 3 is 60, right? And the scale is like 2 cm to 10. So I'm sure, yeah, you'll be able to plot this easily. Okay, the last one is 5x plus 6y equals 300. So x equals 0. What is y? 300 divided 6. I think it's 50. Okay, I think it's 50. So you just write 50. And then another one is when y equals 0, x is 300 divided 5 is 60, right? So after having all this, now you can go to your graph, right? Now only you can go to your graph. So the scale is 2 cm to 10 student on x-axis, on both axes, right? So let's go. 2 cm to 10. So I need to make sure kena ada sampai 8 kotak. And then split. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this graph paper is actually the correct size. So yes, you can do that. So 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, x-axis. This one 10, 20, 30. You don't have to go 10 kotak. Means until 100. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And I remember my first line, it's 0, 80, 80, 0. So plot now. 0, 80, 80, 0. So now I will draw the line. Okay, let's draw the x-axis and y-axis nicely first. This is my x-axis. Okay, let's make it smaller. Uh, okay, like this. Oops, this one. Alright, so this one tarik sampai sini, and then label y-axis. Okay, now it's time to draw the line. Okay, I already plot the first line. It's 80, 0, 0, 80, right? So tarik satu line je lah. Okay, I want to make sure it's accurate. Okay, I think this is good enough. Yep. Don't forget to write the equation as well. X plus y equals 80. Okay, time for the next line. Next line is what is it? 0, 0, 20, 60. Y equals 3x line. So 0, 0, 20, 60. I think it's here. 20, 60 is here, right? So I have to make sure this line touches these 2 points. So like that. Okay, is it correct? Yes, right? 0, 0, 20. Okay, let's make sure to write the equation also. Y equals 3x. The equation must write, the equation must write. Okay, last line. 5x plus 6y equals 300. 0, 50, 60, 0. 0, 50, which is here. 60, 0, which is here. And then tarik. What happened? Okay, sorry. So this one, it will be like this. Make sure it touches the 2 points. Okay. Okay, the equation, what is it? 5x plus 6y equals 300. So write it down. Okay, let's write here. 5x plus 6y equals 300. Okay, after you finish now, you can shade the region. Okay, because the soalan will always ask you to construct and shade. So you see, construct and shade the region. So when you shade, you have to focus on the inequality symbol, which is this one. Smaller, smaller, bigger. Okay, smaller, smaller, bigger. Smaller, smaller, bigger. Okay, it means everything smaller except this line, right? So smaller, smaller, bigger, right? So smaller, and then this line also smaller, but this 5x plus 6y 309 is bigger, right? So it's very clear to me this one is the shaded region, right? So after I know it's this one, I can start to label R and shade the whole thing. So shade, 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 shade. It means if I want bigger, I will tengok atas garisan. If smaller, I have to tengok bawah garisan, right? So this is the shaded region that all the three region overlap, right? All the three region overlap here. That's why this is my final shaded region, final answer. Okay. All right. This is worth 3 marks. Now it's time to do question C. Okay. I think I can besarkan. Okay. So let's do C, question 1 here. Okay, using the graph obtained in B, find the minimum number of outside. Okay, outside is X or Y? I forget. It's Y, right? So I'm finding the Y minimum. Finding the Y minimum. If the ratio of number of SMK students to outside students is 1:3. So ratio of siapa to siapa. SMK to outside, it means inside to outside, means X ratio Y lah. Ataupun X over Y is 1/3. So when you darab silang, you get 3X equals to Y, which is Y equals to 3X. So what I have to do now is, from the Y equals 3X, I have to carry 2 points and then plot in the graph and then find the Y minimum. But I don't have to do that because look at this. Y equals 3X isn't the same, 0, 0, 20, 60. So I can actually straight away, because it's kebetulan same, right? So I can straight away go to refer on to this line. Okay, Y equals 3X, and I can find my minimum value of Y. So which line is the Y equals 3X garisan? This one, right? This one, right? So how to get the Y minimum? It means you have to look at the first contact point with shaded region. The first point where it contact when we touch the shaded region is this one, right? Is this one, okay? Not this one, This one is when because this line, dia start dari 0, 0, and then it goes here is when it first touches the shaded region, right? That's why that's the minimum, right? But if I want a maximum, I will go until the last contact point, which is here, right? You will not keep going because there's no shaded region here already, right? So kalau maximum ambil 20, 60, tapi kalau minimum ambil yang ni. Alright, what is the point here? The coordinate here is, what is this? 14, I think. Yeah, 11, 12, 13. I think it's 13. The x coordinate is 13, but the y coordinate is like 39, right? But they only ask for y minimum, so I will only tarik to y axis. So I will go from here and then tarik to y axis like that. It means I'll take only this because they only ask for y minimum only. They never ask for x, right? That's why I tarik to y axis So it's 39. Okay. Okay. Next question. What they want? Oh, sudah siap ni. So C2 I'll do down here. The maximum profit obtained if the school obtained as much profit from the amount 25% of fees collected. Okay, they want to find profit, but I remember just now when I read this question, they mentioned about fees, right? What is the total fees? The total fee is 100x plus 120y, right? But this one is fee, not profit. So if I want to write the total fee, it will be 100x plus 120y, right? Correct. Yeah, 100x plus 120y. But they ask you to find maximum profit if the school obtains profit from 25% of the fees collected. It means what I find now is I find maximum fees first. I don't want to don't care about the word profit first. After I find my maximum profit, then only I times with 25%. Okay, how to do this part of question? I'm sure you all should be familiar with this. If you are my own student, you should be familiar with this. How to do is you take 100x plus 120y, and then you put a number here, and the number can be any number, but choose the LCM, right? Choose the lowest common multiple. 100 and 120, the lowest common multiple here is 600, right? 600. Okay. Lowest common multiple means gandaan sepunya terkecil. It means you make sure this number can divide by these two numbers. All right. Okay, so now we find the points and plot inside the graph. So when x equals 0, 600 divided 120, which is 5. When y equals 0, 600 divided 100 is 6. So 0, 5, 6, 0. Let's plot. 0, 5 is here. Here. 6, 0 is here. And then now you will draw the line, but use a ruler and make sure you use dotted line, right? Okay, I never use ruler, but you have to use ruler. Huh? So what is the equation just now? 100x plus 120y equals to 600. And now what you do is you have to find a maximum or minimum. Maximum, right? Yeah, they want maximum profit. Okay, if you want maximum profit, first you need to find maximum fees first. Yeah, you have to find maximum fees first. And if you want to find maximum fees, you need to use the line that you just draw, and you need to slide until the maximum point, right? Okay, the jawapan will always be at the bucu. What does it mean by bucu? Bucu means at the corner. So the answer will always be at the corner. So can you tell me got how many corner this shaded region? The shaded region look like this, right? Got 4 corner, right? So the answer you take will always be at the corner. Okay, it will not be somewhere like this. It will not be somewhere here. Like what? This is not corner, bro. It will not be here one, right? The answer will always be at the corner. It means 1, 2, 3, 4. And if they want maximum, you have to slide until the last corner. If they want minimum, you slide until the first corner. The first corner it touch, that's the minimum already. So what you do is you will put a ruler like this and put another pambaris panjang here, and you will try to make sure these things stick on the ruler. Just make sure they are because you want to draw, you want to make sure it's parallel, right? You want to make sure this line is parallel when you slide it, right? That's why you need two ruler for this. So one short ruler here, one long ruler, and you slide it, right? And when you push, you know this is not the answer already. This two is definitely not the answer because they want maximum. So it's either this one or this one, right? So when you slide, you will realize that when the ruler reach here, when your ruler reach here, is still not the maximum because there's still shaded region up here. It means the maximum is actually the atas punya point, which is this point, right? And once you reach here, you will draw another dotted line, and this dotted line it will be parallel with this. Okay. So this is the point that you will use in your working. So what is this coordinate? 20, 60. So the x is 20, the y is 60. So now you will ganti the x 20, y 60 inside the original equation. So you will get 100x plus 120y, which is 20, 60. Okay, press all these and you will get Rm. So what is 100 times 20 plus 120 times 60? My calculator give me 9200. But this is the maximum fees. The question asks for maximum profit. So you will not earn. Okay, fees is like the money that the student have to pay. The student have to pay. But the profit is like you still have to tolak dengan dia punya cost. So the profit is only 25% from the fees. So you have to take 25% times with 9200 lah. So you just press calculator. Let me press. Okay, RM 2300. Okay, I think finish already. This is how you get 10 marks. Okay, I don't know how long is this video. I feel like it's already like 4 hours. I'm not sure, but my hand is like bengkak already from writing too long. Okay, so okay, anyways, I hope you understand. Hope this video helps. See you next video. Bye bye.